thank you for what you've created and really, truly the future of what I think you guys will be.
What's up, everybody? We are here with Paul Ardea, who is just fresh off the auction block. Paul, how are you doing, sir?
Doing good, man. Just happy I'm on a really good team. So
Where did you end up, sir?
I ended up with Gracie's team.
How do you feel about that?
Happy. I guess I'm just curious to see what the rest of the team is gonna end up looking like.
Okay, now that we have you here with Kevin, he's been saying that you're a student of his. What's your reaction to that,
Kevin?
I mean, I don't want to call him a liar, you know what I mean? But
So don't.
I will say, you know, he's taught me a lot of things for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind explaining like one thing, like any one
Leg
thing?
locks.
Leg locks. Okay, specifically leg locks. Tim, do you have any questions for Paul, given this experience thus far?
Just paying attention to what's happened after you have been drafted. What are your thoughts on how your team's shaping up?
Well, I mean, so far, I think I'm the only person who's gone with my team. But I did get a chance to kind of talk strategy with them. And all I can say is, yeah, I mean, they already have a really good strategy. And well, I don't want to put out what I now know, but.
Oh, when was the strategy revealed to you?
When we were just kind of chit-chatting, I saw some of the people that they wanted to, that they wanted to be part of their team. And all I'm going to say is that, you know, their bids are very strategic. And not everything that you hear is what they actually want.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels nice to not have that pressure on you now, but I'm sure if somebody was telling you, like, I'm not bidding on you because strategy. That makes you
well, it's more like certain bids are going out there just to get other people.
I understand.
You know what I mean? Like being very strategic about it. So
when you win championships, it's just like people don't understand what your thought process is. And they're just kind of like, what is he doing? And it's like, listen, Champ does what Champ does. So it's difficult.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If a belt doesn't have like pink little things coming off of it, is it even a real belt, Kevin?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it needs tassels.
Do you understand how stressed he was that he would no longer be the handsomest person in the PGF?
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
Even over here, when it was like the potential to be the handsomest person in the PGF, and they were saying that about you, and he was like, no, not true. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy out there.
I mean, look, all I'm going to say is this. You know, I may be the people's most handsome champion, but Kevin still holds on to the belt. So I give that to him, all right? He still has the belt. I haven't taken it.
Got it. He's our princess die. Got it. So let me ask this. I would like now for Kevin to ask you a question. Now, Kevin, this could be about the PGF or it could be about anything. I'll leave it open to you, sir.
It's called Kevin, so don't ask the question. I know you were.
Hey, man.
He's so good that I just want to try.
Are you even going to bother like saving that 20K, or are you just going to lawyer ball it out and just, you know, have a blast? And follow up, how much of it am I getting?
That's nice too.
Just for the record.
Y'all want the truth?
Yeah, we demand the truth.
Yeah, no, if I get 20K here, I'm balling out, man. I'm spending every last bit of it. I thought about it already before I even got here. We have a Brazil trip coming up, bjjcamprio.com. Kevin will be there, matter of fact. And yeah, $0.00 will come back with me from that Brazil trip if I win this money. Kevin, I'll give you 1K. All right, 1K to spend however you want.
Wow. That's not bad, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm spending it all in Rio.
Well, Paul, listen, man, when we heard you were going to be on this, we were super stoked that you were going to be a part of the festivities. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you in competition all week, sir. I'm going to let you get out of here, but thank you so much for your time. And hey, man, it's a lot of burden to be so handsome. And I hope you carry it well. Because I'm not worried about the competition. I'm worried about you living with this burden on your shoulders now, sir.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. And thank you.
Finally, somebody recognizes it's a burden. They recognize our struggle. Thank you. It's going in my memoir.
So sure. Anyway, Paul Ardia, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We are here joined by Kamoy Anderson. Kamoy, how are you feeling, sir?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm just keeping an eye on the team. I'm just curious what's Dean Lister, which is my coach. I'm trying to see what his plan is. I'm trying to see his vision. He's not really showing much interest in a lot of people. Let a lot of good guys pass us, but I'm sure he has a greater plan. I'm just watching, trying to see the vision.
Trying to see the vision, trying to see. I mean, you know, sometimes it's hard to know right off the bat what the vision is. So maybe we have to let it unfold. So we'll see, sir. What concerns you right now?
What concerned me is that they wait a little bit too long and miss some really key players. I don't know who the guys next to him that's advising him or what the game plan is, but I'm concerned we're going to miss out on some really good key players.
Do you think part of that comes from having done this experience before and kind of knowing what to expect in this way?
Not only that, I just know the sport very well. I know every single guy. I pay attention. I know everybody. I'm just good at predicting certain stuff, so I could already see how certain stuff gonna play out before it happens. So in my mind, there was certain people that I wanted to be on the team with already because I know the kind of results that they can produce.
Copy that. Tim.
So, who do you want to be on a team with?
I think a guy like Davis Asare would have been a good pick. Kyle Bone would have been a good pick. Kyle Chambers, Elijah Carlton, guys that's known for being submission hunters. I don't want to be on a team of guys that's coming out looking to wrestle for 10 minutes. Nobody cares about that. This is a submission hunting format. I want the guys that's just going out there like from bell to bell looking to submit.
Kevin.
You talked about being able to see how things are playing out. Is there a team you got your eye on that you think is going about things in a way that we'll say concerns you?
Yeah. What team is that? I don't even know. The team that have Davis, Elijah,
And Toronto.
Yeah, they pretty much trying to recreate the team that won it last season, but the only thing that's different is like that was a whole different season, a whole different weight class. I don't think they're gonna get the same results that they looking to get.
So let me ask this. You're also a person that is behind main character jiu-jitsu, correct?
Yeah.
So what are you looking for whenever you're looking for athletes at main character jiu-jitsu?
I'm looking for the guys that's coming out that's at least trying to put on a show, at least trying to get a submission. A lot of people, they comfortable with just winning. I feel like as a promoter, as a business owner, we want the guys that gonna do more than win. The guy that's gonna give us great content, stuff that we could take very far, stuff that has value. So I feel like we're gonna see that here in PGF also. We're gonna see guys that's gonna do more than just win, guys that's just gonna bring value to the promotion, guys that's gonna give us some highlights that's gonna be used for years to come and highlight videos.
So just a clarifying question here. You have a main character jiu-jitsu event shortly after this event.
Yes, that's correct. November 17th, we have an event in Austin, Texas.
Why do you hate your time? Because doing that is insane. Like, this is already a hectic thing. And then you said, you know what's even more fun? Being stressed out the week after.
I mean, I like to stay busy, man. I feel like one of the reasons why I'm so successful as a promoter is because I'm also an athlete in the game also. I think that's what make me able to bond with the grapplers because they see me out here doing the same thing they're doing. So I'm out here in the field also. I'm not like a fat promoter that's just behind the computer. When I say anybody here's a fat promoter.
What are you doing? Yeah.
But think about it, when you think of a promoter, you don't think of somebody in the field. You think of somebody retired, somebody with a freaking baseball cap on or some shit. Just don't look too athletic.
Well, first of all, you're describing Tim, and I feel that's very, very insulting.
You know, we shared a lift this morning. Dude. You know what I'm saying?
But I noticed he didn't make eye contact with you while he said any of that.
He just looked forward like, I'm going to do dog.
It is pretty impressive to be like, I'd like to say, it's people who wear baseball caps, glasses, a gray suit, occasionally a tie that doesn't
Floral shirts.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was going to jump in and go like, tell him what you did yesterday, Kamoy. Tell him what you did.
We should
Because
talk about it.
he competed. He was competing yesterday.
Kamoy. This eye to eye, real quick.
Yes.
Don't take this the wrong way. But what's wrong with you? Because you competed yesterday when there's a lot of money on the line this week. There's always the factor something could go wrong. Gladly, you look fine. But why are you so crazy to do that?
I mean, I just feel life is so short, man. I want to take advantage of as much opportunities as possible. You know, I'm confident in myself that I could compete, go out there and tap when I need to tap. I'm not like one of these guys like Kevin that would just leave his foot to get broken just for the fun of it. I would just tap when I need to tap. I would not do that to myself.
Kamoy, I'm noticing a pattern here.
Yes.
You went for Tim. You went for Kevin. I'm just going to give you the heads up now. I'm too much of a smartass.
Listen, bro, I'm getting into Valhalla. I'm getting into Valhalla one way or another, and it's not by tapping.
I will tell you this, Kamoy. Listen, I'm so happy that you put together main character jiu-jitsu. I'm happy you're here. I'm just concerned. I want you to have a great week. I want you to enjoy the week here. And I look forward to seeing you competing. Do you have any parting words before we get you out of here, sir?
Yeah, if you guys are watching this right now, just keep an eye on me. I'm out here trying to give you guys highlights. You know what I'm saying? Guys want to come out here, they want to win with a boring little rear naked choke. I'm trying to do something that will go viral. We trying to go viral. We trying to put PGF higher on the map. It's already on the map. We trying to put it higher on the map. And we just trying to do good stuff. We trying to make jiu-jitsu fun and keep it entertaining.
Last question. The fit, the shirt. What is this? What is this fit? What is this? Because it looks silk. Like what kind of material are we talking here, buddy?
Yeah, it's definitely a silk shirt and dress pants and a little dress shoes. I feel like what I do for my promotion, I ask guys to come out and look the part. So I feel like if I'm here in PGF, I gotta come out and I gotta look the part. Same thing I ask my guys to do.
Well, thank you. Because listen, some people won't name names, didn't dress up. So thank you for looking.
Let's name some names. We got Ryan Aiken. He came out here looking like he just finished riding a horse. Elijah Carlton looked like he just in his backyard cutting grass. Let's talk about it.
He said riding a horse. I've never seen a dude riding a horse dressed like Ryan Akers.
Carry that name.
Let's say like they have a very different form of riding horses. But you know what? You would know more than I do. I would tell you this, Kamoy. Thank you so much for stopping in, sir. I hope you have a great week of success.
Peace.
Well, ladies and gents, let me just say this. It is a pleasure to have Travis Thomas and just with us, sir. How does it feel to be back at the PGF today?
Man, I think it feels super awesome, especially like going from 10th Planet Decatur in the church, little hometown thing that I've been to a establishment in Las Vegas. It's super, super incredible what Brandon's done and just the team has, like the whole team has done, honestly.
Did you have some FOMO last year in terms of like, man, I want to be doing this part, like the actual competition part?
Yeah, I was sad that they went to the 170 or 175 season instead of straight to the 205 season.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it would have been super cool to come back-to-back seasons and like get to be a part of the first part in Las Vegas. But now I get to like be a part of the grown Las Vegas adventure. So they had some, not really any hiccups. It was a super great show and it was better than season 5, but they've done even better this season. And now I get to be a part of that. So that's awesome.
Talk me through the drip here because you came in.
He
there's
said, "Oh,
jeans,
dude," he got excited.
you know, you got the chain, you got a little bit of the flannel. So it's like an elevated South man is what I would say here. So tell me about the apparel that you have for draft day, sir.
Yeah, so I was like, man, I really need an outfit. And I sent a picture to my girlfriend and was like, this is what I'm looking for. And then so we went to the mall and we went to H&M and she picked out all the shit. And I was like, I don't want to spend over $100. And she said, don't worry, I will. And she bought me this outfit, picked it out, and it was great. Yeah, I'm super happy about it.
You're definitely styling and profiling,
Yeah.
sir. I appreciate that
Yeah.
because I don't want to talk crap about anybody, okay?
But not everybody's professional.
But
That's what we can
let's
say.
be real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. No, now I'm going to put you on the spot. Name one person here who did not dress up for draft
Brian
day.
Aiken.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, he did not dress up.
No, he wore a
I
tank
thought
top
he
and
was just
gym shorts.
spectating. Right. He's actually a guy.
And it's weird because he's the last person to go.
Right.
So, like, if somebody comes in late on the program, they'll be like, oh, this is what's this dude doing? Did they get him from a pickup basketball game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's trying to play a character. I'm not really into it, but that's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had somebody ready to go, but you were ready.
Oh yeah.
With somebody off the top
Listen,
of the flat.
my goal this season is to be the best for the PGF.
Thank you.
That's the most marketable. So I want to do the best interviews. I want to be the best on the mats, whether that's winning all the matches or just being the most exciting. That's what I'm really coming out here for, man.
You know what? Best interviews is not something we've ever given out, but we would be the people to give that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll see about that, sir.
Yeah. And then if Kevin ever wants to, I guess we got to give Paul a chance, but if Kevin ever wants to run that handsome title back, I'm ready for that shit too.
H&M.
Yeah, we can, we can do it at 170, bro. Yeah. We're going to do it at 170. Y'all heard it here first. I said yes.
You put the corduroys on Travis and he turns into a maniac.
That'd go crazy.
I just love the fact that you're like, I'm here to instigate, and immediately is like, I would like that handsome title. And I was like, well, you got on that real quick.
Dude, I've never worn H&M before, but it's really got me feeling some type of way. And I know that's not even Louis Vuitton. That's nothing. It's just, bro, I'm feeling good.
Hey, listen, dude.
I took a picture in the mirror and I'll be doing that.
We got to get you some Gucci slippers or something. Y'all act crazy out here.
Change your life, man.
Tim, I'm going to come to you next, sir.
A lot of good buzz coming into this season from me just talking to other people about what athletes they were looking forward to seeing in the draft and that they expected to do well. Your name's come up a bunch of times. You got a good dollar amount in the auction. How does that kind of shape your feeling going into it?
Yeah, man. I think I don't have tons and tons of pressure on me. While people do think that I'm going to do well, I believe in myself as well. And I am super young in the game. So whatever happens, happens. But man, every time that I come out there, I'm one of the most exciting grapplers on the stage. So yeah, dude, I think that I feel super good about where I'm at.
Very nice. Kev.
Give me the estimate on foot sweeps and the estimates on flying triangles.
Okay, I think I'm gonna at least shoot a flying triangle on everybody that stands up with me. And I plan, instead of foot sweeps, I'm trying to put people on the couches. I know that they said that we should be safe, but I want to put at least 3 people on the couches.
Brother.
Oh,
Yeah, they listen.
good stat to keep.
Yeah. They said that. They said they were like, oh yeah, keep it in the middle, but Instagram wants it in the couches.
Yeah, dude. I'm most definitely, hopefully, gonna put. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna put Adam Bradley in Zoltan's lap.
Okay.
There we go.
You heard it here. Adam Bradley's couchable.
If that happens, that is going to make a fire clip.
You got to move the couch into the next couch.
Okay.
That's how you know like the couch has been moved. That's pretty much the
Yeah,
criteria.
we're big bodies. We're coming for movement.
Yeah.
I just seen that Brad Snyder is now on Team New Hope.
What are your feelings?
Oh no.
I feel like this interview has gone the wrong way. I don't usually do this. I've had a match against Brad. He's just getting back into competition. I think off of like a year or two break. He's got some super funky jujitsu, so I think that he can catch some people. Yeah, we'll see for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm so glad it took you about 30 seconds to get to the we'll see, because I was like, I don't know if we're going to get that first. Because I always like to think how I would do press row if I was in the reverse position.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think I'd be very classy. But I think you guys see when I get mad very easily on the show.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I'd be able to hide it.
Yeah, man, I try to be classy, but I also try to be honest. You know, I want to be a truthful soul. So
Good for you, sir.
Yeah.
Look at you. I will ask this before we let you go. You seem to be paying attention to the draft picks.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts as you watched the mock draft? And do you have any harbored feelings toward anybody here at the table for any reason?
Yeah, I think that you guys have a pretty solid team between the two of you and Kevin. And one of your party kind of sucks, and that's Tim.
I thought you were going to say egg.
No,
Wow.
Listen,
that's Tim.
yeah, technically I did trade you on my first team, but I have you on my second team.
I have a Snickers at the hotel.
Dude, I will trade
Ready.
Travis for a Snickers.
Hell yeah.
Let's
You
go.
heard it, right? All right. Tim's team has 4 people. Mine has 6. I got Travis.
I just wanted to know what it felt like to have that happening, because a lot of times we put this out into the ether. We don't see the people. Normally they're protected when they do Sports Center. They're not in front of the athletes. We're
Yeah.
very much right next to you.
Yeah, man, I actually come to Nashville super often
He
to train with
does.
him. And I thought that like we were really good buddies. We always just
Phil.
hang around. And now I'm going to show Tim what happens when I compete. Next time I come to 10th Planet Nashville for probably the next 10 times, first and last rounds with Tim. And I'm going 100%.
I'm going to show up with a neck brace on each time.
You know what? I have to say, I didn't think I was going to end so smiley at the end of this interview.
You see? Yeah,
But
so classy.
legitimately, this is great because, I mean, honestly, the hard part for me is I'm involved in these drafts too.
Yeah.
And when these guys are like, yo, what do you feel about your friends? And I go, I'm friends with almost everybody here. I think they know I've got to pick only 5.
Yeah.
And I don't harbor any feelings because all I know is if it was the reverse, the amount of guilt I would make you feel for not picking me is heavy. I'd be like, dude, I know I don't get you points,
Yeah.
but I want you to feel bad.
Yeah, man. Tim sucks.
Great. I'm glad we all agree.
Cool deal.
Ladies and gents, one, Travis Thomas.
Thank you very
Good to
much.
see you, brother.
Good to see you. Absolutely.
This is historic.
Well, this is an interesting turn of events. I didn't think it would come together this nicely, but it does show that sometimes people play up things for the internet or the television. We are joined by Elijah Carlton, who is somehow sitting civilly next to handsome Kevin Sherrill. So listen, there's been a whole will they, won't they thing between the two of you. So are you just lovers now? Like, what exactly is happening here, sir?
I think we've always been pretty civil, but I think we've always been kind of civil. We kind of have history between our teams, and our teams kind of feud in Atlanta, but it's good for the sport. It's good for this promotion. So who cares?
Sure. But like,
Maybe Kevin and I will fist fight at the end for the finale.
you know what? At least make it be on the post show. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
I guess the question I have for both of you is, can I get each of you to say one nice thing about the other? Because I feel like this doesn't happen all the time. So I'm going to start with you, Elijah. What's one nice thing about Kevin?
Kevin is game. I'll give him that. He always shows up.
Kevin?
Our next Elijah is rocking the fuck out that mustache.
I feel like, you know what? This is like turned into Oprah all of a sudden because now we've had a breakthrough here,
Hey,
gentlemen.
they're sharing a mic.
Hey,
Did you
sharing a microphone?
You would ever share a mic? 2 guys, 1 mic. Nice job.
Hey, I told the group chat to pay this man at the end of the season. And look, now I guess they're paying this.
I mean, I just find it so hilarious that one of the last memories I had was watching the documentary. And then you being asked a great moment, you're just like, tell us about your competition. It's like, all I know is fuck Kevin Sherrill. And I was like, listen here, guys. This seems unnecessary.
Dude, I've been told of so much footage from last season that they deleted it before they even showed BMAC because they were afraid to show BMAC of the shit I was saying.
The commission.
I can't control myself sometimes. My fucking adrenaline gets going from after matches and shit, and people like Kevin piss me off, and I'm just like, I'll just start
Must have said
saying
some
shit.
heinous
I'll
stuff,
start
though,
saying some
man.
Heinous shit, dude.
There was a moment last year when the other co-host, one Jake Watson, saw you and you gave him a double bird. And he was like, I don't think Elijah likes me. And I was like, no, that's good. No, that's double birds is actually good for him. You're fine. If you don't get any response from him, probably not great.
Yeah.
And he was just like, oh, but I don't think he likes me. And I was like, I don't think you know that. So hard to say. Gentlemen,
You'll never know.
I mean, he'll never know.
Literally never.
He'll literally never know. Tim, do you have any questions for Elijah?
So, Elijah, any surprise so far? You've got the highest dollar bid in the draft at 3,200, and it sounded to me like you were trying to bid yourself down almost.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you go for less money, that your team has more money to spend on other people. When it comes down to other people, I'm obviously not going to win this tournament. If anybody thinks I'm going to win this tournament, they're retarded. But I am going to put points on the board, and I am going to be an MVP. I will be in the finale. I'll be a top scorer. Ryan's going to win it. Maybe Paul. Maybe Kyle Bain. But I'm just going to put up some points, hopefully be on the winning team.
You know, I love this from you. I love hearing you analyze this like you're on our side. Like you're like, I know how many points I'm going to get, guys. Listen, I know exactly how this is going to work. But I think you're also underselling the fact of how valuable you're going to be to each team, considering you've seen the
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody else was going to go for that much. I think everybody else is going to be pretty conservative with their money. But I'm obviously the most valuable person to have on your team. Like whether I'm like number one in the rankings to like winning it all, I'm the MVP for sure. Hands down. I have the most experience. Proof is in the pudding, you know?
Beautiful. Kevin, do you have any questions?
When Steven hit you with that, yeah, can we start the bid off at 1K? Did your heart just drop?
It didn't really affect me. I knew what was going to happen. I knew I was going to go for that much. Actually, it's crazy. I was eating food in the Orleans in one of the restaurants, and I seen Carlos Machado and his crew sitting down eating too. And I just sat down and I like actually took a video of them and I sent it to a couple group chats. And I'm looking down, replying to some people, and they walk up to me and approach me. And Carlos is like, he says, "Hey, the number one pick to win the tournament," which I don't know what he was talking about. But I stood up, go to shake his hand. He's like, "I'm Carlos." And I was like, I know who you are.
How bad do you want to be on my team?
I know who you are. And they pretty much kind of hinted that they
Tell
were
me
trying
and I
to get
who.
me. Yeah. It was a weird coincidence. I ran into them, and that was their game plan the whole time, was to get me. So I don't think it was everybody's game plan to get me, but obviously it was theirs, and they spent a lot of money on me, which affects me a little bit, but it's nice to go for a lot of money. I've made a pact with 3 other people here to split money certain ways. So like I'm going home with money regardless.
I'm glad you brought that up because I found out last year you were splitting with somebody else in the country. And I
just me and Kevin Buring split it last time. So we both got 10, but now I've got 3 other people, and it's possible that 2 or 3 of us get on the same team and one is on the other team. We all 4 won't get on the same team, obviously.
I don't know how thin do you want to slice this pie?
Pete Rose.
It could happen, but theoretically, if like 3 of us are on the same team and one is on a different team, we each get 20. So that's 60 split between 4, which is 15. And that the statistics of you doing that, other than other things, is like way better. Like, worst case scenario, we're all 4 on different teams and get $5,000 a piece, but somebody's going to double up, and that money's going to go up to like 7.
Okay. I followed that. I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly, because if I ever get involved in this, I'm splitting it 20 ways with people and making those 20 different parlay bets. I'd be like, no, it's 1/20th. We're just splitting that, dude. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I'll bet you your share. I know those other 3 people.
Oh, just hold on. Like,
Wow.
Kevin, that doesn't even make any sense.
Las Vegas has changed you, Kevin.
No, and he was like, yo, Kevin's going to come up to you a little bit later. You don't know shit. There's no way to prove it. Having said that,
It is. I mean, I'm not trying to keep this secret. I'm not going to say because I don't know if they want to.
yeah. I mean,
I don't.
it's out there now, but I will
That's
tell you.
no secret that we're splitting money. I mean, why wouldn't we? We're all fucking broke athletes, and it's like our statistics of our probability of money going from just $1,000 in the draft to most likely we're probably all going to get 7 or maybe 10 or 15. You'd be an idiot not to, honestly.
I mean,
All these other people out here that aren't doing it, fucking retarded.
we'll get to the union eventually. When we all take up umbrage against BMAC in season 12.
Season 12, that fast, huh?
Listen, bro, this shit's going to go.
It is gonna be wild when Elijah, the bad guy, Carlton, leads the charge on the union, and I'm fucking hopping in.
You know what? Hey, listen, of all people who would have some weight, that would work. You know,
No kidding.
Me and BMAC I was pissed off at BMAC all last season. That's why y'all got to mad me. It's because me and BMAC were going back and forth all season about some stupid petty shit. I was being an asshole. I had a lot of stress on my shoulders last season. Felt like I had a lot to prove. I was injured. I was on a handful of muscle relaxers every fucking night last season because my back was really fucked up. I was just not in a good mood all fucking last season. So y'all saw a really shitty side of me last season. But we're back. We're better. We're healthy. We're gonna have a fun week.
all right. Now, I'm going to keep you to that.
For sure.
Because I don't want to book you on a show for a post show and not have you show up. And then sit here and be like, you can't talk to me on the comment section and be like, why are you talking to
This guy goes home and comments on the show. He's no
I
show.
tried to have me on the show, and then I just went home and commented on the show and talked shit to him instead.
You're like, you he's only on the show because I turned it down. And I was like, no shit. I tried to book you, and then when you didn't show up, I replaced you.
Forgot that you did that.
The beauty of doing a live program is hearing you in the comment section. I was like, yeah, fucker, I'm mad at you right now. I'll talk to you later. And the best part is people are like, are you really mad at Elijah? And I was like, I'll get over it. But I just need you to understand, as a producer, I am allowed to be mad for 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden, fortunately for us, we had people who were fighting. We had lots of stuff coming on where I was just like, wait, what's happening? So the beauty of doing live television here, people. But nonetheless, I don't want to see you run away again. If we want to talk to you, it's because we want to talk to you because you did something worth noting.
For sure.
So, all right, we're all peaceful here. You've made coexistence with this one. We've said our piece. Do you have any grievances you need to get out, Tim?
You know, Elijah and I,
He doesn't want to fight me though. I think Reese wants to beat me up, so I'm gonna stay away from him.
Reese wants to beat you up.
Okay, let's stay with
so,
the guys.
right? He's trying to patch. He's trying to play "We Are the World."
I'm just being
and
honest.
you
You should
guys
avoid
just
Reese.
went gangster rap.
I think the LHF dudes are fine
Trying
with
to
you.
beef again.
Reese wants to beat you up.
This is literally right now. He's at the Source Awards being like, well, I got love for you too. Snoop ain't got no love for you guys. So anyway, listen, Elijah, I got to tell you, man, I hope you enjoy it. Congratulations again on a great bid this year on the auction. You always bring a great competition, and I look forward to seeing you this week, sir.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Much love. Elijah, everybody.
What is up, everybody? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Sparza, coming to you with another great installment of the Bullpen here at the PGF. This is a joint venture between the Grappling Hour and Inside BJJ. I hope you're in for a long day because we have a lot of competition for you guys. And I got to tell you this, your eyes do not deceive you. This is not a political ad. This is not a commercial for something you don't want to see. This is the show. This is the show you want to see. And I'm so happy to be joined by two of my very good friends. We go first to our longtime friend, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Raph. Day 1, season 7. I remember what it was like for season 6, and now we're at season 7. I'm pumped. You can feel the tension just get a little bit thicker in the room as we await kickoff. I can't wait, man.
As the great Will Ferrell said, I can feel it in my plums. Speaking of somebody in a plum outfit, you got one Kevin Sherrill looking handsome as ever. Kevin, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. I felt like I had to bust out the plum, the lavender, the purple. You had your Dodgers tie yesterday to celebrate their championship. Mine is to celebrate the ever-present handsome title around my waist that I will go to my grave with, Paul.
Wow. That's those are fighting words. But I would say this, though, Kev. There was a moment where I needed to break a 20 earlier today, and I almost went straight to you. I was just looking at you, and you look like you're going to be behind a casino cage and enforcing some Sam Ace Rosenthal moments. I love the movie Casino. You were great in it. Let's now get to some business, guys. What has been happening here? How has your day been thus far? Because we're just a few minutes away from the action taking place, but I haven't checked in on you guys. I'm going to start with you first, Kevin. You doing okay? You feeling okay? What is the temperature for you at this moment?
I'm feeling fantastic, Raph. I'm so excited. This is day one action of the PGF. It is so exciting. I looked at the list of matches, and they start right off with bangers. Some of the best matches you're going to see all week are going to happen today. I don't want to spoil them. That's for a later segment, but I've been hopping around all day. I've been skipping from place to place.
Tim, the anxiety, it's at a fever pitch. How is your anxiety doing? The blood pressure okay? You feeling okay, sir?
I'm feeling okay. I did take the blood pressure medicine this morning just in case, just to keep my nerves down. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm really interested in seeing how the strategy plays out from the coaching. I feel like some of the coaches came in this year with a very specific plan, and I'm really interested in seeing how that unfolds.
Gents, before we get to the action and go to the board, we do have a reminder here. Kev, what is happening in the world of fantasy? What do the fans need to know right now before we get to the topics that we have prepared for everybody?
So you guys have a little under 30 minutes. It is still open. The fantasy is still available. You can build your team. Get in there, guys. It's going to lock in, and we're set for the week. You do not want to be on day 2 or day 3 going, oh, man, I knew this guy was going to go off. We've seen a lot of Dory fans in the comments. I'm getting a lot of heat for my picks that I love the man, but he weren't necessarily favorable. Prove me wrong. Go in there, grab your guys, set up your team, and get in on the action.
Kevin, very much taking the Chappelle Prince route of assemble your crew and do it very quickly because, Kev, what happens right at the very top of today? What happens? Are they blocked? Can they do fantasy after we're done with this pre-show here?
They are blocked out, man. All your teams have to be locked in, and you have time to do it. Go check the PGF page, go check pgf.com, pgfhome.com, and go get your team set up.
Thank you for that, Kevin. Great stuff. Gentlemen, let's go straight to the board right now. We have a lot of topics to get to, but we're going to start first and foremost. We thought we would give each of the individuals here 1 minute each to recap as best they could what was happening here yesterday. Now, it's a heavy, heavy task because there was a lot that happened. We have not planned how this is going to go. We have not talked it out beforehand. So one of us may be covering something that the other person put down on their bullet points. But we're going to start with you, Tim Freeman. Recap in exactly 1 minute. Your time begins now.
So I did put some notes down. Listen, the day starts with all these pieces being brought in, unassembled, and as the producers and the production crew and everyone who's involved starts putting this thing together, we start seeing the PGF take shape. The athletes start pouring in. Some are concerned about their weight, and some of them don't seem to care at all. It kind of ran across the board. But as the day rolled on, things got more serious, especially with the draft. And there was a little bit of tension in the draft in terms of like the guys that were going for high money value were going, no. The guys that didn't have a high money value were a little bit like, oh man, what am I, minced meat? Like at the end of it, there was a little bit of a feel that you can get. But as the day rolled through and the teams shaped up, guys started to figure out maybe what their chances would be of winning a team championship. And you could see the temperature go up for some and go down for others. They had a night to sleep on it.
3,
they come back in
2,
and they're ready today
1.
to knock it out.
That is your time, Tim. Thank you very much for that. Kevin, we go straight to you now.
Right. So we started off the day, if you tuned in, with a certain host of this show getting a fantasy belt. and so can you. Get on that fantasy league and get yourself a belt. So Kyle Chambers going for $900 was a little crazy. We need to talk about that, but we're not gonna. 3 teams are in contention this year. That is a PGF first. If you've been paying attention, usually there's one really hard front runner, the Yankees, and everyone is chasing him down all season. We have 3 this season that are strong contenders. Abe managed to somehow flip the script on the coaches this year and demand that they, in fact, sell him on their team. It was very much so a my how the turntables moment. And then altogether, the auction was a massive success. We moved to randomized draft picks, and it was incredibly interesting. It's one of those things that you may need to go back and watch to see.
2, 1, and that will be your time, Kevin. And with the remaining time, I'm going to give you the best of hits that I can go for. First off, there was a draft. Everybody went crazy. People yelling out. And then we did see Pardee, who was the first bid, got a good price. But the person who ended up getting the most, still not a major surprise. We had a top 3. Atlanta was very well represented. We also want to talk about the fact that, yes, Dean Lister, we don't know what happened to him. We'll get to that in a second. We also had to give dry cleaning, and I'm not there, and I ended up winning this because you know what I mean? Like, this is just where it's at. So anyway, I think that kind of brings us up to speed. Why don't we actually go back now to a new segment where we're actually going to recap via grades that our gentlemen are going to give here on how the coaches did. So we're going to go over the teams and how the coaches did. And I want to go ahead and start. I think we should really just start very easily with first form. So gentlemen, you both have pens, you both have paper. I would like for you to describe a grade, and then you're going to explain it just like we're in elementary school. So once you have them ready, go ahead and look up at your camera. And then once you are looking up the camera, we'll now cut to you and reveal them in 3, 2, 1. Here are the grades that were given. Tim, I see you gave an A, and why don't you go ahead and explain yours, sir?
Well, I gave first form an A. 1 for strength of team. They have a bunch of point scorers on their team, and they're also pretty smart dudes. They're pretty articulate, and they could spell, so that's important. But they bring a lot to the table. I think they're going to be able to put some serious points on the board, and you got a cluster of good guys on the same team, meaning they're not going to have to fight each other. They're set up in pretty good shape to win the team title this year.
Can you explain the quotation marks, though? Because this is just supposed to be a grade. It's not supposed to be a grade.
Well,
An A.
they haven't earned it yet. This is kind of penciled in.
Wow.
We'll see how they do. I'll grade them again at the end, and we'll see kind of what the delta is.
You
But
hear that, Hodger
for
Gracie?
now, you're
on
penciled in. You're penciled in at an A.
Fair enough. We now go to Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, what was your grade for the first form?
Yeah, first form gets an A. I think they came out of this as the closest thing we have to a Yankees from this draft. As I said earlier, there are 3 teams that I think can contend. And first form went in and set themselves out there. There was no question after the first 3 picks that they were going to be a strong force. They've got Paul Ardea, Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bain, who are known point scorers. They're going to rack up points in this. And they have Adam Bradley and Dory, who both can score points, but also are probably not getting submitted very often. Those are 2 of the most difficult matches you're going to have. They're big, they're strong, they don't get tapped a lot, and their teammates now don't have to fight them.
Gentlemen, thank you for that. We're now going to go to our second team. I'm now going to ask for grades for Team New Hope. Team New Hope. So take a moment, go ahead and write your grades on out. And I'm now going to turn to you as soon as you make eye contact with this. Kevin, I'm going to have you go first, but let's go ahead and reveal them. Go to the screen if you guys would. Grades was a D and a B in quotation marks. Still using the quotation marks. Kevin, I'm going to have you start first because I think people want to know what you're thinking first.
Yeah, I think Dean Lister, I'm not going to lie, giving him this grade kind of hurt me. But
Hey,
it has.
Aren't we doing New Hope? Did we say New Hope?
We were talking about New Hope, is what I said.
Nice.
Okay,
Perfect,
we're going to switch to
perfect.
Tim while Tim has that ready.
Fantastic.
Go ahead, Tim.
I'm going to go ahead and give Kevin a D for this segment, and that's not penciled in. We're going to go B for New Hope. Look, I think they have a chance to do something here. If Travis Thomas and Ryan Aiken can put some points on the board, if Ernesto Rivera can do the same, I think they're going to have a pretty good chance. Maybe not it being the front runner, but they might be able to sneak up on day 3 and day 4. That's a day where you start to see guys get banged up, and they're going to have a pocket of time in there where they can do it. They got Cam Hurd. He's a veteran. He's coming heavy. He's coming with the drip. So I think they got a real shot at it. Brad Schneider's a last-minute replacement. You know, I think if the alternates kind of do well and the guys that jumped on at the end, they have a shot to make a run at the end here.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to come back to you now.
Yeah, well, we had discussed literacy being a problem for grapplers. And here I am being a case study. I had my notes backwards. C. I gave him a C. I think he is a contender. I think Pedro Sauer's put together a team where he is indeed a contender for this, but he has 3 people. He has 2 guys that are going to put up points. Ryan Aiken and Travis Thomas are solid bets to put up a lot of points this season. And then he has 3 guys that have asterisks by their names where they could go off. We could see it happen. But for various reasons, they could also maybe fall flat this season, depending on whether you get all 3 of them going off, 2, 1, maybe none of them go off. You may have a contender. You may have someone who doesn't quite have the season they needed to.
Copy that. Gentlemen, I'm now going to come to you for Team Constellation. Team Constellation. Now, since we're a little bit short on time, what we're going to do on these is I need you to give them in 30-second hits or less. Kevin, when you're ready to go ahead and present, let's go ahead and show it to the audience. I see the D, and C's get degrees. Now, Kev, I want to give you a chance for redemption here. Please tell us why you gave a D in this particular case.
The irony of me giving someone a poor grade after handing in the wrong assignment is strong. Yeah, I think Dean put together the only team that I don't see as really being in contention. Obviously, he has good athletes on there, but other than Chris Wojcik and maybe Marcin, the other guys seem to be on the outside looking in, and worse yet, they seem to know it. We spoke with a few of those athletes, and they were a little concerned. They said they were going to have to do a lot of work to claw in it. They weren't out of it yet, but they knew they had their work cut out for them, and that's a rough place to be if you're the one team on the outside looking in.
Fair enough. All right, let's go over to you, Tim.
Well, look, I say C. Yes, they have a hard road ahead of them, but Kimoy has a lot of experience in the PGF. Chris Wojcik is an outstanding competitor. You know he's going to show up. And then you got 3 guys that are a little bit of wild cards. You have Sebastian, Marcin, and Fedor, who these guys are all great, but they haven't been in this format yet. That could actually play to their strength. These guys might be able to come in and kind of sneak under the radar and stay alive. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1 or 2 of those guys at least make the individual tournament if they can't make a run for the team finals. But I think C is a fair grade. I think they did okay. But, you know, there's some gaps in that team there that going to need to be sorted out.
All right, thank you for this. And for the final team, let's go ahead and get those grades in right now. It is Intrana. So Intrana, let's give the grade. And I think, Tim, are you all set?
Yes.
Let's do our reveal right now. I see a B+ and an A from Kevin. Now, I'm intrigued by the A, but we'll come to that second first. Tim, tell us about your B+, please.
Well, I don't think you can give them an A if you give First Form an A. I just think First Form is the standard team here, that they got the highest standard. Carlos Machado's Intrana team is pretty good. Elijah Carlton, hard to bet against in the PGF, as Egghead Warrior always reminds us. But you've also got veterans with Davis Asare, you've got Nathan Haddad, and you've got Andre on that team. Those all can put big points up on the board. They're pretty good defensively. They're not easy to score on. So I think they're the second strongest team here. New Hope might be able to battle it out with them, but I think we're going to see Intrana do pretty well this week.
Thank you for that. Kevin, explain your B+, sir.
Yeah, I think in the regular roster, I would have given Carlos a B, but I'm giving him an A because of his performance in securing Abe LaMontagne as his first alternate. That right there is a huge upswing. There's been talk about putting him in on the primary roster in exchange for one of the other guys for particular matchups. He's a dangerous, dangerous guy. I think the fact that it came down to needing to sell him on coming to their team and him managing to nab that, you have to give a lot of credit to the coach.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you for that. There's a lot to cover, and we will get back to that particular topic, I think, a little bit later. But now we move on to the matchups. So I'm going to very quickly ask you guys to preview out the matchups, and we're going to put some time back on the clock here. Now, for this particular moment, I'd like for you guys to tell us your matchups in 30 seconds. That's the real struggle because there are a lot of good matchups here today. I'm going to start with you, Kevin Sherrill.
So we've got 2 guys. For those of y'all that want to see the leg lock shootout today, you have a treat ahead of you. You've got Kyle Bain versus Chris Wojcik and Andre Porfirio versus Paul Ardea. Those 4 guys are 4 of the most dangerous leg lockers on the planet, and they are almost certainly just going to trade legs with each other, you're going to get to see something very interesting. If you hate leg lock shootouts and you want to see someone attempt to shut down a dangerous leg locker, you have Kyle Chambers versus Ernesto Rivera, and you have Davis Asare and Chris Wojcik. Whatever you want is there for you. That's the menu.
All right, now we come to you, Tim. What else do we have to look forward to today? There's 30 matches, so I'm assuming maybe you have a couple that he didn't have as well.
Well, I'm going to give you 3 names to look out for because they all have pretty interesting pathways through today. That is Travis Thomas. He is going to go up against Dory Allen, Elijah Carlton, and Sebastian Attard. I think he's going to have a good chance to put some points on the board. You also have Adam Bradley, who's going up against Cam Hurd, Kamoy Anderson, and Caleb Crump. I think he's going to have a good shot. On the reverse side, Davis Asare has a super tough schedule today. Chris Wojcik, Ryan Aiken, and Kyle Bame. That's not an easy route. Pay attention to those 3 names. See how they do today.
Appreciate that. Gentlemen, thank you for that great preview. You guys don't want to go anywhere. And even in the comment section, I see Moose Fritz saying, yeah, not going to lie. I actually see somebody winning in this particular way. They said that they've got Kyle over Chris from Hype Kills 10P. So sorry about that, Moose. I thought that was coming from you, but that was Hype Kills 10P. Making a prediction here in the comment section. Yes, we have eyes on them. More on that later. Let's go now to our next topic, which is, all right, I'm sure some of you saw this footage that came out, and we're not quite sure on it. We don't have the real story. I saw the video, much like many of you, and maybe still confused as to what happened to Dean Lister. So I thought I would give our participants here 30 seconds to say what they think happened to Dean Lister. I'm going to start with Tim Freeman.
Well, I think Dean is a method actor, and he's in practice for a role right now about a guy who actually discovered the whole lower half of the body. It didn't exist before that point. Like, he literally discovered it. There was another gentleman on the East Coast named Don Janaher who was not happy about it. He had a new DVD coming out with Fanatical BJJ, and that was covering basically how upper body's where it's at. Anyway, long story. Don gets on an airplane, Inspirational Airlines, $17 ticket, gets out to San Diego, confronts Dean. Dean slips on a sweaty rash guard, breaks his arm, hits his eye on an ab roll machine, and here he is today. So he's kind of trying to keep that character. So he showed up in form. He's doing it well. He hasn't broken it yet. I haven't seen him, like, for 1 minute just relax and break the kayfabe. Dean's in character.
Thank you for that. We now go to you, Kevin Sherrill. What do you think happened to Dean Lister?
I don't think I know, Raph. I've seen this before. This is very clearly a cat scratch victim. Those of you at home who have cats like me, you've seen it. They're belly up. It looks adorable, but you know they don't want you to scratch them on the tum-tum. It's dangerous. They're animals. They're predators. They're apex predators, in fact. You go in for the little scritchy scratch, they claw their way up your arm, and they go right for the face. This is classic cat scratch victim. Dean needs to know that home is that cat's. Not yours, Dean. Not yours. You can't do it. You can't. They look cuddly. Don't do it.
I like the official terminology of scratchy scratch. We've learned a lot here at this desk. I have a quick little assumption here of what happened to Dean Lister. You know, a lot of times you think that you're seeing somebody show up here at the PGF and you don't know what they're up to. The answer is clear. Batman. My man went out, fought some crime in the streets of Gotham, flew into here, had a bad night at the office, but put away a bunch of people into Arkham Asylum. And if you think I'm wrong, prove it. Because who else carries themselves like a Bruce Wayne? If you've been to a party, you know that Dean, you know what I mean? He does all right. He's got the Playboy part down. The question is, what's he doing when he finished teaching classes? So you're not fooling anybody, Mr. Wayne. I'll see you at Wayne Corp a little bit later. So that is my best estimation. Let's go to our next topic right now, which is prop bets. So those of you who are asking about Fantasy League, yes, you want to get in on that right now. And we're actually going just slightly over, so you have a few extra seconds to get your picks in right now. But before we finish, let's just say this. There may be some prop bets that people like Egghead aren't talking about, and that's why we go to the more important team, which is the one standing before you right now. Why don't we go ahead and start with you, Tim Freeman. What is a prop bet that maybe people aren't familiar with?
Well, everybody wants to know about breaks. Everybody wants to know about kills. Everybody's concerned with who's going to score the most points and who's not going to score, who's going to get stalled on. I'm here to represent the fine furniture makers of America. I'm here to represent the couches. I want to know how many couchables there's going to be today. Somebody's going to get put onto the couch, and I want to know. I'm looking for couch lock victims today. That's my prop bet. I'm going to go 3. I think that's the over-under. I think 3 couchables today, day 1, season 7.
Still a weird phrase we're not quite used to here on the show. Don't know how I feel about it. Kevin, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah, I also was taking a look at how many couchables we were going to have. I had them at 1.5, but I also want to talk about these shootouts we're going to go, and we're going to go with secondary leg finishes. People finishing on not the primary leg like Don Janaher would like you to, but on the secondary leg. I've got 4. We're talking Aoki locks, we're talking toe holds, we're talking whatever other made-up stuff you think you want to name after yourself. I don't know, Ninja Lock, Inferno, whatever.
Ninja Lock Inferno is just sold over 100,000 copies on BJJ Fanatics, by the way, everybody, in case you weren't aware of it. Let's go to our next topic, which is this. Listen, nobody really talks about the burdens that come with being a part of the PGF. I said, let's bring that to the table. And the thing that you got to see here is, what are the unforeseen burdens here? The things people may be not thinking about. So with that, I start with you, Kevin Sherrill. As somebody who's participated in a PGF, you have this experience. What are some of the unforeseen burdens that maybe the home audience has no idea about?
Well, let's talk about the weight of the handsome belt. No, I'm playing. Something that you don't think about unless you are maybe a jiu-jitsu professional with a reputation on the line is what we saw here today. Guys out here, they have expectations. They have to deliver, they have fans, and they have technique DVDs out there. If they're selling, I don't know, a crucifix DVD, Brad Schneider, you can't really afford to not finish someone with a crucifix. We saw with AJ Agazarm last year with his defensive DVD. That man was ready to let everything break, right? You have expectations. You have technique DVDs to sell. That mortgage won't pay itself. That gym membership you're still paying even though you're an elite athlete, yeah, that won't pay itself either. You've got to get those things sold. And if you got to put your body on the line to do it, you got to put your body on the line to do it.
Thank you. It always gets really weird when it's like you got to put your body on the line. Like, you know what?
You got to do what it takes. You want to be a star.
Yeah. First he doesn't like couchable. Now he doesn't like bodies on the line.
I'm just saying. I mean, think about the language choices, gentlemen. That's all. Tim, I come to you next.
Well, you know, I think one of the unforeseen burdens here is for the athletes that come in and who are already kind of known as really great defensive guys. That's nice to have, and it's nice to be able to go out there and force your opponent to put up a 0. That helps your team. It doesn't necessarily help you to make it into the individual playoffs. So I think these guys, they kind of have to walk the line of like, man, am I going to open up and take risks to actually score? Or am I going to just fulfill my role as being the guy who shuts everybody out? It's a little bit of a tricky game because if you start getting caught, your team's not happy about it. But if you don't take some chances, you can't get on the board to advance what you're actually here to do. Everybody wants to see a performance, and that means you have to perform, and that means you have to do something, not just defend something.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much. All right. We're going to go to one of our last topics here, which is inspire. Now, maybe you guys don't have this feeling yet, but we here have some stake in the game. We have people on our fantasy teams, and I wanted to give these individuals 30 seconds each to say their best form of inspiration to their team members. I'm going to start with you, Tim Freeman.
So thank you, Raph. In the history of histories, every once in a while, you have to stand up as a man in front of other men who are downtrodden, backs against the wall, in a real tough, tight spot. Like Young MC said, you have to bust a move. And this is not one of those times. And the reason is this is the PGF. You're on the most exciting promotion that exists today. If you're not inspired already, you need to fold up your rash guard and your little shorts and leave them in the middle of the mat, dump your belt in the garbage can, and hit the road because there's an alternate who's preying on your downfall. It's go time. It's time to buckle up and start hunting, or you're going to get hunted. That's my inspiration for you.
It sounded like 4 fortune cookies that just kind of got bunched together.
Yeah. As a fortune cookie GPT, I put it
He
in
had Chinese last
came
night.
up with
He had
Copy
Chinese
that.
last
Yes,
night.
he did have Chinese last night. Thank you. Shout out the very nice bar across the street. Kevin, you're up next.
All right. I need you to make eye contact with me. I'm talking to you. My Kevinettes. my legion of killers, the junior Kevinettes. When you go out there, I need you to remember, you're not just representing you. You're representing us. You're scoring those points. You're scoring them for us. And for me. For you as well. But mostly for me. And I need you to remember that that's important because it's for me. Score those points. Kevinettes don't lose, and Kevinettes never say die. However, if you have to die, that's on the table. If you don't tap before you die, it's no points. You're good to go. Go to Valhalla with that in your mind, that you didn't let the Kevinettes down.
Thank you for that, Kevin. Allow me to have a few remaining seconds for my team. Listen, Team Esparzas, there's 2 of you. Listen, I love you all. It's like I fathered a lot of children here. My inspirational message is as such. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join forces around the world, and they will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have a new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences. Not anymore. We will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July-ish. And for once, you'll be fighting not only for our freedom, not from tyranny, not from oppression, not from persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And we should win today. The 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day the world declared in one voice. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Scene.
That was beautiful, Raph. Did you write that?
You know, I
Good
did.
job, man.
Thank you. Let's go to our gallery section now. Shout out Bill Pullman. All right. We have a couple comments, and then we're going to throw it to the action here in just a second. But why don't we go ahead and throw up our first comment? And it says as such. This was actually yesterday in the comment section when you guys were saying, fire the IT and graphics team immediately. And then somebody from the graphics team got in the chat and said, come take it, Sean P. So we're just letting you know, we're not the only ones that police the comment sections, just to give you a little preview of what's happening this week. Kev, I'm going to let you take the second one here.
Oh, yeah. Good interview by Travis. Calling a man couchable is total disrespect.
Hey, man.
Absolutely. In fact, it's something you should be calling people a lot. It's a good term. You should use that.
Alan Jackson, take a seat.
Let's now go to our third comment. That couchable, whatever. Tim, why don't you let us know what this one says?
Kyle Boehm is the Rob Gronkowski of the PGF. Maybe. I don't exactly see it, but
I mean, he's 2 refrigerators wide, just like Gronk.
he's
That's about
big.
it. Yeah.
He got the same size, but a little less talkative than Gronk. I would have to say that.
All right. And finally, the last comment coming into us, it says, the cringy begging for bids hurts. Let the coaches bid what they're going to bid and stop trying to talk them up. That's not how bidding works. Have you ever bid to an auction before? Do you think they just go like, hey, if you guys would like to come in on this, that'd be cool. No, they get straight into the psychology of give us money, rich people. So thank you for that.
My man typed that on a flip phone. He said, money doesn't matter.
All right, ladies and gents, we're now going to hand it over to the main show. We will be back after the proceedings here tonight. We wanted to give you a few extra moments to go to the Fantasy League to get in. So PGF
Home?
Where? Home?
No,
Home?
I think it's PGFworld.tv.
Thank you. So go there, sign up right away, because once the first match happens, it's closed. And you guys, I think you kind of want to be like me, like a champion. You know what I'm saying?
It's
not going to have
I'm
that
sorry.
You can't win this. I have this.
Real
but
quick, it's pgf.global.
Thank you.
pgf.global.
Appreciate you guys. Ladies and gents, that's going to do it for us here. We'll see you back at the conclusion of the action today. Do not go anywhere. You'll want to catch these matches. On behalf of Tim Freeman, Kevin Sherrill, myself, Raph Esparza, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more. All back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EVI veteran Kyle Bohm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
So the PGF is just like any sports league. We just do it with jiu-jitsu. Everything starts with the player draft. We take 20 world-class athletes and we split them up into 4 teams. Each team is led by one of the most legendary athletes in jiu-jitsu history. Once the teams are established, the regular season begins. Every athlete gets 12 regular season matches. The matches are 6 minutes long, and in the PGF, you can only win via submission. If you win by choke, which we call a kill, you get 6 points towards the playoff. If you win with a joint lock, we call that a break, you get 3 points towards the playoff. If the match goes to a draw, both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff, and any submission that you land in under a minute gets an extra point. The team that accumulates the most points during the regular season splits $100,000. The top 8 scoring athletes advance to the PGF playoffs, where they have a chance to become the PGF champion and win an additional $20,000.
Las Vegas, Nevada, a city known worldwide for its high stakes, serves as the perfect backdrop for PGF World Season 7, as a $100,000 prize is on the line, and tonight 20 athletes will take their first steps in looking to capture it. It is PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, and we are officially here at Match Day 1. BMAC, we had the draft last night, and now is literally the first steps to crowning a new team regular season champion.
And I think we got a team that, in my opinion, they won the draft. That first form team with Gracie and Matt Elkins over there, these guys, I mean, that is a stacked squad. Kyle Boehm, Kyle Chambers, Paul Ardea, Adam Bradley, Dory Allen. This team is stacked from top to bottom. They got every position filled. They got a couple of stoppers. They got a couple of killers. I think they're absolutely the team to beat so far this season.
We talk a lot about experience, but obviously that first form team headed by the legendary Roger Gracie. And, you know, Roger was here last year, with season 6. You got to think that he has a better idea of what he needs to do as a coach to lead these guys to $100,000.
He came in with a really serious strategy. He put a lot of time and effort into studying these athletes and crafting exactly the roster that he wanted. And having Matt Elkins with all that PGF experience sitting there with him as his assistant coach, we saw Matt Elkins last year. He's one of the great stories in the PGF, but all that PGF experience made a huge difference when it came to the draft. And I think it's going to make a huge difference when it comes to the way that the actual scoring shakes out during the season.
We've got newcomers as coaches as well, but don't think that they're not studied up. Carlos Machado, he was ready to throw down, I think, last night.
I thought he was going to beat up Stephen Aiken. I thought we were going to have a literal fight. Bobby, both of them, was about to have to fight Carlos Machado, which would have been probably his toughest match of his life. But look at this squad.
Yeah.
The real storyline with this team is all the PGF experience that they have on the table. Caleb Crump, Davis Asare, last season's regular season champion, Elijah Carlton, the PGF GOAT, Nathan had it all off of the winning Team X Marshall team last season. And then just to round it out, they got one of the baddest dudes on the roster, Andre Porfirio right there. Porfirio definitely going to hit a couple of straight ankle or Aoki locks this season.
But they are a bit undersized. Maybe you look at it, it's a big field. Those guys aren't necessarily natural 205-pound athletes.
That's actually a great point. there's going to be a lot of attrition that happens this season. I think that the alternates are going to play a bigger role than they've ever played in the history of the PGF.
Yeah, we can't understate what the gauntlet is here at PGF World, and that's going to lead us to a lot of storylines. There's still alternates that could find their way in the mix, but it all started yesterday at our draft, and we're actually going to take a look back at what transpired last night in Las Vegas at the draft to kick off Season 7. For the second time in 2024, PGF World is back inside the Combat Sports Capital. We're at a secret location in Las Vegas, where 20 grapplers are set to be drafted upon one of 4 teams, all with one common goal in mind. That is cashing in on a potential $100,000.
26, first one.
Thank you for what you've created and really, truly the future of what I think jiu-jitsu will be.
PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu. And BMAC, we've got a ton of jiu-jitsu. Each of our competitors tonight will compete 3 different times. And let's talk about some of the big matches we can expect here on match day 1, because we've seen some great grapplers over the years here at PGF find their success, but sometimes it eludes them on match day 1. You have to be ready to sort of potentially weather a tough storm before you find success, and vice versa. We also see some athletes come out and get a huge point advantage by picking up some quick submissions.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that goes into this, because it is a full season of sports, but it's all compressed down into one week. So a lot of these guys, like we saw last season, Daniel Sadler came out super hot, and he trailed off towards the end of the week. Matt Elkins always comes in slow and then picks it up and ends up in the playoffs at the end of the week. Season 5, Landon Torville was the last person drafted, the very last person drafted, and he ends up as the points leader on day 1 and then fades towards the end, barely slips into the playoffs and goes out in the first round. So the way that you play the game is super crucial in the PGF. It's unlike any other grappling event. It's fast-paced. It's only 6 minutes. You've got to score points with submission. So how these guys play it is going to be a really, really big factor. We're going to see some fast starts. We're going to see some slow starts.
It's all about kills and breaks, but again, styles make fights. BMAC, what are some of the matches you're looking forward to the most here on match day 1?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pull this up right here, and I'm going to tell you the matches that I'm most excited about, okay? The third matchup of the day, to me, is one of the most exciting. It's Kyle Boehm versus Ryan Aitken. A lot of people had these guys number 1, number 2, and they're matching up on the third match of the day, and I think that could really go either way. Boehm, of course, an incredible back taker, great leg locker. Aitken, I mean, he's good in every position. The thing with Aitken, though, he can be a bit of a slow starter. So I think that if he is going to have success in this 6-minute match format, he's going to have to kind of stretch out of his comfort zone. So I think one of the big keys to victory for Ryan Aitken is that he's got to get off to fast starts. Otherwise, he's going to find himself missing points in some of the matches where he should have scored.
You mentioned Ryan Aitken, the CJJ and EBI world champion, would love to add a PGF title to his mantle back at home, and the steps towards that, the first ones take place tonight. And right now, he's standing mat side with our Alex Wendling.
Yes, standing by with Ryan Aitken, and he has a tough test in his first match. Kyle Boehm coming up. So what are the thoughts on that first matchup?
Tough draw. I stayed with Kyle Boehm for my first subversive that I did, the team format, where he was the heavyweight on our team. So yes, that's right, heavyweight. He's a little bit bigger than me. Some people call me Little Kyle. So this is like the little brother fighting his big brother. So I'm excited for this one. But to me, Kyle just looks like a Terminator. So, you know, I'm gonna try to use my technique on this one.
And you were the highest bidded athlete, rightfully so. You're really going to come out there with a chip on your shoulder. And later tonight, you have Davis Asare and then Chris Wojcik. So I know you're not looking past Kyle Bain at all, but what are you thinking about this lineup?
Again, tough draws all around, but you know, it's time to eat. You know, I like this. Let's get it.
And how was the energy of the team in the team meeting earlier today?
The energy of the team was pretty good. You know, we focused on submission defenses, and you know, it was a good opportunity for me to get a lot of reps in because some of the other guys were just focusing on defense. So that was pretty dope. Definitely a good warm up. Actually, what really caught me off guard was like Pedro Sauer, Professor Pedro Sauer. Dude, he moves so freaking well. I've never seen a 66-year-old man like, you know, like squatting like Spider-Man, dude. He was literally moving around like Spider-Man on that mat. So whatever he's doing, like that guy's, he's got the knowledge.
The mobility, getting it done. Ryan, I know you're about to compete, so thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And we have a lot of action coming your way, guys.
Thanks, Alex. We will check in with you throughout our night. Apparently, Pedro Sauer can move better than I can, and I'm like 20-plus years younger than the man.
A lot of people don't know this, but everybody can move better than you, TJ. Every person.
That's true. Very true. All right. For some actual information that might be beneficial to you, let's go over to our fantasy corner because fantasy is a big part of PGF Season 7, and there might be a couple minutes for you to get locked in with the fantasy team, PGF World.Global. But standing by in the fantasy corner, it is Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead.
On this side of the table, and it is pgf.global. So without hesitation, get there. pgf.global. Register now. Only minutes away to get your picks in for today. Pick 7 guys quickly. Egg, my guy. 3 guys. If you guys register now, 3 guys. Who are you looking at?
Immediately, you have to go to Adam Bradley. I'm telling you right now, he has all guys he's going up against that are not in the top 10. And so it's all about matchups, guys. You know, he comes in, he's a semifinalist at CJI. He's going up against not the guys that are not in the top 10. The best matchups possible. Now, Kamoy Anderson, now he has to face Adam Bradley, but he is a PGF Season 5 runner-up. He knows that, and the other 2 guys he faces, again, those are guys kind of in the bottom half. And when you have a bottom half set, opponent, you have to capitalize. And so Kamoy has to have circled those matches that I have to get my points now. And finally, Paul Ardea. Now, Paul Ardea, hey, one of the top 2 consensus picks. He has winnable matches. They're not going to be easy, but they're very winnable, and he's a killer. Hey, put those 3 on your team right now. Now, 2 guys to kind of avoid, and they kind of just brought it up. Kyle Bain, Ryan Aitken. Now, those are in my top 3, but they're facing each other. And guess what? They're also facing the best players of every other team. Now, they're killers, but you want mismatches as fantasy managers. So I'd highly recommend not going with them on your fantasy team. Now, they're going to be great to watch today, but don't put them on your team. Find those mismatches, okay?
Yep. PGF.global. Try and get your team in tonight. Quickly, the fantasy breakdown on points. A takedown, you get a point. Mount, 2 points. A back take, 2 points. If you're stalling, which we know BMAC is having none of, -1 point. What I'll say, for me, a lot of these big boys, I went with the big boys. I'm not a practitioner myself. I'm going with the big boys. A lot of, you talked about guys cutting weight versus guys not. Where do you see sort of some advantages in this first block for some of the bigger guys versus some of the guys that didn't have to cut weight?
It's really tough because how much were they able to recover? Some of the guys are really good at it. Like Ryan Aitken is so skilled at losing a lot of weight, but then putting it back on. But the more you cut in weight, the more likely you are to get injured, and the more you are likely to get tired quickly. And this is a sprint. And so, hey, honestly, if you're facing one of the bigger guys, and if you're one of the smaller guys, like the Intrana team, where they're killers, but they're kind of smaller, you want to face the big guys now while they're still recovering, maybe from that time zone issue. If you're Machine, because you come from Europe and you're cutting weight, you want to get immediately, because if you give them a chance to get on the time zone, to get their hydration back, man, they're going to be killers later on. So honestly, if you're going to face a big guy, you probably want to do it early. 3 blocks of 10 fights for you tonight. In this first block, what are you most looking forward to? As a fan, like B-Mac said, that Ryan Aitken, that Kyle Bain, that's going to set the tone for a lot of things. But honestly, also Adam Bradley, Cam Hurd, this is a must-win for Adam Bradley. He's got to set the tone that he is a killer. But honestly, because it's got some beef behind it. Sebastian Attard and Elijah Carlton. I think they could both win it. They have some bad blood. They have a prior match. The Sebastian Attard won versus EBI overtime. Elijah didn't like that. He went on his Instagram comments and he said, "Hey man, I made you a bet match, but you're a punk. You didn't take it." And they went back and forth. So both these guys are amped for this fight. And guess what? When you go for that submission, you open up yourself for that submission. So this is where either one of them could be a viable fantasy play because they want to get this one and they have some other good matchups as well.
I'm really interested to see how Davis Asare goes at it tonight. A lot of big boys in front of him. The 8th match of the evening, Davis Asare versus Chris Wojcik, B-Team, new wave matchup. A lot of fire there. Boys, I'm all fired up, TJ. I'm sure you are too, up at the big boss table.
Oh, for good reason. There's a lot to get excited about. Thanks, guys. We'll check in with you as our night progresses. Some huge matches there. You never know which one might make or break your season and get you in the playoffs or lead you to a $100,000 payday. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule and talk a little bit more about the matches that we will see here on match day 1. It's a ton of jiu-jitsu, and they were talking about that Intrana team, a little bit lighter weight guys. They got a tough schedule in front of them, but we'll see how they start the week.
You know, what's one of the matchups that I haven't heard anybody mention that I'm the most excited about? I think they're not mentioning it because their names are so hard to pronounce. Andre Porfirio versus Marcin Machulovic. Y'all like that? The Alabama boy coming in with Marcin Machulovic. I love this kid. I got a chance to train with him when we were in Warsaw, Poland. And as soon as we got off the mat, I was like, I have to have you. I'm flying this dude over for the PGF. That kid's a killer, but he's going against Andre Porfirio. Both these guys are actual 205ers. They both cut weight to be here. Both these dudes are killers. Watch that matchup right there.
You found a grappler in Poland, but could you find Poland on the map right now?
Oh,
Oh, really?
No.
Okay, all right. It's good not to lie, B-Mac.
I could.
Let's take a look at the rules for PGF because it's a long season. It's all about points, and it's all about effective jiu-jitsu, kills, and breaks. That's the only way you're going to find yourself in the playoffs. B-Mac, why don't you explain what a kill and a break are?
Well, any choke or also a neck crank, we call those a kill. So you're going to get 6 points towards the playoff for that. 3 points for any joint lock, ankle lock, arm lock, shoulder lock, knee bar, even a wrist lock. 3 points, okay? And then any submission that you get in less than a minute is going to put an extra point on the board for you. If it goes to a draw after 6 minutes, neither athlete gets points towards the playoff. And now the top 8 point scorers, regardless of which team they're on, are going to be seeded into the playoffs. That's what goes down on Friday on UFC Fight Pass.
Yep, and our regular season team is going to cash in on that $100,000 payday, one of the biggest paydays you're going to find in professional grappling, and it all starts here tonight. And stalling is a big thing. Jason was calling it out for you, B-Mac. You will not tolerate any silly business where guys aren't engaging.
No, we don't want anything to do with that. We're trying to put together something that's fun to watch, okay? This is not really a contest to find out who has the best technical jiu-jitsu. We're trying to see who can take what they know about jiu-jitsu and win this game that we've put together. If you get 3 stalling penalties during the course of the match and it still goes to a draw, the athlete with the most penalties, that guy is going to give up 2 points to his opponent. And if you get 5 penalties over the course of a 6-minute match, we're stopping the match right there and we're throwing you, get out. You're not here to put on a show. Get off the mat, and the other guy gets 2 points. If you do get called for stalling, we have a 20-second shot clock. If that shot clock expires, you're going to the bottom of referee position. It's a position, if you're familiar with collegiate and high school wrestling, you're going to be familiar with that position. And we put you in that position because it's closer to getting scored on.
Yeah.
We're looking for points in the PGF.
Not only going to put them in a bad position, but you also called it out yesterday in our first meeting with the athletes. You expect the person to feel a little bit of shame for getting called?
Yeah, we're throwing a flag, we're blowing a whistle, we're stopping the action. We're going to make you feel like a goober for not throwing, not bringing the action, you know?
Absolutely. So it's match day 1 here in Las Vegas. Our first block is just around the corner, but B-Mac, something's not feeling quite right before we start. Why don't you make it right? There we go. PGF World Season 7 starts right after this.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
PGF World Season 7 powered by Once Upon a Coconut. It's match day 1, and it's time to get the jiu-jitsu action started. We go out to the mat to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Professional Grappling Federation Season 7. 4 teams, 1 prize. A shot at $100,000. And it all starts right here, right now. Tonight, these athletes will step onto the mat, ready to battle with everything they've got. Who will rise to the occasion and set the pace for Season 7? We're about to find out right now. Our first athlete coming to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers making the walk. He represents First Form, headed by Coach Roger Gracie. Kyle Chambers, a guy that we've seen plenty of times before. BMAC, very unique style on and off the mat, for that matter. He's fancy dressed yesterday.
He looked good for the draft, didn't he?
Yeah.
Man, look at that hair. I wish I had any hair, but if I did have hair, it would be that hair.
Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera representing New Hope Regeneration. Can they regenerate hair?
Not for us.
Oh, okay. Ernesto Rivera shouted out yesterday by Kevin Sherrill as one of the dark horses of Season 7. He gets his opportunity to make a huge splash when he takes on the 10th Planet product in Kyle Chambers. All right, it's time for our first match here to get underway. Season 7 starts now here in Las Vegas.
I'm so nervous, TJ.
I mean, how do you think Weird Al Yankovic feels?
I think he feels bad.
That's actually not Weird Al.
Yeah, that was Michael Jackson, sorry.
No, that's...
Here we go.
I was talking about Heath Nazareth.
All right, Chambers pulls guard right off the bat, and Rivera coming in looking to pass. Be interesting to see. Neither one of these athletes has ever competed in the PGF before, so I'll be interested to see what kind of strategy they play. Kyle has a very crazy, eclectic game, and Ernesto is opting to try to pass from the feet. That's exactly the kind of thing that Kyle's looking for. He wants you to pass from the feet. He enters the legs so well.
And again, it's all about action here at PGF. Our regular season match is just 6 minutes in length.
Look how flexible Kyle is and how relaxed he is, like through the hips. Ernesto goes to try to control his legs and move him around. And Kyle just doesn't offer him any tension to be controlled with. So it's not really offering Ernesto a great way to steer him. Ernesto dropping down, though, and he's going to have to play into this Z guard here. Okay, so already it has started. The first warning goes to Kyle. Kyle has the underhook here. Oh, and this is one of his best setups. Ernesto going to have to be careful. Here's an entry. Already there. Knee line slips, but Kyle does get a sweeping opportunity out of it. Let's see what he does with it.
You're holding on to that left leg of Rivera is Chambers. Now Rivera going to come out on top.
All right, back to the center they go.
Now, we heard that warning already for Chambers. Explain to everyone at home, BMAC, who's going to get the stalling warnings and how do you avoid them?
Well, it's going to be whoever's trying to move the game forward. That's the guy that's not going to get called for stalling. If at any point it feels like you're not moving the game forward, that you're not the aggressor, we want both guys to be the aggressor. So whoever feels like they're not the aggressor, that guy's going to get at least a warning, an admonition from our officials. And if they get a warning, then they're going to start that shot clock. And then they got 20 seconds to get what we call a deep shot, which not necessarily a wrestling shot. It's just a powerful or a strong offensive movement. And now the shot clock goes out on Ernesto because they didn't feel that he was trying to progress the pass.
Trying to get busy. It's hard to clear the legs, though, of someone like Kyle Chambers.
Well, it's hard to pass his guard when you're not being pushed. And now look at this. Chambers has the inside position. He's got a deep grip over on the far side. Oh, look at that posting on his head. And here's his entry. He's got the leg. Ernesto does a good job. Take that foot and peel it off of his hip. Kyle hanging on to a grip around the ankle. It's not too much danger just yet.
Just past the halfway point of this match.
Ernesto trying to step around. Got to watch that backside entry. Very good awareness, though, by Rivera. Man, this would be a big statement by Rivera if he could, man, especially if he could find a win right here. But even to take one of the top guys like Chambers and take him to a draw, I think would actually be a big statement about the kind of athlete and kind of player that Rivera is going to be this week.
It's not something we often say. A draw technically is the same as a loss here in PGF, but we're very early on in the season, and I think a lot of these athletes, some of the lesser known guys to the field and maybe to fans at home, they're trying to earn that respect and going out there and showcasing and surviving and doing big things would make a statement here early.
Yeah, and you said something that we've been saying for a long time. A draw is a loss in the PGF. They both get you 0 points towards the playoff. So you might as well take the risk to move forward offensively, Oh, now Ernesto's starting to get a little deeper on a pass. He's got that camping position. Kyle moving back out of bounds, and let's see what they do with it. All right, they're going to reset him back to the middle. That was a nice offensive play by Ernesto. Bring him back to the middle.
Under 90 seconds remaining here in our opening match of this first block.
Both the guys have got to be careful in that position there where there's kind of just, they're not even to the jockeying for position point. Oh, look at this, starting to get around in the north-south position. Ernesto's got the pass. Settles in on the pass. That's a big moment here for Ernesto. Kyle exposing the back, rolls through. Ernesto stays pass, controlling the hips now.
.45 seconds remain here.
Oh, here's the back take. Not a lot of time. Let's see if he can do something with it. First hook is in. Here comes the second hook. Ernesto trying to make a move right here. There's the second hook. Full back take now for Rivera.
Short time, 20 seconds remain.
Body triangle.
Trying to make something happen here is Ernesto Rivera. 10 seconds now.
Nice job by Chambers. Oh, he tries to enter a leg as time's starting to expire. All the way to the mount.
And that's a wrap. We go the distance. Both men offensively minded, but unable to grab a submission. And this match will end in a draw. We go to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
First one in the books for Ernesto Rivera and Kyle Chambers. We'll see them twice more here tonight. B-Mac, your thought on our first match of Block 1 on night 1?
I thought that was a big statement by Ernesto, showing that even though he was an alternate and because of an injury, he got brought in sort of at the last second. This was just a week ago. Hey, you're going to be on the main roster. But he just made a statement that he belongs out here with one of the guys who I felt was one of the guys that was going to be one of the top point scorers during the course of the season in Kyle Chambers. Ernesto passed his guard, took his back, mounted him right there at the end. Ernesto's here to put some points on the board.
And both guys went for some offense in the final 30 seconds. We saw that back take. We saw Chambers fishing for a leg. And again, we'll see him 2 more times tonight. So both have 2 more opportunities to capture some points here on night 1 of PGF World Season 7. All right, time for our next match of this first team matchup in Block 1. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our next match of the evening, representing First Form, Paul Ardea.
Paul Ardea had the luxury of being the first athlete up for bid yesterday at the draft. Now he makes the walk for his first match of Season 7. And again, representing that First Form team coached by Roger Gracie. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider, another athlete who found his way into the regular season relatively late. And sometimes I think that can be good for athletes. Less time to think about what's in front of them. Just go and get it done.
Yeah, but the problem is that what's in front of him right now is Paul Ardea, who a lot of people, myself included, had sort of at the number 1 spot on their projections. Paul, very highly decorated athlete, multiple-time ADCC trials champion. He's been on the big show at ADCC so many times, and he's a finisher, and he's got a very diverse game. Strong wrestler, but look, he comes out and pulls guard. He's got a very serious leg lock game. He's already got a strong entry. He's going to be looking for the break under a minute here. Here's the inside heel. Brad hiding it. Oh, there it is. Oh,
there
my
it is.
goodness.
Nicely done. First points of the season racked up by Paul Ardea. He gets the break and does so under a minute. So 4 points racked up for him and his First Form team. Nicely done on a mission, and he gets the submission and points for his effort. Stephen Aiken, make it official.
And your winner with a break, adding the elbow genie point, Paul Ardea.
Paul Ardea with the quick submission, and just like that, the first points of the season belong to First Form, a highly respected team after draft day 1, and for good reason. Look at this.
Oh, man, check that out. And now look right here. Paul goes to try to expose the heel, and boom, right there. You can see he's already got the exposure on the heel, and he goes belly down with that thing. Man, that was strong work by Paul Ardea. Strong work. It took him a second to dig the heel out, but once he got there, it was just formality.
Absolutely. Solid stuff for Paul Ardea, now on the board with 4 big points for his campaign here at PGF World Season 7. Time for our third match of the first team matchup in Block 1. Stephen Aiken, we go to you for the walk of our next athlete.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
Kyle Bame, a man that needs very little introduction, finds himself on Roger Gracie's First Form team. See what he can do here tonight in his first match of Season 7. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken, the CJJ and EBI champion. Man, it feels like we're at the main event already tonight, and it's just our third match of our first block.
I mean, this is a super fight. This is the main event, like jiu-jitsu pay-per-view right here, and it's happening on the first night, the third match. There is no telling how this plays out.
Guys, when the whistle blows free, so we get an easy reset.
And if you need to remind yourself that this is a 205-pound season, look no further than these two guys.
Chambers pulls guard first. Ryan is going to have to approach this guard very carefully. But, man, the thing is, Ryan is a winner in every rule set that he competes in. I have zero doubt that his coach, Sean Applegate, of course, Sean is Elijah Carlton's coach. He's Kevin Buring's coach. These are athletes that have both had major, major success in the PGF format. So I know that Sean has him prepared, but look at this, already starting his passing, and he's passed the guard of Kyle Chambers very early, and that is no easy feat, let me tell you.
Kyle Bain flat on his back here, trying to move.
Oh, what a statement this would be.
If we talk about the style of Aiken and what it would be like in this PGF format, he's aggressive early.
Yeah, I was a little worried that Ryan might come out and play a little bit slow, but he understands the assignment. He's out here to try to pass this guard, try to score these points. Oh, and Kyle's got a warning from the bottom position already.
Obviously, a lot of matches for each grappler throughout our regular season. You want to try to get points. These would be big points because this is one of the tougher matches, you know, as far as ranking is concerned for either gentleman.
The shot clock is on. There's 13 seconds. It's on against Kyle Bain. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Ryan passes the guard, and they're going to reset that shot clock because he was able to complete the pass. That's 2 passes already inside of 2 minutes for Ryan Aiken. And you can hear Elijah Carlton. Kyle being called from action from the bottom position. They will not let you just shell up and play defense. You're going to have to take a risk. And in the PGF, the stalling is always going to be called on the guy who's in the bad position.
Right.
We want him to have to force himself to take risk. Like, you're going to have to put yourself at risk in order to get out of the position. The onus is on the bottom player in this.
We've seen that in the past where a guy will be on bottom mount and he gets, you know, the shot clock put on him and he kind of throws his arms up in frustration. But you're right, you have to force the defensive man to take a risk and improve their position.
Ryan working this pass again. And you can hear these athletes are working hard. Oh, and here comes the first flag.
First flag of the season thrown on Kyle Bain.
And if you're Kyle Bain is on your fantasy team, you just lost a point on your fantasy team. By the way, pgf.global to play the fantasy.
Do you draft a team?
I did. I have a secret team with a secret name.
Interesting.
I called it TJ's Turds.
Of course you did.
That's the first time I've ever said turd on a broadcast, I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully it's the last. One hook in here for Aiken. Past the halfway point.
Aiken working hard.
Ooh.
There's the hook, there's the body triangle. 2 minutes, 45 seconds to work. That's a lot of time to have Ryan Aiken on your back.
We've seen Aiken have the back of many a men in our time calling his matches, and it's not a fun place to be, and he's got a lot of time to work here, 2.5 minutes.
With that EBI Absolute, he had the back of the jiu-jitsu giant, Big Dan Monasoyo, and he put him away in that position. I mean, he's a huge guy. He's much, much larger than Kyle Bain, and Kyle is in danger of getting another stalling call. Ooh, Ryan's starting to work. He's starting to get deep on it. Watch out. Oh, Bain barely saved himself right there. And they're putting the pressure on Bain to work and try to get out of this position. The referees are on Bain.
And 2 minutes is an eternity for Kyle Bain to try to survive this back attack from Ryan Aiken. Full body triangle, locked on Kyle Bain by Ryan Aiken. Touch over 90 seconds remains. Ooh, switching off
to the arm lock. Oh,
wow.
You know what? I like that he took a risk right there, though. That shows. I think Ryan has shown all of us that he's going to be a serious factor in this. I was a little worried that he was going to come out and play slow, that he was going to take him a while to find his groove, but he's coming out here and putting the pace on Kyle Boehm. He's forced a stalling call out of Boehm. He's taken his back, past his guard multiple times.
Yeah, it's been pedal to the metal for Ryan Aiken. And, you know, the PGF format, it's going to force guys to do that.
Oh, my goodness. We got another stalling call coming. That's going to be Boehm.
Referee position now, once again, for Aiken.
40 seconds, 42 seconds. Ryan, set up.
Hey, we got 1,300 people chiming in right now on the PGF World YouTube. I'm watching these comments. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about these stalling calls, about this flag. Do you like it? Do you hate it? I'm not changing it, but I would like to know what you think.
Coming up here on potential side position for Aiken. Unable to secure that back. 30 seconds left.
Kyle able to save himself from that position. And Kyle's got to be careful. If he gets another stalling call, then if when the match ends, if you've got 3 stalling calls, dude, the other guy gets 2. That's a DQ.
Wow.
So he's working a little bit now. Starting to sit up, throw his legs through, but he's got to be very aware.
Time's going to expire here. These guys go the distance, no points awarded, but a strong statement early from Ryan Aiken. You mentioned he clearly knows the assignment, and he was all aggression there in his first PGF Season 7 match. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match goes to a draw.
Looking at these guys, obviously breathing heavy. Some work was put in. Ryan Aiken, a standout in other formats. We called his CJJ Worlds title victory, his EBI Absolute Championship victory earlier this year. Some questions potentially about what kind of style he was going to bring in this, you know, very aggressive short time regulation period to work. And I think he answered a lot of questions, BMAC, in that match, despite not getting any points.
He answered all of my questions, all of the concerns that I would have had coming in about Ryan and how he was going to approach this thing. I feel like he played that absolutely perfectly. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better performance. One of the things that that Kyle was saying is that I love the PGF format because it's going to force everybody to come down here and pass my guard, and nobody can pass my guard. Ryan Aiken just passed it twice in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was serious business there by the CJJ and EBI champion who is hanging out on the mat. I think we're going to catch up with him. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
I'm here with Ryan Aiken after a really strong match against Kyle Boehm. You really set a strong pace on him, passed his guard a bunch of times, had to look at a few submissions, still ended up with 0 points, man. How are you feeling after that?
Disappointed. I suck at the rear naked choke, so is what it is. I'm trying. I'm freaking trying. I'm going to get that rear naked choke by the end of this season.
I believe in you, Ryan. How many the next 2 matches you got coming up, how many more points?
Huh?
How many points for the rest of the night?
Let's see.
2 matches, you could have like 14.
So, yes, 14.
That's how the math works.
Let's freaking go.
All right, he's a little winded, guys. We're going to let him catch his breath, get ready for his next match. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I was thinking 14, how does that work when a kill is only 6? But he's right. You can get
Under
that
a minute.
under a minute.
Yeah,
So
under
we've
a
already
minute.
seen 1 elbow genie point awarded tonight.
A lot of people's top 3, my top 3, Aiken, Boehm, Ardea. We've seen them all in the first 3 matches, and only one of them is on the board, Paul Ardea, and he's on the board with almost no energy expended. Look what these last 2 guys just had to do. You heard it, Ryan out there breathing. He's not used to having to push for that 6 minutes. Let's see how that plays out. It's going to be a factor for this long, grueling Shark Week.
All right, let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken ready to welcome our next athletes in our first team matchup of this first block on match day 1.
Our next grappler coming to the mat, representing First Form, Dory Own.
Dorian making the walk, representing First Form. Got to think that he feels good about his team, already having points on the board. He would like to follow in kind in his first PGF Season 7 match. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
The Mantis, Travis Thomas, he is a points machine. He had a standout breakout season in Season 5. He would love to do that once again here at Season 7. And not only was he able to get submissions, BMAC, it was multiple different, varied submissions. It was never the same game shown on the mat time and time again by Travis Thomas.
Travis is one of the most special athletes that I've ever had the privilege to work with. And he is, like you said, he's good everywhere, and he's good at, it seems like he's good at every submission. But Dory, I mean, he's here for a reason, dude. This guy's a real winner. Look at that nice single leg pickup. Travis flips him through, though, countering, going for the high elbow guillotine. Oh, he's got to be very careful here. Travis has a deadly anaconda choke game. He's got those long arms, too. Look at how well he folds the head. Oh, nice reversal there by Dory, taking advantage.
Now back to the feet. Dorian.
Great opening exchange. The opening minute of that was fantastic.
He was learning real quickly why Travis is a problem here on the PGF mat. First minute down here.
Yeah, if you're watching this at home and you're like, you know what, I'm good at jiu-jitsu. I just want you to remember, when you watch Travis Thomas, that kid's been training for 3.5 years. Makes me feel like an idiot, just to be honest with you.
I mean, he's good at jiu-jitsu, and he might not even be anywhere close to his best yet.
All right, the shot clock is on for both guys. Travis pushing him out of bounds.
Reset here in the center of the mat. They're going to put him back inside the clinch. And this is something that you taught me, BMAC. You are always trying to win the reset.
Oh, sorry.
Little gamesmanship here, and this is where the referee needs to take charge, because both athletes are always going to say, I think I had this, I think I had that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not, what did Tito Ortiz, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Right, yeah.
And Travis able to stop that shot. That was a pretty good shot by Dory, though. Travis trying to snap him down, and he jumps on the head again. Oy, nice play by Travis. Dory stays on his feet.
Seeing a battle here early for position. Dorian was aggressive early in the match, almost got his neck wrapped up for his troubles, and now we're seeing a wrestling match on the feet.
Looks like Travis is trying to set him up for a slide by. Dory with a little level change. A lot of action in this match.
We're past the halfway point.
Travis jumping on the head again, but he got dropped down to the wrong hip there. Moving into his, and we're going to get to see Travis's guard. We're going to get to see Dory's pass in just a little bit.
Allen stands back up. Now goes back down.
Dory to the feet, looking to pass.
Allen trying to pass that guard of Thomas, unable to do so thus
Double
far.
underhooks from Dory. Travis trying to counter, reaches the underhooks in for a triangle.
2 minutes left to work here.
Dory does have his right hand on the inside, but the elbow is out. We'll see what Travis can do with this. He starts to lock, but not quite there. He's going to switch to the reverse triangle here. I think that's the right play. Having trouble locking it in, though. He's locked on his foot. That means it's not that secure. Dory probably going to be able to pull out of this.
Could he try to...
That's much better now. Travis starting to cut an angle. Going to use that to sweep. We might see him switch off to a regular side triangle here. Travis looking for the kill.
90 seconds left here for the Mantis to make something happen.
Oh,
Out
now
on
he
the
needs to switch
defensive.
back to the other side for that regular triangle. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a big statement if Travis Thomas can put this away. Travis punching the fist into the throat. Dory's looking to survive. Lifts him, nice job by Dory. Great survival, but Travis showing exactly how dangerous he is out there.
1 minute remains. The Mantis back to his feet, shoots in for a takedown. Hard takedown off the mat. We're gonna get a reset here in the center. A lot of drama, a lot of things happening here in this match, B-Mac.
This has been non-stop action. And Travis right back on the head again. Dory keeping that leg controlled, fighting off the darts, and look at that. What a great sweep by Dory. Uh-oh. Buggy choke may be coming from Travis. Not a lot of time for either guy here. Travis with a nice recovery.
Even threatening with that buggy tells you everything you need to know about the offensive mindset of Travis Thomas.
Yeah, he's looking to finish from every position.
15 seconds left. Send it.
Looks like time is going to expire. Thomas gonna finish in top position, but an action-packed match. It ends without any points, but high on entertainment value. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Good job, guys. Let me get the ankle bands back from you.
Well, we said draws are the equivalent to a loss here in PGF, but I think we all won watching that one. That was a phenomenal match with action from beginning to end.
Yeah, very strong work by both guys, really. But, man, how impressed are you with Travis? I mean, I know we've already seen Travis so much.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look, let's not pretend that I'm not biased.
Sure.
Which is why I can't be over there at the referee table, right? Like, I can't really be involved in the matches, but, man, Travis is so good.
He is. And, I mean, you know, we've seen him shine before. You know, PGF had this big step up, and, you know, despite not getting any points, he proved that he belongs here. And because Dorian, he's no slouch himself.
But Dory's the man.
Yeah.
Dory's the man. He's down.
I'm down with Dorian. You down for another match?
I am.
Let's go. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Adam Bradley making the walk here for his first match of Season 7, representing First Form, led by Hodger Gracie again. Their team already on the board here in Season 7. He would like to close out this block by getting some more points. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd, a little bit bigger since the last time we saw him here on the PGF mat, but he's growing all the time, not only size-wise, but his skills in jiu-jitsu. It's been said that he's the most improved grappler here at PGF, and he would love to showcase those improved skills in Season 7.
I mean, a lot of people definitely feel like if you're Adam Bradley, this has to be a winnable match. This is a match that you have to score on. Bradley was definitely one of the favorites, though, for a lot of people coming in. Look at that, Bradley trying to standing wrist like he thought he was Steven Seagal for a second. Ooh. Hey, you know what? This pace right here, they're both going to have to turn it up, or the referees are going to be all over them. 2-on-1 here by Bradley. Cam gets him out of there. Cam, a D1 wrestler. I mean, this guy, when he first came to us with the PGF, he was a purple belt, but really the majority of his offense was he was a great wrestler and a great top player. But he has turned into a real monster out there. And look at that single leg. Nice dump. Bradley has a very tricky guard, though. He's playing this De La Riva, trying to slip around towards the back. Oh, look at this. Cam Hurd going to try to counter to the legs, but Bradley coming up on top. What a play! Adam Bradley, Cam Hurd fending him off.
Oh,
Bradley
wow.
all over him. Look at this rolling.
Oh, my.
Rolling front headlock, and look at Cam Hurd on the attack. Wow. Cam Hurd showing why he keeps getting invited back to the PGF.
Well, scrambles like that was awesome. You mentioned that D1 background of Cam Hurd. It's on display there with his positional grappling and the grinding mindset of Cam Hurd. You know, his attitude and the way that he approaches the season, like that wrestling just benefits him so much in this PGF gauntlet, if you will.
Well, Cam is willing to give everything to every match, and we've seen him do it. He goes out there and just totally sacrifices his body, his health, his safety, just to advance a position sometimes, and just to put on a show for everybody. And that's why we keep bringing him back.
2 minutes down.
PJ Montano trying to get in the way.
Going to get a reset here in the center. Bradley back to his feet. Ooh, tried to slide him by, did Hurd.
And I heard the admonition from Cam's corner. He said, hey, the shot clock's going to come soon. Just stay on him. And I think they're right. I think they're right. You know, every other season I've gotten involved and kind of pushed the referees to, but we've spent so much time in the off season this time trying to get our officiating down and get it exactly the way we want. We trained these guys all through the off season. We ran them over and over through those qualifier matches. And I'm totally out of the way. Got to let them do their thing. Here's Bradley on a leg, though. Cam trying to slip the knee line. And there it is. They're going to reset it.
You mentioned the shot clock in the admonishments for stalling. I remember last year, I think it was day 2, B-Mac, you just told everybody in the room, y'all are going to hate me today. We're going to be aggressive with that stalling. And now you don't need to say anything. I think there's a good understanding from the officials, Matt's side, of what is expected from the athletes.
Yeah, I mean, first couple of seasons, I got to get this thing dialed in the way that Keelan and I and Zoe and Heather, the way that we see this thing ultimately trying to be. But I think we're there. Look at this guard power. Oh, nice reversal. Adam Bradley. Cam, got to be careful here. This is still a lot of time to work for Adam. Adam just laying in the cut, waiting for his moment.
And that's the thing I think PGF is changing, B-Mac. A lot of casual combat sports fans, they think that grappling is a slow game and can't be exciting, but that is just not the case.
Bradley working towards the back.
Shot clock's on, Hurd. Shot clock's on, Hurd.
Shot clock now on for Cam Hurd, who's on bottom. Touch over 90 seconds remain here in regulation.
Look at this. Kimura. Oh, he leaves his leg behind, though. I'm so impressed with Cam Hurd. Bradley, definitely one of the favorites coming into this. A lot of people felt like he was going to be for like a lock for the playoffs, and maybe even the guy who could come out on top in this, especially after his performance at CJI. Cam Hurd trying to get after the leg lock game, though. Gets his guard passed.
Inside the final minute of the match.
Cam going to try to get in on a leg. I think we're going to see Cam try to take a run at it here in this last couple of seconds. Cam wanting to wrestle up. Cam Hurd here to play ball.
Absolutely. You mentioned at the top of this match that many would expect Bradley to try to secure some points here in a favorable matchup, but Cam Hurd is not a man that anyone's going to be able to dunk on easily.
Well, Cam got a grip on that toe. We might see him just jump a rolling toe hold just for fun right here at the end. What'd I say?
I think he heard you.
Opoha.
Another fun match, no points awarded, but nice display of both gentlemen's skill sets. As we go the distance, Steve and Aiken make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
B-Mac, that was fun.
Yeah, that's a great matchup. I'm really, really impressed with Cam Hurd. He's just a different man than the one that we met in season 5.
Yeah, and that was just a year ago. You know, year and some change
Isn't that
ago.
crazy?
Yeah.
It's crazy how fast this thing has scaled into this. I mean, we were just in the Decatur, Alabama, in my gym. In season 2, in season 2, I bought 20 twin mattresses, and we didn't have enough budget to put everybody in hotels. I bought these like $60 mattresses off Amazon, and everybody slept in the gym for a week. That's a true story. And now look at what we're doing. This is crazy. What is going on in my life?
In a secret location here in Las Vegas, $100,000 prize on the line, and some of the best jiu-jitsu action you could ask for.
And I just appreciate all you guys watching so much. I really do. This is a dream come true for me.
Yeah, get at us on all our socials. Use the hashtag PGF7.
Yes.
And, man, we're in store for a fun week. First team matchup, was that the last match of that?
I don't know what's going on. I'm
think
just happy
so.
to be here. I don't keep up with it anymore. I just watch the matches. Say what you see. That's what you told me the first time we worked together.
That's true. That's
Say
true.
what you see.
All right, so time to move on here on match day 1 in Las Vegas. You are watching PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
We're ready for our second team matchup of the evening. First up to the mat, representing Intrana, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad knows what is necessary to take home the team prize at PGF World. He did so last season, and he hopes to do so again, this time representing Intrana, led by Coach Carlos Machado. Nathan Haddad ready to start his Season 7 campaign. Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
The Russian Nightmare making the walk, representing Dean Lister's Constellation Network. He's a 10th Planet product. He was a part of PGF Season 5, and tonight he returns ready to make an impact and hopefully score some points against another veteran in Nathan Haddad. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Haddad in the black with green, Nikolov in the black with blue.
Man, Fedor has put on some weight, dude. He looks big and strong.
And I believe Nikolov, did he get his black belt since last time we
This
saw
is his black belt debut. This is his first match as a black belt. That's right, TJ. Look at that. Nathan getting in on the leg. Fedor shuts him out very easily, though. A lot of people know Fedor is a rubber guard. Plays a 10th Planet guy. Plays rubber guard. Plays leg locks. Fedor's a wrestler, too. Don't forget, he comes from Russia. This guy knows how to wrestle.
Yesterday at the draft, said he was wrestling with bears. I think he said it tongue-in-cheek, but he's out there wrestling with Haddad now to start this match. Nikolov takes a seat.
Fedor, very good from this position, though. Nathan going to have to be very careful. A lot of Fedor's best setups come from right there, off of that Z guard.
Inside hand position, elbows tight. Don't move, guys. Come on. Elbows on the shoot. Action. Yep.
Nikolov back to the floor.
Inside that arm, Pedro. Inside arm.
Fedor controlling the head. Nathan and he's getting instruction from his corner. Switch side to side. Keep the game moving. Uh-oh. He has to be very careful right here. Nathan has to try to win this inside position. He does. Forces Fedor to abandon. Watch out. Here's the guard pass by Haddad. Knee on belly. Shucks that arm pass. Looking for that row drag maybe. Ooh, barely stayed alive.
Go forward, guys. Go forward. You're gonna do it. Go forward.
Fedor cut from the same cloth as Ben Eddy, who we saw last season. Everyone knows you want to avoid the rubber guard of Ben Eddy. You definitely want to avoid that of Fyodor Nikolov as well. But is he the same level of rubber guard player as a Ben Eddy, would you say, B-Mac?
Oh, watch out for this triangle.
Ooh.
Switching off to the omoplata. Going to be hard to control that omoplata and no-gi, but he does sweep with it.
Oh,
and a
my.
counter omoplata. What is going on?
An amazing sequence there.
What a run.
Wow.
I love it. I love it.
B-Mac, these athletes are bringing it to start night one of PGF World Season 7.
To answer your question, TJ, I don't know if there are rubber guard players out there at the level of Ben Eddy. Nice wrestle up here, but Fedor's rubber guard is of a very high quality. He's very good there. If he traps you in it and you let him get ahead of the dance,
right,
he's gonna dunk on you, though.
I'm still trying to process that omoplata to counter omoplata a moment ago. That was crazy. 2.5 minutes remain here in regulation.
Here's another pass attempt. That knee shield from Fedor, keeping the guard put together. Haddad not able to pass. They're calling for action on top. That kind of surprises me. Haddad really seems to be pretty active to me. Fedor digging for the underhook on the far side. Now switching back to the overhook. Haddad staying on him, though. And the shot clock is on Haddad. Ooh, he's going to step around into the mount here.
Underhook. Roll the front headlock. Nate, you got to put the pressure. 1 and 20.
Overhook. And Fedor does a great job of grabbing that overhook and then getting into his rubber guard game. But Haddad's doing a really good job of winning the inside space. He's not letting Fedor go. Oh, watch out. Go clinch coming. This is Haddad could be in real trouble here. Haddad could be in real trouble here. Watch this figure four. This could be a finish right here. Less than a minute to go.
Minute is a lifetime to work here for Nikolov.
Switching off to the arm. Haddad rolls out. Fedor stays on it. Haddad survives. Wow. What a shot by Fedor. Very dangerous
that
rubber guard.
Looked to be in business for a moment, but Haddad survives. And again, anybody gonna play on the floor here with Fyodor Nikolov gonna look at a sequence like that and think about willingly play that game with him. Not wise to do.
And this is really Fedor's best rubber guard position. He's going to try to set up a dead orchard here. Haddad has to be very careful with his left arm, and he's starting to get put into the position here. Watch out if you're Nathan Haddad. Here comes that dead orchard. If the figure four goes on and the hand comes out, oh, this is bad news. 20 seconds to go. Fedor looking to put some points on the board. Here it comes. Haddad's in big trouble. Here's the extension on the arm.
10 seconds left.
Oh, he saves the arm at the last second.
5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Hold. 5 секунд осталось. Федор, 5 секунд. 1 секунда.
Haddad gets through some very dangerous sequences with the Russian Nightmare. Again, no points, but what a match that was. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
What a way to kick off PGF World Season 7. BMAC, we do have some points on the board, but these matches that are not delivering in points are delivering tenfold in entertainment value.
Well, the referees that stalling penalty keeps them pushing. It keeps the athletes pushing. And man, look at what we still got in front of us here. There's a lot of action still coming our way.
I mean, it's amazing when you look at the season matches. kind of gets lost in the shuffle, some of these matches that are really worthy of being super fights if it were a single, fight sort of card. And yeah, BMAC, it's always just one step closer to crowning a team championship, but it's phenomenal to see these matches. You don't necessarily think about these individual matches. We get treated to multiple main events, it feels like, on any given night.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already seen Kyle Bain versus Ryan Aiken tonight, and to me, if they had not faced off in this format, that could have been a pretty slow-paced match, but the referees absolutely would not let Kyle sit back and play a reactive game. They forced him to keep moving, and let's go to this replay right here. Now, check this out, TJ. You see how Fedor, he's got that figure four locked up, and he's got both arms trapped on the inside. But this is the key to this thing, TJ. Right here, it's the position of this elbow. Because that elbow's on the outside of the lock, he's not able to extend and get it. But if that elbow starts to slide back towards the center position there, that's where it starts to fade into trouble. But because Ethan was able to keep it on the outside, he was able to avoid that dead orchard and eventually posture up. But watch this right here. Oh, well, that was the end of the play. I would love to see, like, the beginning of that sequence when he started to get the extension on it. That's what I'd love to see. Hey, TJ, that was my first time trying to use the telestrator. What'd you think?
Job well done. We see the evolution of PGF continue to grow, and that might be my favorite glow-up, if you will, as well. I like the green color. It's nice.
This is my glow-up right here. Is the shiny head.
Can you actually draw some hair on me later, maybe?
Yeah, I could do that.
That'd be great.
Make it happen, Keelan.
All right.
Oh, hey, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. This is it right here. I'm practicing my telestrator right there. Oh, my goodness. That elbow in the middle position right here. See the difference? Before it was over here on the outside. Now it's in the middle, and that's where Fedor starts to get an extension on it, and he almost had it. He almost had it. Get it, TJ?
Yeah.
So look, see how that elbow slips to the outside?
Had enough of trying to survive, and
yeah,
he did.
I'm just so excited to play with this telestrator. I got to be honest with you. This is the happiest day of my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with me here dragging you down?
That's why it's so happy.
Oh. I like you, B-Mac.
Thanks, Tej.
I also like PGF World Season 7, and our action continues. We're going to go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Entrana, Andre Porfirio.
Andre Porfirio ready to make his official PGF debut. He represents Entrana, led by Carlos Machado. Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Machulovic.
Did you hear the way Stephen Aiken said Machulovic? That was good. There's practice there.
Yeah, he's been practicing. This is a killer matchup. This is one of my most anticipated matchups of the entire first day. I think a lot of people, maybe you guys in the comments, not aware of how good Marcin is. He's an ADCC Trials champ. He won the European Trials, and he looked awesome doing it. The problem is he's got Andre Porfirio in front of him. And Porfirio is a serious problem. He's got a great straight ankle lock, one of the best Aoki locks in the biz. And he's already going to be looking to make his play. Oh, look at that. Marcin stepping around, looking for a knee bar early. He's got the exposure, passes it around to the outside. And because they're in such a tight position over on the outside of the mat, the ref's going to let them continue. Passes back and forth, goes the leg. Now Marcin controlling the second leg. Oh, looking for this Z-lock. The submission is on. Andre could be in trouble. Oh, Marcin in under a minute.
Polish power indeed gets the submission over Andre Porfirio. Andre back to his feet.
Well, I hope Andre's okay.
What a statement made by Marcin. 4 points with the break and the extra point for it being inside a minute to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, securing the elbow genie point, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Machulovic.
What a PGF debut match for Marcin Machulovic, able to wrap up the break and BMAC, you found a gem in Poland, and he's shining tonight here in Las Vegas.
I told you guys. And now check this out. Right here, it's the grip that he puts on the foot. And he's controlling the ankle right here. Can we rewind it just a little bit, like a little bit earlier?
While we cue that up, let me just say that there's no front row seat in sports quite like the front row seat at PGF World. Here it is, BMAC.
Oh my gosh, he was out on the toes early in the lock, but then he slid down to control the ankle. While he was out on the toes, he didn't quite have the leverage that he needed, because as he pushed on the toes, it allowed the force to bleed out to the ankle a little bit. But then when he slid down and controlled him right at the ankle, he was able to push the entire leg, take that ankle joint out of the mix, and so he's pushing all the force out through the knee. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right there. You see how he's out right here towards the toes? But as the play continues, he slips his hand down here onto the ankle itself. And so the force is no longer bleeding out to the ankle. You see that? That's what gave him the finish right there.
Is the torque on the outside of the knee there?
It's essentially like an outside heel hook.
Okay.
Dude, it's brutal. The torque is like through the entirety of the knee. So you're basically doing an Americana.
Right.
And a lot of times, depending on the angle, like if the leg is straight, it bleeds more into the knee. But if the leg is bent, it's like an Americana on the hip, and the pressure bleeds out towards the hip itself. But that one looked like it was more on the knee, and so it's popping kind of the middle of the knee, but the force would really be bleeding to the MCL on the inside of the knee.
Porfirio was a bit ginger to get back up. Hopefully he is okay.
I hope he's okay. He might be the nicest guy on the entire roster, but, I mean, he might be nice from the sidelines for the rest of the week.
We'll find out. Developments to come later here tonight for Andre Porfirio, but what a win for Marcin. All right, our first block continues. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing Intrana. Make some noise for Davis Asare.
Davis Asare broke out in Season 6, immediately took the points lead on Night 1 and did not really give it back throughout, was able to make the playoffs, and tonight he hopes to follow in kind with his second run here in the PGF. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Chris Wojcik representing the B team. So we got that B team and New Wave rivalry.
Chris, can you put the band on for me?
See how it unfolds here in this matchup. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've got First Form right now with 4 points from their first team matchup. And right now,
guys, when I say stop, you hear the whistle.
we've got
so we
4
get
points
easier, so
racked
then
up
a couple steps back.
by Constellation Network. So points very important here as we continue through our first block.
This is a pretty interesting. Oh my goodness, quick slide by from Davis. This is a B team versus New Wave right here. Oh man, Davis in on a pretty good leg attack. I think they're going to have to reset him right there for sure. Davis, stand up. Yeah, good call.
Standing supine. Supine.
Chris probably has the best straight ankle lock, Aoki lock game in the world maybe right now. He's so good at it. Nice pass attempt by Davis. Chris moving backwards though. Of course, Chris just had that great run at ADCC.
Yeah, I got it exactly. Exactly. That's what I want to see. The leg. Grab the leg. Nice.
Reset back here in the center of the mat. Asare standing over Wojcik.
Heel on the inside. Turn your heel to the inside. Turn your heel to the inside. You're fine. Okay, grab his if you want. Rest the hands.
Davis attacking the leg. He's got a pretty good grip. He's got a good lever out there. Be crazy if he was able to hit the Aoki lock on Chris. And he's putting a lot of pressure on that foot. You can see a pretty big bend in the foot there. But because Chris is turning his knee down towards the inside, it's the force is not into. Now this is a little stronger. Davis bails on it, stands up, and he's going to try to pass. Chris with a wrestle up, shoves Davis over, and he's going to come up and try to pass now.
We'll put legs later. Later on legs. Go to half guard. Hips down. Establish. Establish.
You can hear Wojcik's coach, Dean Lister, probably the loudest coach of all of our coaches here at PGF, always giving instruction.
Yeah, well, there's a reason we brought Dean back. He was absolutely a pleasure to work with last season. Oh, Davis got to be careful here. A steam a lot coming. Davis has to be constantly mindful of where he puts his feet. And this is not a bad idea, actually, if you're Davis. Drag Chris down here into the closed guard. He can attack your feet from here. Well, I mean, he could stand up and do something crazy like throw his legs around, but he wants to break the guard. And now he sits back and he's got his first really meaningful grip. This is where he does his best work here.
Sorry, standing, trying to get free. He does.
Great job. Davis step into the inside.
2.5 minutes remain in the match.
Get on top again. There's 2:25 left. Okay. There you go. Leg. Right hand, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. You can reach with far leg. Yep. That's good. Now build up like a ladder. Next time you get that, switch off the other leg.
Davis sitting back on the ankle lock again. Oh, here's a knee crush. Little knee slice attempt by Chris, and that allows him to open up the ankle. Ooh, a little bit of pressure. Davis has to roll to free it. That was really cool what Chris did there. He attacked the knee slice to counter Davis's straight ankle to open up the free foot of Davis so that he could attack it and force Davis to roll out. That was like a multi-layered leg lock battle there.
This leg game has changed so much over the last few years in jiu-jitsu, and these guys are playing that game right now.
Chris controlling that Telehiva style hook on his left side, chooses to come up. Oh, here's an Estima lock. Davis has to invert to avoid it, and now Chris goes on the attack. Sitting back on his own straight ankle, and again, Davis has to roll out. Both these guys looking for it.
60 seconds left in the match.
Ooh, I thought that was a punch for a second. It's just a Rao drag attempt. Call that a Rao drag after Jason Rao, the way he shucks that arm past to try to pass the Z guard in the frame.
Keep moving, guys. 40 seconds left.
30 seconds now.
Now inside the final 30 seconds of this match.
30 seconds, David. 30 seconds, David. 30 seconds,
Points hard to come by this season, TJ. So much parity. There's an Estima lock again. Oh, the inversion not quite there for Davis, though. Chris staying on it. Now he starts to drop back. Let's see if he can bear down. See how Davis is reaching through, holding his own foot to try to save himself. Ooh.
Time expires. No points awarded. We go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Let me get the angle management.
Leg lock shootout between those two gentlemen, but no points awarded between Chris Wojcik and Davis Asare. Again, we will see them 2 more times tonight, but Constellation Network in business, they've got 4 points on the board, and we also saw First Form get 4 points on the board in our first team matchup in this opening block of Season 7. And as you mentioned, BMAC, points are very hard to come by, and they're very, very important.
Well, and points are going to be harder and harder to come by as the skill level in the PGF continues to rise. There's a lot of parity out here this year. Like, we definitely have 3 guys that everybody kind of felt were going to be the top 3. And then we got a couple of guys that everybody was kind of scoring and ranking towards the bottom, but everybody through the middle, probably the middle 15 athletes, middle 12 athletes. I mean, how do you make a call in any of the matches?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. All right, our matches continue here. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing Entrana, the most decorated athlete in PGF history, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Welcome back, the bad guy, Elijah Carlton.
The smiling version of Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, where's the middle finger? I don't know what's happening. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, there he goes.
On brand.
He can't go full baby face.
Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
The confidence stroll from Sebastian Attard as he makes his way to the PGF mat for his first match of his Season 7 campaign, and he finds himself standing across for the most decorated man in PGF history, Elijah Carlton. TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas. It's match day 1 of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
And these guys have matched up before, and by both of their admissions, it was a match that Elijah dominated in regulation, but lost in EBI overtime to Sebastian. So Sebastian actually has a win over Elijah, but even Sebastian said to me, well, he dominated me and I beat him in overtime. And check it out, Sebastian playing heavy on the top of the guard of Elijah Carlton, trying to split out and move into a half guard position. Elijah, very good here. Elijah's triangle is statistically the best weapon in the history of the PGF, and look at that. Hey, I'll tell you something else. Elijah is a very good top player. We don't get to see it all that much because he is so good at his guard and he plays such a relaxed style. But when he gets to the mount position, he is very good in this position. Very heavy and nice. Keeping escape, though, by Sebastian.
Attard staying on Carlton as well as the jabroni made his way back to his feet.
That's right. Grab a leg next time. Single leg. Grab a single. Just one leg.
Sebastian trying to push the pace. Really trying to make this a rough match. Trying to take Elijah out of his element. Elijah trying to get into his triangle game, though.
A lot of questions were asked about Carlton last season with the competition level stepping up in PGF. Would he be able to hang? He did so, making the playoffs and getting a big submission over Renato Canuto in those playoffs.
And Egghead wrote a great article. If you didn't get a chance to read it, it's on his blog about Elijah Carlton and how he's just constantly been counted out, especially as the PGF continues to get bigger and the talent level continues to rise, as the pressure continues to rise. Everybody keeps doubting Elijah, but he keeps coming through and finding a way to win. And I think a lot of people, they doubt Elijah because he doesn't really go and compete in other rule sets.
Right.
Like, you don't see him too much at the ADCC Opens. You don't really see him trying to go out and do IBJJF tournaments at all. But he just likes the PGF. He likes the way this game plays.
PGF's been pretty good for him, and he's been pretty good for the PGF.
The one time that I did see Elijah do an ADCC Open, he went to the finals and lost in overtime on a negative point to Oliver Taza. That has had a great match, is even arguable. And look at that, Sebastian trying to bury in, and Elijah just going full Jet Thompson, pushing his face away.
Push him down again. Push him down again. Push him off that.
Action on bottom. They're calling for action from Elijah.
Right at the halfway point here of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Sebastian doing a good job of making this a very physical match. Elijah wanted the leg lock entry. Oh, this is Elijah's play right here. Sebastian got to be very careful. He falls back on a leg.
Settle again, okay? That's fine. Do it again. Where's your hips? Push him down again. Yeah, that's right.
Sebastian constantly pushing forward.
Step around.
Falls back on a leg. Elijah frees his knee line very quickly. And he kind of laughs off that attempt by Sebastian. Sebastian just tried to grip it and rip it without having a real, I guess what you call a real submission in place. He's just going to see if he could steal something from Elijah.
Push him on his back. That's right. Get around that guard this time. You're doing fine. You have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Sebastian paused there, taking a bit of a deep breath with 2 minutes to go.
Shot clock yellow. Shot clock yellow.
All right, they just put the shot clock on Elijah. And he decides to stand and change the game. And I think that was a good idea for Elijah. There's the big shot.
Down. Get on top. There it is.
Good job by Elijah, recognizing that he had to make a change or he was going to get penalized. He changed the game up, forced Sebastian to be the one who took the shot. But Elijah, he is just kind of playing this reactive game here. He's got to be careful.
90 seconds here left of the
Elijah
match.
back on the shot clock now, 20 seconds.
We'll see if Carlton goes back to his feet or not.
Now Elijah looking for the sweep. Sebastian locking him up, though.
Here comes a flag.
Swapped his hands. What the fuck do you mean?
Carlton
There's the bad
complaining
guy.
about that Attard had basically locked his hands and wasn't trying to progress the position. So referee position to restart here. We'll see what Attard can do with this opportunity. Back underway. When he secures the
Sebastian
back.
works to the back, and he's got the body triangle. Elijah's going to have to fend him off for this last couple of minutes or last couple of seconds.
45
He's
seconds.
laughing.
40 seconds.
Sebastian thinking about switching off to this Kimura. He's going to switch to the arm here, TJ. There it is.
Got plenty of time to try to make it happen.
Sebastian's strong, and he's willing to spend everything to break this grip.
Might as well go for broke. Just 20 seconds remain in regulation.
And you can see him just gearing up to try to rip this arm. 15 seconds left.
Now 10 seconds remain.
Grip starting to
There's the rip.
break. Elijah saves it. He's going to have to fend off the triangle.
Short
4
time.
seconds.
3, 2, 1. All right, to make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded in that one. We saw a stalling penalty called on Elijah Carlton. Attard was able to get the back, unable to secure a rear naked choke, but a very good attempt at an armbar, but unable to secure that as well.
Yeah, unable to make it happen. So we come down to the last match of block number 1. Okay, Paul Ardilla and Marcin are the only guys that have managed to score a submission. And they both scored it, and this is what's crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody else could score at all.
Yep.
Both of these guys scored in under a minute.
Yeah, 4 points for both.
Team Constellation right now has 4 points for Marcin. First Form only scored 4. If Kamoy can score here, then Constellation wins. Or if Caleb Crump can come up with more than 4 points in his match, then Team Entrano would win the block, and whoever wins the block, everybody on the team gets an extra point towards the playoff.
All right, time for the final individual matchup of our first block. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our last match of block 1, making his way to the mat representing Entrana, give it up for Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump was a part of Season 6 of PGF World. He was an alternate, did not get to see any playing time. He returns here for Season 7, and now officially set to make his PGF match debut. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, give it up for Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson PGF Season 5 finalist. He is back here at Season 7. We'll see what he can do against Caleb Crump.
All right, guys, bring it in. All right, when you hear the whistler, stop, freeze. We're going to easy reset in the middle, a couple steps back.
I know for a fact Kamoy feels like he has to score and have a big first day. This is probably the day where Kamoy, looking at the schedule for the week, he's going to have his most opportunities to put points on the board. Kamoy, we just saw, I don't know if you saw some of the social media clips going out, but Eddie Bravo just said Kamoy might be, competition-wise, just statistically, he might be one of the best truck players on the planet. Caleb, though, got him flattened out pretty much with an underhook. Kamoy not quite flattened out. He's trying to fish for the lockdown with his half guard, but Caleb has a very nice head and arm control here. Not a ton of control on the head. Kamoy flat on his back. It's a bad place to be, stuck against a player like Caleb Crump. He's a very tough dude. Kamoy, nice job recovering back to his butterfly, but Caleb passes to the half guard on the other side. Really nice work there by Caleb Crump. Little deception as the half guard got replaced, it got passed on the other side.
Crump keeping that pressure down on Anderson. Crump trying to work that right hand in, and he bails on it.
Kamoy playing the lockdown. He's got the underhook. Here comes the electric chair attempt now by Kamoy. Nice job by Caleb using his left foot to undo that lace up that Kamoy had. But Kamoy still working with that underhook. Here comes a penalty. What's this going to be? All right, they're calling the penalty on Kamoy.
All right, Kamoy, bottom referee's position, facing camera.
Did you agree with that, B-Mac?
Doesn't matter if I agreed with it, really. But yeah, I mean, we want to see the action push, and it looked like maybe Kamoy was. The thing was, Caleb was pushing the action. I guess that's the thing.
Now Crump on the back here of Anderson. No hooks in yet.
This is a great opportunity here for Crump to prove why he got invited back. And he, you know what, he might try to take a run at this without the hooks, though, honestly, and that proves to be a mistake. He loses the back position, and this is where Kamoy does his best work, getting into the truck from this bottom side control position. And he uses it to sweep. Excellent work on the octopus guard. Excellent work by Kamoy Anderson. A lot of times you'll see Kamoy allow people to pass his guard just so he can try to get into the truck position.
3.5 minutes remain here with Anderson here in top, in side control.
Kamoy now moving out to the north-south position. Caleb working pretty hard here. But, oh my goodness, and here comes Kamoy trying to slide into his favorite position. Caleb avoids it. Got to watch out for this Darce choke of Kamoy Anderson. Caleb back to his feet. He's going to be very tough right here. Kamoy drags him down, ends up on the bottom.
Now Crump back in top position. Just past the halfway point of the match. Corner of Crump saying that Kamoy is tired and encouraging him just to smother him. Again, this is our final team matchup of our first block. 2.5 remains.
Kamoy getting into his play, and there it is. This is exactly the position that we called out earlier. Kamoy's going for the twister. He promised me a twister this week, TJ. Twisters are worth 6 here. He could win the whole block for his team with this one submission.
That would be huge if Anderson can make that happen. Touch over 2 minutes remain.
A lot of time to work here for Kamoy.
Crump's got that left arm of Anderson controlled.
Oh my goodness. Kamoy starting to isolate that arm. Watch the grip here. Kamoy deciding to trade off to attack the legs, but that could be a decoy. Oh, and Caleb Crump survives Kamoy's best position.
And Crump now immediately going on the offensive here. He passes the guard in side control. Crump survived a very precarious situation, and he is undeterred, getting back on offense with 1 minute remaining.
You got 1 minute, Caleb.
1 minute, Caleb.
You're doing great. Yes.
That's finished.
Attack that arm now.
Go for it, Caleb. 50 seconds. Go for it, Caleb. Go for it. Attack that arm. Attack that arm.
Shot clock called out on Kamoy Anderson.
Make it hot over there. Make it hot. 10 seconds. Hold him. Smother, Caleb. Don't let him go.
Kamoy now struggling, trying to push back to his side. Caleb not letting him up, and there goes Kamoy making an effort now. There it is, and he's looking for that same play again.
20 seconds remains in the match.
Nice. Watch your arm. Watch your arm. Hey, you got 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Go, engage. Take it to him. Nice, bro.
Caleb getting active out there.
Hey, way to stay in control, Caleb.
She did.
Good. Keep at it. You only got a couple seconds. Go for it.
Now time expires. Block 1 officially in the books. Solid effort
Great
by
match.
both gentlemen, and we go the distance to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Guys, let me get the ankle bands back. Good work.
Well, there you go. First block in the books here of PGF World Season 7, and both the First Form team and the Constellation Network going to have the block with 4 points each. So
what that
both
means
teams
then,
get a team point?
Yeah, that means that both teams, so everybody on Team First Form gets an extra point towards the playoff, and they all didn't get any points except for Paul. Paul scored 4. Paul now has 5. That means Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bame, Dorian, Adam Bradley, they all now have a point towards the playoff, but so does everybody on Team Constellation. Fedor, Wojcik, Attard, Kamoy Anderson all get 1 point, and Marcin, who won with that Z-lock in under a minute, he had 4, now he's got 5.
Biggest surprise of Block 1? Anything jump out?
You know what? This same thing happened the last 2 seasons. Block 1 is low scoring.
Right.
In fact, in season 6, the whole first day was pretty low scoring. And then you remember what happened on day 2? Everybody came out ripping. And day 2 was one of the highest scoring days we ever had in the history of the PGF. We'll have to see what happens here in block number 2. We got the New Hope versus Entrana matchup coming up. First Form versus Constellation. What are some of the killer matchups coming up? Oh, you know what? I'll be super interested to see what happens with Porfirio. Porfirio should have Brad Schneider here, but Porfirio may not even get to come out and play. We got that Entrana team. They got guys on the sideline. They got Abe LaMontagne and
right.
Chris Olivo on the sideline. Oh, man.
And you said the alternate draft could potentially be the X factor.
I didn't think it was going to happen in block 2, though.
Right, absolutely. We'll see if that is the case, as a lot is yet to unfold. We're talking about points being scored. Now let's check in with our guys over at the Fantasy Corner to see what's going on with points over there. Jason Anik standing by along with Egghead.
And you guys made some great points, even though we didn't necessarily get as many submissions. A lot of active grappling, not a lot of stalling to piss off BMAC. So what do we got, man? A couple finishes. Talk to me. Where are the points looking?
So definitely with our fantasy points, you obviously have the 2 finishers who both got breaks within the first minute, so they got the elbow genie points. So Marcin Machulovic, and you obviously got, Paul Ardea, both in the lead with 4 points. However, Nathan Haddad, who has that kind of dominant wrestling performance there, he's up there with 3 points, tied with Sebastian Attard, who also had a great showing positionally. Ryan Aiken also didn't get any points, for the PGF, but for fantasy, he bagged his manager's 2 points. We also have Ernesto Rivera and Cam Hurd also have 2, and then we got Travis Thomas, Elijah Carlton, Davis Asare, and Dory Allen all with 1 apiece. So pretty low scoring, even in the fantasy, but you're seeing the right type of style can get you fantasy points, even if they don't put points on the board for their PGF standings.
Yeah, and hit up pgf.global. For those of you that didn't get in tonight, take some, put your eyeballs on this thing, take a good gander at it, see what you like for tomorrow night. Block 2 coming up. Any thoughts, any fights that jump out at you? For me, number 14 on the night, Travis Thomas, Elijah Carlton. Give me all of that.
Everyone was looking forward to that. Everyone thought that was going to be the finale of season 5, and then Kamoy Anderson came out and spoiled it for everyone. He did a great job, but everyone's been looking forward to seeing that. They know each other. They have a good little bit of beef, kind of a fun beef, but yeah, that's going to be exciting as can be. I think Kyle Chambers, Fedor Nikolov would be a lot of fun too. 2 10th Planet guys from both trained together a little bit. One in 10th Planet Freaks in Oceanside, one in HQ. But just a lot of stuff. I think Adam Bradley and Kamoy Anderson, I thought both of them had a very good chance of getting a win in that first round. Neither of them did. They both got pretty close, but they both need to put points on the board. I think that's a big one as well to look at.
Yep, and Kamoy a little gas. Maybe Adam Bradley had a little bit more time, so we'll see what happens there. But block 2 creeping, excited. TJ, back to you.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you guys keeping track of those fantasy points. The fantasy game, it's just so many layers to PGF, so many layers to the fantasy game. Now, there's points for how they're actually performing in the mat, apart from just actually getting submissions.
Yeah, and people, one of the, I don't even want to say complaints, but one of the things that people feel like, it could be improved. I miss points in the match. Well, you got them.
Right.
Go play the fantasy. You got the points. But the only way to win the game itself in the PGF is to get the finish. And speaking of finishes, Andre Porfirio finished.
Really? Wow.
The Mountain, Abe LaMontagne taking the mat in block number 2.
Expect the unexpected here at PGF World. All right, we're talking about people that have points. Let's just recap real quick. Both first form as well as Constellation Network, they have points on the board. We recapped that a moment ago. So every athlete on both of those teams, because there was a tie, they're all getting an additional team point. And those team points are so important, come the end of the season when you've got the top 8 guys trying to get into the playoff picture. And, combat sports for the longest time, BMAC, has been a very difficult thing to try to make a team-based format out of, especially in, say, sports like mixed martial arts, where your individual records mean so much. In this, you can really feel that team dynamic come out and, show itself.
Well, and the team prize is the big prize.
Right.
That's the $100K. So you want to win the team, and so when your teammate goes out there and scores, it really means something to you personally. And when they go out there and they don't score in a match that they probably should have,
right,
it really means something to you, not just for your standings, but for your pocketbook.
Yeah.
And in jiu-jitsu, $20,000 is still a lot of money.
Absolutely. All right, we're talking about people that have points. A man who has points for his team in first phase is the coach, the manager of First Form. It is Roger Gracie. He is standing by with Alex Windley.
Yes, I am standing by with the GOAT himself, and you have a very stacked team this year. How much strategy did you have going in?
I got a lot of help from Matt, but I think we almost as we planned before. It was pretty good.
And you were returning from season 6. What was it about season 6 that said you want to come back for season 7?
It's a pretty exciting tournament to be part of it. This format, submission only, makes it super exciting. So it's like, yeah, it's awesome.
And one of your superstars, Paul Ardea, he got the submission in under a minute, and now his next matchup is going to be against Martin, who also got an elbow genie point. So what are you going to advise to him going into that matchup?
Just be himself. Has great jiu-jitsu. It's his technique is pretty good. Just go there and let's go.
And when you're thinking about the final 4 days, do you think that your team is going to come out as the reigning champs?
Of course, that's the hope. That's all we're hoping for. I think in the end, it's more about stamina too, because them a lot of fights every day. It builds up. So I think the last days is like who's been training the hardest. You'll count.
And when it comes to what you guys were doing in training earlier today, how was the energy? What was the practice like?
The energy was super good. Everybody's super motivated, super confident, and I think it's showing in the match. I think we had a pretty good run. We had one submission with Paul, but I think it's pretty balanced. We saw most of the fights they were in a draw. I think it's exciting to see. So.
Well, they definitely have a lot of guidance, and they are a strong, strong team at First Form. We have plenty more action coming up with PGF Season 7. For the GOAT, I'm Alex Wendling. We'll be right back after this break. Thank you.
The bullfight critics ranked in rows fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it.
John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's beaten every human being he's ever competed against. He's the GOAT.
You cannot deny the greatness, taking out champion after champion.
Most championship wins in the history of this organization.
Avoided no one, dominated everyone.
The greatest of all time and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. That certainly lays the foundation for a bout against the consensus greatest heavyweight of all time, Stipe Miocic.
The knockout power is phenomenal, but it's the heart that this man has.
He really wants to go down as the best ever. Stipe Miocic, come get a taste.
John Jones is back! The greatest mixed martial arts athlete we have ever seen. Stipe Miocic.
His success in the octagon has been nothing short of extraordinary.
I'll see you at the top. Iron Michael Chandler.
He is an absolute animal. This guy has power for days.
Charles Oliveira. The most decorated finisher in the history of the UFC.
Such a destructive force.
The world's most famous arena. Here we go.
One block down, 2 to go here in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis, along with Tim Freeman, who's getting the hot tag for BMAC, are actually going to continue right now, Tim. So let's go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our second block of the evening. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera back on the mat for the second time tonight here at match day 1 of PGF Season 7. He represents his team, New Hope Regeneration, headed by Pedro Sauer. Time for his opponent's walk. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad, representing Entrana. He is ready for his second match of the night. Tim, it is the gauntlet, and, you know, I think match day 1, it's still very early on, but, you know, when you take the mat for the second time in the night, I think you still very much feel that first performance, and this is where the gauntlet starts to kick in.
Yeah, I think you feel it for sure. Both these guys had pretty tough matches their first time around as well. A little bit similar stylistically, body types.
One sec, guys. Someone didn't start the...
Clock malfunction here, so we're going to make sure that we get restarted. Don't want to let these guys have too much time to work, Tim.
Catch that a little too late.
I mean, it's still very much a sprint. We can't let them work for 7 minutes, 8 minutes, so about 10 seconds into the match. And what's good about the stoppage there is they weren't really into any position or anything, so it's not like we're losing any sort of progression for either man. Now back underway. Rivera takes his seat.
Nathan's been pretty active with his top play and his passing the last 2 matches he's had here today. Looks like Rivera might be trying to get up underneath Nathan and elevate him possibly.
Trying to clear those legs is Haddad. Listening to the pre-show yesterday, Kevin Cheryl very high on Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, he's riding pretty hard with the home team guys here this week, which I think you have to because he's got to face them a little bit later next week. Looks like Rivera's in on a leg here.
And sticking with it is Rivera. See what Haddad can do to try to shut this down.
And he's rolled through. It looks like he's got that heel exposed potentially here.
90 seconds into the match. A lot of time to work.
Haddad's being really careful hand fighting against Rivera here. You can see he's holding on to Rivera's right hand. Speaking of Kevin.
Oh, there it is. Nicely done. Ernesto Rivera gets the break. Haddad unable to hang out in that position, has to tap. And Ernesto Rivera able to rack up the first points of his Season 7 campaign. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera and New Hope Regeneration officially on the board with their first points of the season. And, you know, nice example of why Kevin Cheryl's high on Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, and that one snuck up on me a little bit. I wasn't expecting him to pull that off from that position so quickly like he did.
It was a verbal tap very quick from Haddad, and Nathan wisely didn't allow himself to take too much damage. We've already seen one athlete drop out of his rest of the matches. We'll see how Porfirio, fares moving forward, if it's the entire season or if it's just one. But you got to make sure you get out of precarious situations, because it's one thing to lose a match. It's another thing to lose your opportunity to continue throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things about the nature of the PGF is that it is an endurance contest. And if you take too much damage early on, it could really impact your performance for the rest of the way.
Absolutely. All right, let's get on our way to match 2 of our second block. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. Give it up for Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider, back on the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. He is ready to go to work for the second time here on match day 1. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Abraham the Mountain.
Abraham LaMontagne making the walk in place of the injured Andre Porfirio. And Tim, this is what BMAC was talking about yesterday at the draft. The X factor could be these alternates, and if there's someone that's going to make a huge play and swing the momentum for his team, we're looking at him right now. Abe LaMontagne, much more than the alternate title would have you believe.
Yeah, he had some leverage in that auction too. They were making a bid. They're trying to beg him. Carlos was offering tax advice to get him on his team.
I mean, I've never seen a guy up for bid basically decide where he's going, and that was definitely unexpected. But that's what you need to expect here at PGF. Expect the unexpected.
Abraham is a big dude.
I mean, they call him the Mountain.
He came by the booth a little earlier and reminded us that he was the biggest guy in the tournament today.
I mean, he's a guy that is as wide as he is tall.
In a good way. We didn't get to see much of Brad in his first match against Paul Ardea. That was a pretty quick elbow genie.
Now we're in a minute into this one, so that bonus point off the table should a submission come. We've been treated to some great jiu-jitsu here on match day 1. And it continues here in our second block. Attempted takedown there by Abe, not able to secure it.
Yeah, both guys leaning on each other just a little bit, the wrestling here. I don't think it's because they're tired. I think they're both looking for openings.
Oh, for sure. We've seen the admonishments and stalling penalties come into play, Tim. Do you like that, the pushing of the pace by the officials to make sure that these matches don't drag on and not feel fun?
I like it early. I like it early because then you can kind of ease back on it as the event goes.
Ooh, some action here off the mat. Looked like Schneider was going to try to take a look at getting the back, but this is going to be an interesting restart.
Yeah, our ref TJ here has been really putting his body on the line. I saw him at one point down on the ground, basically making himself a full wall so the competitors wouldn't hit the couch. They were hitting him as he turtled up on the carpet.
And it's a tough task to be a wall when one of the guys that you're trying to stop is nicknamed the Mountain.
Absolutely.
Who's on bottom?
Although
Same situation.
TJ's pretty big dude himself, so I don't think he's going to have too much of a problem with it.
Yeah, you got to go all the way.
And I'll never forget the train of men that was the referee, PJ Barch, and Andy Varela that went 3 couches deep.
Yeah, we got a new term for that. That's called couchable.
I like that.
Get somebody there couchable.
Right now they're trying to sort out this restart to make sure everyone's happy, which a restart is kind of like a negotiation.
Yeah.
No one feels happy, and that generally means you did it the right way. Everyone's going to argue for a little bit more than maybe they had.
Yeah, this is one of the mini battles of every jiu-jitsu contest is the reset.
And one thing that we have to our benefit here at PGF is the ability to take a look at the replay. And, you know, they were going back and forth. Referees couldn't figure it out. So we're going to take a look at the replay and make sure the video actually tells us and informs us on how we should go ahead and restart this one.
Yeah, this is a super valuable technical tool to have here.
I don't need it.
So the question is, where was that Kimura grip essentially?
Well, he doesn't have it quite. He doesn't have his grip locked, but he has an inside wrist control.
By the way, they're moving all the way through here. It was almost like they never stopped, and it's like, where do you call the right stoppage point to be the restart position?
Yeah, where does it end? Yeah.
All right. Slide back up again.
All right, so they've seen enough on the video. It looks like they're going to find.
So you had a triangle, and your foot was over here,
upright
but
on
you
both
were
hips.
on both butt cheeks
Foot's
like
in the
this.
middle.
Lean back more.
You had near wrist, and this one was working on a strangle, but it was not in, so your hands were not connected. So we're right here. Your feet
That's a good call by ref Drew Murillo there, 'cause his hands were not connected when you watch the
And if
replay.
you make me reset you again, you're going to get a penalty. Okay.
All right,
Drew with the dad command there.
Yeah.
Gonna go to bed without supper.
Right, you're not going to use the car this weekend.
I like that, though. I like that the ref is making his presence known pretty early in terms
Oh,
of
it's going?
controlling the mat space.
You gotta wait for the whistle, bro.
Back underway.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's the hardest job in all of sports to be a referee. And the one thing I think that is most important, Tim, is you might not even be necessarily right with your decision, but you have to be confident in making that decision. That way everyone respects your word.
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing you could do is let the competitors know or even act like you're questioning the decision that
Right.
you made.
I mean, we saw Carlos Machado basically bully Stephen Aiken yesterday at the draft, and that's
It's
what
just not a
happens.
good look.
No. You give an inch, they take a mile.
It's kind of hard with Carlos Machado, though, to say no.
Whatever he wants, I'd give him to.
Yeah.
Past the halfway point.
Interesting crucifix potential setup here that Schneider has on Abraham. It's a little tricky with some of the action calls because the competitor that's getting the action call a lot of times is in a terrible position.
Right. But the argument is obviously you're defensive, but you need to go for broke and improve your position. Why penalize the offensive fighter for the defensive man slowing the pace down because he has to be defensive?
Absolutely. And in that slowing the pace down, he eats up the clock.
Right.
Opens up the potential for a tie. Snyder's got the crucifix set up. Now let's see how he tries to finish this. He might circle up back to the arm.
Nicely done by LaMontagne to get out of that position, now trying to work a butterfly guard.
He thought about that shoulder crunch sweep, changed his mind halfway through.
Good. Retract that leg. He's going to shoot his leg across with full guard. He's going to shoot his top leg across. Don't let him do it. Keep your head low. Head position.
It's interesting. I've called a lot of jiu-jitsu, Tim, and normally these rooms are quiet. This is a loud room right now. A lot of people, talking and trying to coach.
Oh, look at this. We're going to see a knee bar attempt out of Abraham here.
Oh, my goodness, he got it. Nicely done. Abe LaMontagne with the break knee bar finish over Bradley Schneider. Nicely done. Points now on the board for Intrana again. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Intrana, Abraham LaMontagne.
The Mountain getting it done. Abraham LaMontagne getting that knee bar. One tiny little mistake there by Schneider ended in a break. Solid stuff there, Tim.
Yeah, very relaxed knee bar, too. That's enough.
I mean, if the position is there, it's a game of inches,
Yeah.
and you're always 1 inch away from being fine to having to go to pre-op,
Right.
and ultimately the tap comes, and solid stuff there for Abe LaMontagne, who again, about 25 minutes ago was just an alternate. He was just hanging out.
He was, and that's Schneider's second submission today on the receiving end.
Right.
So I wonder if that played into his decision to tap a little earlier today. I'm not sure which leg got attacked by Ardea in the first match, but that could have come into play a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the gauntlet, it's already showing itself early. Andre Porfirio, he's out. That is why Abraham LaMontagne was on the mat in as an alternate. Hopefully Porfirio is okay, and we could potentially see him later this week. But I think, you know, if you're on team in Toronto, you're not upset with your alternate going out there and getting points in his first match.
That's actually what you need to put yourself into contention to win, especially if First Form had such a strong team in the draft this year that if you're one of the other teams trying to come up, you really need your alternates to step up in a big way and score some points.
Absolutely. Expect the unexpected, and a man who normally brings that into his calculations is the man they call Egghead. He's in the fantasy quarter with Jason Anik. Let's go ahead and check in with those guys. Jason, take it away.
What's happening, boys? Good to hear from you, as always. Yeah, second block underway. Got some heat coming up right next, right? Davis Asare, Ryan Aitken. That one caught me by surprise as a novice over here. Quick sub.
I mean, here's a crazy thing. He's went from not even being in this thing to being tied for second place in the fantasy points. So it's huge. I mean, I don't think he was even an option.
I was going to say, couldn't have been drafted, right?
No, I don't believe so. But we're going to fix that for later on, in case you want to make that option to take somebody off the bench. But again, he's up there with 3 points, so he's definitely on the board. And yeah, very interesting.
Some heat coming in.
Season long, and you can still get in on the action. It is PGF.global, I believe, to get in on the air. How's your fantasy team looking?
Well, you know, I have 3 fantasy teams right now, and I'm actually having trouble tracking which guys are on which team at this point. Outside of that, it's dangerous to let your fantasy picks be known because these guys actually kind of got upset at me that I traded a couple of them in the preseason, and they had some hurt feelings here. So now I'm trying to keep it private.
Speaking of hurt feelings, I think you know, yours were hurt in our mock draft when you got done dirty. Rafa Sparza, the ultimate heel, I think, on this PGF staff. And what's even made it worse is he's walking around with that title belt.
I know.
It's like the fantasy king.
He has basically developed bursitis in his shoulder from carrying that belt around for 2 days now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I had a belt, I'd probably do some things with it too.
Absolutely.
I'd brag.
I would never take it off my waist.
You know what you need to take off your waist? I don't know what that means, but get out of my chair.
Okay.
I almost put your glasses on.
Oh, I would not have allowed that.
I love you, Tim. Tim Freeman, ladies and gentlemen.
He's here all week. Don't miss Tim on our pre- and post-show.
Thanks,
and a man who's not going to miss any action if he can help it is the commissioner, BMAC Brandon McCatherine, getting back into our commentary position in a secret location in Las Vegas, the combat sports capital, the perfect backdrop for PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Abe LaMontagne, we just saw him come out and score points immediately, BMAC.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I had to go check on Porfirio, man. I wanted to check on him, just talk to him. He's not as injured as he thought he was.
Okay.
So that's good news. He's definitely sitting out the rest of the day. He's going to check it out tonight, check it out tomorrow, see how he feels. He wants to get back in there.
Yeah.
He thinks he might be able to. But what I told him was, look, you got a long career, and he's been fantastic. You got a place here with the PGF. Don't make any kind of decision. Don't make a rash decision. You know, take care of your health. We care about you first. And, you know, nothing wrong with seeing Abe LaMontagne.
Absolutely, and that, you know, knee injuries are something that we see. A lot of guys sometimes immediately, you know, get up gingerly and they think that they're hurt, and then sometimes they go for a walk and it gets a little bit better. But also it's the opposite. Sometimes they think that they're okay, and then they go to stand up, and it's just, it's not okay.
Yeah, man. You just got to be careful. Your knees wear out fast, dude. Trust me. You can't take too many of those and then continue to have a real strong career. So take care of your knees. But the good thing is, even though I think he was more afraid that he was hurt than he was hurt. He's hurt, not injured.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can get through a little bit of pain, but an injury can spell the end of not only your season, but you know, maybe the next competition. And knee injuries, you know, you don't want to mess around with them because you can definitely find yourself on the sidelines for a lot longer than you originally intended. We're on the sidelines all season long for PGF World Season 7. It is powered by Once Upon a Coconut, and it continues right now. Back to the mats with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our third match of this block. Making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. Give it up for Ryan Aiken.
Here he is, Ryan Aiken, back on the mat for the second time on match day 1, still hunting for his first points of his PGF Season 7 campaign. He's ready to go for match number 2. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Entrana, Davis Asare.
Season 6 standout Davis Asare back on the mat. He draws Ryan Aiken, and what should be a fun fight here in our first team matchup of Block 2. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas. It is a site of PGF World Season 7 powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Big size difference in these two athletes. Davis actually coming in smaller in weight than he came in for during Season 6 in the 175 season. He had to cut quite a bit of weight for that. He cut no weight for this. And, oh, look at that. Great arm drag. Putting that weight down on the arm and pulling Aiken to the ground. Aiken pops right back up. No consequences from it, but forcing Aiken to put a little respect on him, and he has a seat. TJ, I missed what happened with Ernesto and Nathan Haddad.
We saw Ernesto get a submission, a break.
Ankle lock?
Yep.
Under a minute or no?
Not under a minute, I don't.
Okay, so 3-pointer. So 2 matches, 2 subs in block 2.
Yep.
What'd I tell you? It's like I've seen this game play out a few times.
Have you, or are you just like a fortune teller? You haven't been clear about that.
I'm both of those things.
Okay. Trying to trip up Asare is Aiken. 90 seconds into this match.
Asare standing on the outside, looking for a way to try to get through this very formidable guard of Aiken. I think Davis got to be a little bit careful right here. If you're ever in the top position and the bottom guy is scooting towards you, you got to be careful. You're going to end up getting called for stalling right there. And see how Davis backs out of that. He comes right back to it. He's looking for a way in. Oh, look at that strong grip by Ryan Aiken.
Aiken had to cut a little bit of weight for this 205-pound season. Any idea what he's walking around at after weigh-ins?
My guess is about 220 pounds, TJ.
That's big.
That's a big guy. Davis trying to get into his camp passing. Ryan weaves the left leg over for a lasso, keeping the shin stuck to the shoulder as a frame, trying to move forward, and they call for action against Aiken on the bottom. Nice elevation, using the double grips behind the tricep to try to elevate. Ryan got a good grip. He's starting to enter the leg here. Davis addresses it. Aiken with the straight ankle grip. He now moves into this ashi position. Both legs to the outside, double ashi. Davis standing above it. Davis has to be very careful right here. Ryan, absolutely one of the stronger athletes that we have on the roster here.
Aiken won the EBI Absolutes earlier this year. I believe he's a combat jiu-jitsu world champion at middleweight.
Yeah, at 185 pounds, that's right. Well, Ryan has proved that his jiu-jitsu works in many different formats. It works in the ADCC rule set. It works in combat jiu-jitsu. Watch out. Davis tries to use it to enter the legs. Nice job by Davis, navigating a very dangerous position from Ryan Aiken.
Keep the pressure. Good. Push that. 2 minutes, Davis. You gotta keep the pressure.
New Wave, Davis Asare, 10th Planet Atlanta, Ryan Aiken.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
Action being requested from Ryan Aiken on bottom.
Ryan trying to secure an overhook on his right side. He's got that half butterfly. Wants to get an elevation. Davis needs to be very careful with his right leg. If Ryan can get the elevation, he's going to enter the right leg, and here he goes. He's got the straight ankle grip. There comes the leg, trying to rip over, throwing it aggressively, knocking Davis down to his hip. Davis with a nice grip on the toes there, frees himself. Aiken breathing hard. He's putting out a lot of energy out there.
Into the final minute here of the match.
Davis with the counter, like a knee slice. Stop. Dude. Oh my gosh, and Davis is in big trouble. That was a disgusting crack. You heard everybody in the room.
Yep. Ton of sportsmanship there. We see Asare back to his feet. Seems to be walking okay, but that sounded like someone broke a bouquet of celery. That was disgusting.
Ooh, I would like to talk to Ryan after this. Let's talk to Ryan and see, man, what was going on right there.
All right, let's go ahead and make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken gets a win that he apologizes for immediately to Davis Asare. And we're looking at the replay here. B-Mac, walk us through.
Well, I'm trying, I didn't really have a look. It's that power grip on the outside heel. Oh, and this is, I wish we could hear it.
I don't want to hear it. Oh. It was all crunchy.
That was disgusting. And the thing is, you got that big crunch before the tag. Like, there was a big crunch, and then Davis didn't say anything, and so Ryan just pushed through. Look at that grip right there. Let's rewind it just a step right there. Boom, right there. Watch this grip. You see this spot right here? Bam. Ryan is going to take the top side of his wrist and brace it up against the outside part of the Achilles. And when he does, he switches his grip. So you see that? The way he reaches through with his right hand to reinforce that grip. Oh, and the angle. You could see it. You could see it even without hearing it. You could see the moment when it slips and breaks. Oh, my gosh. That was disgusting.
Yeah, all right. Let's get a word from Ryan Aiken. Let's go to Stephen Aiken.
All right. I'm here with Ryan Aiken. Big win against Davis Asare. Go ahead, grab a drink. Give yourself a catch a break.
Pineapple. Pineapple?
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
Coconut. All right.
Some hydration for a guy like yourself after a hard-fought second match. Man, how are you feeling after getting that break against Davis?
That was wild. I felt like my team really needed that. I really needed that. Davis is a really tough fighter. I was watching a lot of his match with Tommy Langaker recently. So, like, man, I mean, that guy's been in the game longer than me, and Davis was taking it to him. So I knew, he almost made it into ADCC too. So, like, I knew that was going to be a really tough fight. He made me feel the pressure out here. He's really smooth with his lower body pummels and whatnot. So I knew he was going to bring it. And he started attacking my leg too. So, yeah, that was tough, man. Davis is the real deal.
So that was just straight self-defense, you'd say?
Great self-defense, thanks to Pedro Sauer.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it, man. Look forward to more from you tonight. Thank you.
Ryan Aiken getting it done, the first points of his season on the board. Here's a deep cut for you, B-Mac. I've said this to you in the past. You might need to sign up for UFC Fight Pass to verify this. But Ryan Aiken, he looks like a modern-day polar bear in Paul Varlins.
Paul Varlins?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Paul Varlins, one of the first guys I ever saw fight as a young man. Couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember him getting foot stomped by Marco Huas.
So here we go. Check this out. Paul Ardilla with 4. Some reason now Paul has 4 points in first place and Marcin has 5 points in second place. Obviously, that's not correct. Now they're catching me, moving my hand around with like a magic wand here, but the standing's pretty interesting. We've had 3 submissions in 3 matches here in the second block. We only had 2 submissions in the entire first block. Ernesto came out, got the ankle lock against Haddad. Abe came out, got the knee bar against Brad Schneider. And, dude, Abe was in pretty big trouble right there. That was one of Brad's best positions. Everybody knows that he's a big-time crucifix player. There's Paul, updated now with 5 points. Marcin Machulovic with 5 points. Ernesto got his 3. Abe's got his 3. Aitken's got his 3. And then everybody else just has team points right there. Fedor right there just on the outside on the bubble looking in. And the team standings look like this right now. First form sitting in that top spot, kind of what we expected.
Right.
You know, first form in that top spot. This next matchup, Travis Thomas versus Elijah Carlton. This is a big play. If Travis can get a win here for Team New Hope, that's going to be a really big deal, right? Because that's going to give them 3 dubs in this block, and it's going to be hard for Intrana to really do anything. A lot of people were really overlooking this New Hope team, but it's been a couple of their guys that really, and Ernesto right here, getting that win. That's really put New Hope in position to do some serious damage here and prove that they're here to play for the week. Like, everybody's thinking first form, everybody's thinking maybe Intrana is the second team. New Hope, I mean, you still got Travis Thomas, one of the best scorers in this league, coming up. If he can put some points on the board, that's going to be big. And then Cam Hurd, if he's going to win a match, you got to think that Caleb Crump's a guy that he can get that dub over and score on. This could be a really big block for New Hope.
Yeah, a lot left to go on here in our second block, but right now I want to throw it over to the fantasy corner. Jason Anik is standing by. Jason, we just heard one of the most disgusting sounds you can hear in jiu-jitsu. Did you like it? Did you hate it? What are you thinking?
Oh, I liked it, TJ. Come on, a little softness out of you on the big table up there, TJ. If I don't mind those little cracks here and there, but exciting stuff, Egghead, man. A lot going on here. What are you thinking? What do you see? Some opportunities for guys to get some points on the board, at least on the fantasy side, coming up.
Well, you have to think Elijah Carlton probably has a decent shot here against Travis Thomas. I mean, there was a match we were all looking forward to in Season 5. Subsequent to that, they did meet, and Elijah got him pretty quickly with a leg lock. So Elijah doesn't have any points on the board so far, but you know he wants some, and he's looking at his chops, saying, hey, I got you once before, I'm going to get you again. But also, we were talking about Adam Bradley and Kamoy Anderson at the beginning of today. Really thought in that first block, both of them had a really good shot at getting some points, and both of them, like, losing that opportunity. Man, you think they're going to come out crazy, but Kamoy seemed like he might have been a little gassed. So this might be an opportunity for Adam Bradley to come out and get some points as one of the top 6-7 guys himself.
Another one creeping toward the end of this block, Kyle Bain, Chris Wojcik. That should be a good one there. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we just saw Ryan Aiken. He was pretty tired after that match. That Kyle Bain Ryan Aiken match was just a killer, and you saw them just really going after it. So the question will be, how much gas in the tank does Kyle Bain have? Has he been able to recover? Wojcik had a pretty great match too, but it seemed like he saved some more gas. But again, you're looking at 2 very, very dangerous leg lockers. Kyle Bain been a very, very dangerous leg locker for a long time, and Chris Wojcik, he's got the Woj lock, got the reverse Estima lock. He's very dangerous right now, just coming off finishing 4th in ADCC. So both of them are very dangerous. So it's something I want to watch. Again, it's one of those matches for fantasy purposes. You probably didn't want to pick either one of those guys in your team because you just don't know which way it's going to go. But for fan purposes, I'm pumped.
And drafting a team, this morning for me, picking 7 guys without the experience of watching today, it's going to shake out a little differently tomorrow when you're setting up your 7 guys. So, TJ, can't get enough. Live from the fantasy desk. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, sir. I will not tolerate being called soft by Jason Anik. I'm normal. I don't like hearing bones crunch. Y'all are twisted, and I know you're among the most twisted here, P-Mac. You love things like that.
But, I mean, regardless of what I like, you are soft.
Okay, fine.
Back me up, Jason.
Oh, 100%. My mic hot.
Yeah,
you're hot.
TJ.
It shouldn't be. Cut that.
TJ,
Cut that.
I mean, come on. Come on, TJ.
Are we supposed to pile on the new guy here? What is this?
No, we're piling on you.
I got your back, TJ. I got your back.
Thanks,
of course you do, Egghead.
You're a professional. You make us all better. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you. All right. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
For our next matchup of the evening, making his way to the mat representing New Hope Regeneration, make some noise for the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Well, many believed that the season 5 finale would see Travis Thomas take on the jabroni, Elijah Carlton. It didn't happen. Kamoy Anderson got in the way of that, but you know, good things come to those who wait. Now we're going to see it on the PGF mat. Stephen Aiken to welcome the jabroni.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat representing Intrana, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton, the most decorated man in PGF history, now takes the mat to take on a familiar foe. These two did meet after PGF Season 5, but when you talk about the relatively young career that Travis Thomas has had, you got to feel that he's probably not the same grappler that he was even just a year ago when they met.
He's definitely not. That's the thing, when you've only been training 3.5 years and you get as good as Travis is getting, like, you're not the same grappler that you were even 6 months later. So Travis is a totally different beast, but the thing is, he's taken on the most dangerous guy in the history of the PGF. Elijah has proven consistently, over and over, that he is the real deal and that he can bring it to the top level guys in this sport when he gets an opportunity. And Travis cannot sleep on it. And Travis got a little size on him too, to be honest with you. Travis pressing forward now, trying to put the pressure on Carlton. Ooh, Trey. Elijah just shooting that triangle up at him just to scare him a little bit. Wasn't quite there. Just trying to put some respect. Maybe take a little of the pressure off that Travis is putting forward with this guard pass.
There might be some added pressure here on Carlton for him to get his team back in this block down on points.
You can see a lot of respect between these two athletes. Neither of them really want to take a big risk, so they're hunting, but they're hunting cautiously. Neither guy stalling at all, I would say. Elijah pummels back to the inside, gives a check, tries to off balance, but big Travis Thomas really, oh, look at this, nice guard pass by Thomas. And this is where Elijah has to be very careful. Travis is so dangerous as a submission hunter.
Full north-south here.
He's got his hands on.
Travis keeping his head down on the mat, trying to expose the elbow here.
Action, Carlton. Action on bottom. He's got his hands locked. What do you want me to do?
Call to action for Carlton, being met with an opinion by the jabroni.
Get behind his elbow. If he turns, get behind his elbows.
Travis looks so strong, too.
Now, Carlton, he's complaining that he can't really move when Thomas gets in a dominant position and locks his hands. Do you feel there's any argument to be made there for him?
Well, the thing is, he's partially right. Partially, I say, for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's saying that Travis had his hands locked, but you could see Travis did not have his hands locked. He threw that hand up to show that they weren't locked. But he's right. He can't move effectively without exposing himself.
Right.
But that's the point.
That's the risk.
That's the risk that you have to take as the bottom player. In the PGF rules, you have to open up and take a risk.
Coming up on the halfway point of the match, 3 minutes down, 3 to go.
Travis up onto his side. You see that right hand goes underneath the waist, really limiting the movement of Carlton. But because he's on his side, he's not really feeling the pressure of Thomas. And Elijah now trying to slip that knee back to the inside, see if he can recover his guard. Man, he really needs that. Travis shucks it out of there. Jabroni trying to invert. He's got his shin on the inside, but Travis shucks him out of there once more. I believe Travis is really close to a guard recovery here, but he's got to be careful. You see how his Elijah's left arm there. Nice recovery by Elijah. Really good work.
Go again. Smart positions. Do it again. Good shot, Elijah.
Travis, even though he's had a lot of success, look at that, putting Elijah's leg up behind his head. Even though Travis has had a lot of success so far in this match, you cannot sleep on Elijah. He's dangerous throughout the entire match. We saw that last season in his matchup with Cam Hurd when he threw that triangle, that inverted triangle shot out of nowhere. Tries to throw the triangle on Travis. Travis shucks it past, passes the guard again.
Beautiful, Travis.
Travis really looking sharp out there, but he wants points on the board, and he's starting to run out of time as another guard recovery here from Elijah.
90 seconds left here in the match.
Travis has his left knee stapling down the right leg of Carlton. Carlton pushes him away.
Pass the ball one more time and expose him out. Let's go.
There you go, Carlton.
Low pressure.
Way to control the ankles.
Travis posting on the neck to try to create a little bit of space as we approach that 1 minute mark. Travis thinking about an Estima lock too. Look how much flexibility and dexterity that Elijah has through his legs. Travis putting his legs in all kinds of weird positions in this match. Elijah not even feeling it.
He literally put his foot behind his head.
Yeah. Travis better be very careful right here. If he doesn't have total control over Elijah's legs, they can fly up into that triangle or into his leg lock positions at any time. Here's a little bit of an exposure now by Elijah, trying to make a play.
20 seconds left in the match. Thomas able to shut it down.
Put gas on it now.
Hail Mary, Hail Mary.
No, Elijah. 10 seconds.
Travis tried to jump on something right here at the end of the match.
6 minutes in the books, no points.
Big boy, huh? You all right, bud?
All right, we'll go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
I mean,
Carlton down on the mat a little bit, just tired, you think? Mentally frustrated? Anything to read in there?
No, Elijah always reacts that way. Even when he wins, he
That's
reacts
true.
that way.
That is
you know,
true.
like think about
That's
some
true.
of the matches that we've seen him win here in this rule set over the years in the PGF in this league. Even when he wins, he lays down on the mat or he sits down. He makes Bobby sit down and do the interview.
It's my favorite thing when Stephen Aiken has to go, crisscross applesauce to do the interview. It's always fun. All right, our night continues here. It's match day 1, PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our final match of this team matchup, making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, make some noise for Cam Hurd.
There he is, Cam Hurd, back for his second matchup of the night. It is our final individual matchup of our first team matchup of Block 2. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, give it up for Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump, the Season 6 alternate, finds himself on the main roster here in Season 7. He's back for match number 2. He takes on Cam Hurd. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. Live tonight here in Las Vegas, match day 1 of PGF World Season 7.
Both of these guys believe this is a winnable match, and they're both right. And hey, there won't be any stalling out of either one of these boys.
Ooh. It landed off the mat on the rug, but not much padding there, and yikes. But I don't think either man is fazed by it. Just, as you said, on brand for both these guys.
Montano's saving Hodger Gracie's life. They came right at him over there.
Tying up here on the feet.
Nice shot by Crump. And good job by Cam forcing him out of there. And we said early that Cam willing to sacrifice his entire body, sacrifice everything for every single position. And we're seeing that already in this matchup.
He's willing to sacrifice anybody sitting in the front row as well.
Oh, nice slide by attempt.
Oh, hey!
Man, Cam is active.
He almost fell on an already hurt Dean Lister.
Oh, could you imagine? That would have been crazy.
Keep going towards him.
Caleb circling on the outside, though. Cam's pressing into him. Caleb now circling back towards the center of the mat, trying to take the dominant spot. Good job by Cam. Heeding the referee, work towards the center.
I mean, with a matchup like this between these two wrestling-heavy grapplers, this mat could be 10 times the size as it is, and it still couldn't contain these guys. Coming up on 2 minutes of elapsed time.
Action, guys, action.
Oh, nice dunk by Cam Hurd. Moving around towards the back. Puts Caleb Crump down on the mat. That was awesome. Great wrestling by Cam Hurd. Oh, man, that was awesome. Great action.
Crump doing a good job at not allowing Hurd to solidify a position on the floor. They're going to restart, though, with Hurd standing over Crump.
Hey, and that's fantasy points. If you got Cam Hurd on your team, that's fantasy points. Hey, very dangerous front headlock, but that's the second time so far tonight that we've seen Crump just stand up out of a front headlock. He just doesn't respect it. They're checking each other in the forehead now.
This is a fun wrestling match.
Here's a shot now by Crump.
On a takedown.
Front headlock.
Run out of real estate.
Cam tried to pull guard, go for the guillotine there at the last second.
Well, it's going to be interesting what the referee gives them.
I mean, that
the
reset happens on...
Standing front headlock.
Yes, that's the right call by the referee. Excellent job by Weird Al.
Heavy on the head. Here's Cam Hurd. Coming up on the halfway point, 3 minutes down, 3 to go.
Good job by Cam. He didn't want the reset. Circles him back towards the inside. Tries the inside trip. Nothing going. Reset in the middle. Shot now by Crump on the single. Countered. Trying to get some elevation. Cam on the front head, though. He might have a guillotine. Nice job by Crump. Pushes Cam. They'll reset it back to the center.
This is an intense matchup here on the feet.
Yeah, great action. What I tell you, neither one of these guys interested in finding out how long it takes to get a stalling call. We'll never see it with these boys. Another shot.
Shut down by Crump.
Oh, and he counters it and ends up on the bottom, exposing the back, but continues pushing around and ends up with the takedown. Let's see how they score that. I mean, that's how they score it for the fantasy, I should say. They're not going to score it at all in the PGF.
Separated, seated, standing. Seated. When I said stop, no, he's seated. You're standing.
Okay, so referee gonna get them back in the proper position for the restart. Touch over 2 minutes remain here. What a wrestling match this has been between Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump. Oh, shot attempt there by Crump, shut down by Hurd. Another shot attempt by Crump, and heavy on the head now is Hurd.
Crump and Hurd going at it. And those are two pretty cool names to say back to back like that. Crump and Hurd.
Circle right, circle right. Drive that right elbow. Drive that right elbow, circle.
Inside the final 90 seconds of this match. And I know we're getting a wrestling match in a jiu-jitsu fight, but I don't mind it either, B-Mac. This is every bit as entertaining as any sort of sequence actually down on the mat.
But neither one of these guys are going to be satisfied. Even if they put on a great show, they're not going to be satisfied walking out of here with 0.
Right. There's a lot of effort for no reward when it comes to points. Unless it's fantasy points, as you mentioned. Ooh. Aggressive is Hurd as he goes to the mat.
Look at this Cam trying to show off his leg lock game, inverting underneath.
I like the move by Hurd. You know, go for it. Change the pattern of the match in the final minute.
Yeah, may have waited just a little bit too long to do it, though.
Ooh, Kimura grip. Ooh, in business here is Hurd. Oh.
He's on a leg. Working on a straight ankle lock. He's a strong boy. Getting belly down on it.
Readjusting here is Hurd. Action off the mat. Crump able to clear the knee. 10 seconds. Hurd staying on it. Hurd, Crump able to get in top position. Looks like time's going to expire. Wow.
Wow.
I think you're right, B-Mac. If there's any regrets there by Cam Hurd, it's maybe that he should have gone into that game a little bit earlier with time to work, but still, very exciting match nonetheless. No points on the board, but again, high in entertainment value. Crowd coming alive here in Las Vegas. To make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Guys, let me get that ankle band back. Thank you.
Match day 1 continues here. B-Mac, go ahead.
I would like to hear from these guys, actually. I would like to hear from Cam and Caleb if we could get Bobby to grab that mic and go talk to one of them.
I mean, they're both out of breath right now, but...
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good time to talk to them. And, hey, check it out. Cam getting the love over there from Ricky Lundell. Ricky, a 5th-degree black belt, wrestled underneath Cale Sanderson. I mean, like... When you get love after a wrestling match from Ricky Lundell, you know you did something. Jeff Glover, Matt Wallstrom, Tracy over there on the sideline. Got that puppy on the sideline, too. There's Matt's dad throwing the hang loose.
All right, Stephen Aiken has gathered our athletes. We go to him now.
All right, I'm here with Mr. Caleb Crump. Caleb, man, what an incredible match between you and Cam. You guys were throwing it down. It was a lot of wrestling, you know, for a jiu-jitsu event, but I think everybody was really excited with what you guys were doing. Obviously, you could tell that you put in a ton of work, man. How do you feel after that?
Thank you for having me out here. I'm grateful to be part of this awesome show. Thank you to Zoltan, B-Mac, everybody. I want to get the sub, but we got a bunch of dogs out here, a bunch of tough competitors. Shout out to Cam Hurd. That was a scrap and a half. Shout out to my boy Leo. I know you're watching. I love you. I'm just grateful to be here, man. I'm trying to sub, so not happy, but I'm grateful for the opportunity.
We're grateful to have you here, too, Caleb. Keep throwing down, man. Thank you. Hold on, Cam. I got to get you a refreshment. Chocolate good for you, sir? I think, you know. It's every gentleman's choice, right? That's right. For sure. I'm here with Cam Hurd. Cam, another banger from you. Man, if anything, every time somebody steps out there on the mat with you, they're leaving taxed, right? They're not going to have their next match at nearly 100%. Is that something that you take into account when you come out here, is that you're going to leave them with something?
Yeah, I mean, this is my 3rd season, so I know it's a long week. A lot of guys can't handle pace like that all week long. I think it's kind of a slap in the mouth on night 1. For some people to realize, oh shit, you know, this is real. Got 4 days of this, 5 for the final. So, yeah, I always push the pace. I'm always looking to create action, make it fun for everybody to watch. I was looking for that ankle lock over there, trying to get on the scoreboard, but, you know, late in the match, getting a little slippery. So, got to find a way to get those subs, though, you know, get some points on the board.
Yeah, definitely, man. You got to score when you get an opportunity to, but we love you here at the PGF, man. You're one of the fan favorites. Keep it up, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, styles make fights, and stylistically, 2 wrestlers definitely went to war, and it was for our entertainment value. But in business, in the latter part of that match was Cam Hurd, but unable to secure the sub in points.
Yeah, and you can see he had a pretty good straight ankle lock. The problem was he just didn't have the angle that he needed. And check out Crump's like kicking. He's kicking anything. He said, we got a couple of dogs out here. and he wasn't playing around. It is a couple of, those boys are serious, man. They put on a show for everybody, and you got the great reaction from the crowd because of it. So I thought that was a wonderful matchup. I'm very pleased with the way that turned out. You know, in the PGF, a draw is a result. Like, the result of the match is a draw.
Right.
You scored 0 points towards the playoffs, so I don't mind a good draw when it's done that way.
Yeah, you mentioned the dogs, both literally and figuratively. There's like a poodle hanging out. I saw it on Tracy Lee's lap over there.
Yeah.
What is it about PGF and dogs, B-Mac? We always get dogs out here.
That's just what we like, dude. Like, you know, this invite only. We let them, and check this out, Dean Lister, Altif from Constellation Network hanging out. This is his first time hanging out at a jiu-jitsu event, and this is the one that he chooses to come to. This is a super cool guy right here. Altif, a big supporter of what we're doing here at the PGF. And Pedro Sauer, Mika on the sideline. You see Kenny from the BJJ Balance podcast hanging out back there. Sam Schwartz creeping around on the back row, hoping he gets a shot. There he is, Irish Keat, all the way over from Ireland, sitting on the front row. Young Cody. There's Brittany, a fantastic black belt in her own regard.
It's been a fantastic night. You know, looking at PGF, we've talked about match day ones at times kind of being slow to start to rack up the points. We've seen points here on match day one, but we've also seen excitement. I was talking to Tim Freeman when we were gone earlier. This has been one of the louder rooms for jiu-jitsu night than I can remember. A lot of times it's quiet, but you know, after our match that we just saw between Crump and Hurd, the fans being heard tonight, and it's exciting to see this level of energy come out. And we're just, you know, not even through, just about halfway through night one of 4 match days. And of course, our playoffs headed your way Friday exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. It's one of my favorite weeks of the year. PGF always delivers, and you know, counting the points. Matt's side in the fantasy corner is a man they call Egghead, Jason Anik. He's here for his first ever PGF season. Let's go ahead and check in with those guys. Jason, take it away.
Yeah, good time to check in with us. I'm getting smarter every second over here. But Cam Hurd, perfect example, right? Hasn't scored in the PGF format, but leading the way or tied in fantasy.
Yeah, he's tied for first with fantasy with 5 points. So even if you didn't think he was going to get PGF points, you didn't think he was going to get wins, his dominant wrestling style is getting every fantasy manager that put him on their team, they're, you know, 5 is the maximum that we have. He's tied up there with Ryan Aitken and Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto Rivera, another person that was kind of a standout by positionally, but also getting that break he had as well. I think really interesting, as somebody we talked about before, was you know, Paul Ardea, you know, one of the picks, you know, dominant guy. However, in this block, he's going up against another dominant guy, Marcin Machulovic, who both of them, they were the only people that scored in that first block. Yep. Both getting 4, you know, breaks in that first minute. And that, man, that's not, I wasn't exactly on, you know, the most exciting match that I was thinking about, but it's leading up to being that way.
Yeah, and listen to Cam Hurd talk about sort of the pace. It's going to be interesting to see there are a lot of draws tonight, but going to see how the guys that have sort of fought for 12 minutes, how they fare in their third match. TJ.
Thank you, sir. Cam Hurd on my fantasy team. B-Mac.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Good choice.
I did. I signed up, put him on, you know, PGF.global, get signed up all week long. It's just a fun extra way to, you know, make the action matter that much more.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that's so much fun about real sports is the fantasy sports. It gives you, like, Keelan over here, my boy Keelan. He's a big fantasy football player. Say what's up to the people, Keelan. Y'all, everybody in the chat, like,
the most important dude.
Give it up for the most important guy here, Keelan Lawyer, by the way, Conscious Keelan. He plays fantasy football. He's got his mom playing fantasy football with him. And she doesn't even really watch football, but the point is, it's sticky. It's a little bit of engagement, and that's a little bit of something that we need in jiu-jitsu. And so, you know what? We're trying to get this thing right. We're going to keep pushing and growing and getting better all the time, and trying to give the fans a reason to stay engaged in jiu-jitsu so that we can keep those viewership numbers climbing, keep those sponsorship dollars climbing, keep those revenue dollars climbing, so we can keep the PGF growing and keep the sport growing and give back to the people who mean so much to the rest of us.
Yeah, my goal with my fantasy team now is just to kick the ass of Jason Anik because he called me soft earlier and I'm not over it. So,
Again, You're the softest.
Can you? Never mind. Our night continues. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken for our second team matchup of block number 2.
And now for our second team match for block 2. Making his way to the mat representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers making his second walk of the night. He will lead off team First Form in this second block. Again, First Form highly touted after what they did after the draft last night, and they're already on the board. They hope to score some more points here in our second block. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
So it is a 10P versus 10P battle here between First Form and Constellation Network. The Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov, ready to take on Kyle Chambers.
All right, guys, bring it in real quick. Make sure when you hear a whistle or I say stop and freeze, so we get an easy reset. Take a couple steps back for me.
TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. The Russian Nightmare, Nikolov, takes a seat. Cartwheel pass by Chambers.
Oh, he gets in on a leg pretty early. Fedor slips the knee line. Kyle trying to trap the heel and see if he can just capture the knee later and clean it up. Fedor following him, though. Kyle trying to chase the back now.
Nicely done by Nikolov as he's able to get free.
And it's interesting, Fedor pulls guard, which is normally going to be Kyle's move. He wants to play from that bottom position, but he's a very formidable top player as well.
Chambers stands.
Fedor controlling the wrist with a 2-on-1. Probably wants to set an arm drag in, but Kyle pretty aware of what's going on. Frames against the head, pushes away. Chambers. Oh, there's the Kimura grip. Off the bottom by Fedor, uses it to sweep. Kyle reacts, follows it, spins out, regaining a top position.
Two minutes of elapsed time.
Action, guys, let's keep moving.
Hey, you got to be careful here. You can hit that toe hold, that Craig Jones style toe hold. And Kyle using that as an opportunity to pull guard. We'll see how Fedor chooses to approach it. Ooh, going for this G roll. Uses it to sweep, comes up on top. Fedor bottom position. A nice pass. Kyle Chambers. Spins all the way through, laces up the leg. Fedor got to be real careful right here. Second leg is under control, and now he slipped the primary leg during that movement and spins out.
Nikolov clearing that foot of Chambers that got caught in his shorts.
They'll send him back to the middle.
Right at the halfway point, 3 minutes, 4 seconds remain. Now they're talking through the reset.
Fedor did.
This. My right leg was on the hip.
Here.
My right leg was here.
No, it was in the middle. It was in the middle. Ready?
Back to action. Now Chambers comes up in top position.
Fedor doing a good job of keeping his feet on the inside position, making sure that Kyle can't pummel too easily. And there's the cartwheel trying to pass, jumps on a leg. Kyle trying to sneak attack in there. Neither guy really able to get anything going though. Kyle's got the scoop grip. Tries to use that to pass. Oh, he might be exposed. Oh, man, I thought that was a pretty good shot by Chambers. Thought he might have that backside 50-50 opportunity.
Hip slow. Keep moving, guys. Keep moving.
90 seconds left here in regulation. On the attack again is Chambers.
Fedor has done a good job of slipping his knee line every time Chambers has gotten a little bit of offense started.
Stop.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat inside the final minute.
Ready? Wait for the whistle.
And Fedor has a couple of times moved to this double butterfly position, trying to sweep with the double ankle pick, but Kyle, as soon as I say that, he knocks him down to his hip. Fedor pummels inside, comes to the top position. Somebody's gonna have to take a risk right here. 20 seconds to go. Fedor posting on the throat. Grabs the ankle, tries to throw and pass, nothing there.
Closing moments of the match.
That's it.
No points. We go 6 minutes full between these two 10th Planet products. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Good job, boys. Let me get the ankle bands back.
B-Mac, your thoughts? Two 10th Planet products, one from the Freak Squad down in San Diego, the other from HQ. Both very unique styles in what they like to do, and they matched up, and it was interesting back and forth.
Yeah, interesting back and forth. Neither guy really able to get a position that they wanted, honestly. We did see Kyle grab onto the leg, like either the heel or just a straight ankle grip a couple of times, and like he was hoping that he could grab that and kind of climb the body and grab the knee position after the fact, like just clean it up. Grab the leg, I'll clean it up in a little bit, but Fedor very hip to that, always got his knee line free before he ever found himself in any kind of danger.
Here's our schedule as we continue on through match day one. Anything standing out still yet to come here for you, B-Mac?
Yeah, those next two matches that you see listed there, Paul Ardea versus Marcin Machulovic. Both of these guys in their very first match finished in under a minute, both scoring 4 points. The only two guys that did score in block number one, now we're going to square them off in block number two and find out who the man is, and then check that out right there. Kyle Bain, Davis Asare, that's a good one. This is the one I was looking at. Kyle Bain, Chris Wojcik. Two strong leg lockers, but a big size difference between those guys. Both have finished on the second day at ADCC as well.
We'll see how that one matches up. I mean, Kyle Bain's going to be bigger than everyone he steps out on the mat with, I would
pretty
assume,
much,
right?
pretty much. Wojcik versus Aiken still coming up. Oh my gosh. Travis versus Sebastian, I like that one. Oh, Machulovic versus Snyder. That's a big one. Brad's got scored on twice so far tonight. I mean, Marcin, you know he's licking his chops, just ready to get out there for that matchup.
Absolutely. Our action continuing here live on YouTube. It all leads up to our season finale, which is headed your way Friday exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. Our 8-man playoff, going to award another $20,000 to the winner of that. But it's all about the team points. What's going on?
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Chris Olivo in, Davis Asare out. Do we have an update on how serious it is? You know, I would like to start using the fantasy corner as the injury update corner as well. You hearing that over there, Jason and Egg?
Yes.
I want to start using you guys as the injury update corner as well. So you guys dig in, do a little investigative journalism on this Davis Asare situation.
We got you. You got a lot on your plate up there. We got you.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy you're here.
Absolutely. They'll investigate. If you are just joining us, a disgusting sound happened when we saw Davis Asare.
I hope he's okay, man.
Yeah.
Literally one of my favorite guys in the sport. And he was so excited to come back. And I hope he's all right, man. That sounded so bad.
It did.
I mean, he might have broken his leg, for real.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounded like. I equated
But
it
you know
to
what,
like
though?
a
Ankles
stalk of
pop
celery.
like that, man. I've rolled my ankle playing basketball a couple of times, and it sounded like a shotgun going off in the gym. And, it was fine after 2 weeks.
I mean,
fine. I'm still crippled at age
Right,
44
of
from
course,
it, but,
Your idea
it's fine.
of fine is another person's idea of being maimed for life. But, to each their own. We'll see what happens as we'll try to get a word as Jason, Anik, and Egg are on the case. We ready to go? All right. Time for more action. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, ready for our next match of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form. Give it up for Paul Ardea.
Paul Ardea, first man drafted yesterday and the first man to secure submission today on match day 1. He looks to make it 2 for 2 when it comes to submissions. He's got a very tough athlete in front of him, though, and now it's time for him to walk. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Machulovic.
We saw that Polish power on display, a quick submission for Marcin Machulovic, and he hopes to pull off another here against a very toughened game, Paul Ardea. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. We're here all week in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
I got a lot of tension from this match. These guys are both breakers. They're absolute monsters. Marcin he's serious, man. And when you stand next to him, we put your hands on him, he is so strong.
Action, Paul.
Marcin trying to get airborne.
Trying to get heavy on that head of Ardea. Fails on it.
See him just checking that collar tie, trying to shake him out, see where that tension is. Paul is a very good wrestler, man, very good. I don't think he's going to allow Marcin to just come out here and throw him around. Paul just slowly inching his way forward, too.
Inside of the head is okay. Bicep. 1 minute down. 1 minute down.
Snap down this way. Let's go shots.
Put your feet underneath you a little more. Don't move so much.
90 seconds of elapsed time. These guys wrestling it out early, neither wanting to give up a position.
Yeah, the referees are going to start getting after him now. They've let 90 seconds pass, and neither guy's really taking any risk to try to push himself into a better position.
Shot clock's on both.
Double shot clock initiated.
Marcin decides to pull guard.
There wasn't much there. Is that enough to reset it?
Well, at least he changed the position.
Goes airborne.
Oh, and they're going to call somebody. Let's see what happens here.
Stalling on Paul, okay.
Which I think if you're going to call it on anybody, Paul would be the right person, as you saw Marcin try to go to the floor, trying to do something, and it was more than Paul was doing in that situation.
Paul going to be very good and familiar from this position, though. You see he instantly able to clear himself from that. Marcin coming forward very aggressively. He's going to have to be very careful, though. We saw in Paul's first matchup, and we've seen him do that at his last run at the ADCC trials. He came out and really surprised a lot of people, just pull guard and blow through everybody with his leg lock game. So Paul is no joke, but Marcin very aggressive, very heavy, pressing down with his hip. Gonna have to stay active, though. Paul's game just so calm. Marcin pushing forward, not giving Paul a chance to relax.
Halfway point, 3 down, 3 to
go. This false reap set up by Paul Ardea.
Ardea able to make his way back to his feet, push down. Masulovic stays on him, and they get reset here in the center of the mat.
Paul walks back to the center with a big smile on his face. And now Marcin's smiling. Paul's game is just so relaxed. He never looks like he's stressed. Whereas, and now Paul getting that action call. He's got one warning on the board.
Ooh.
Tried to go with a rolling knee bar there. Marcin definitely the one forcing the action here. Paul's got to be careful.
2 minutes remain here in the match.
2 minutes. He's got inside control on you right now. Get inside, hold his head. Don't let him hold your head. Come on, Ben.
Action, yellow.
Action, Paul.
I want you to fake the shot. Ahí está el snap. Hey, I want you to fake the shot. Siempre lo está dejando el cuello ahí para el snap. Let go, okay? Circle.
Stop, hold right there, stay right there.
We're going to get a reset here with Marcin having his hands together here in the center.
Double underhooks. Oh, nice reversal, and that'll be a 2 for your fantasy team, Paul Ardea.
Close guard here for Masulovic.
Inside control, left hand, inside control. Left hand, inside control. Sit for a single leg. Sit for a single. Watch the dark. Watch the shoulder control. Marcin, you have 1 minute now. 1 minute, bro.
Reset again here in the center. Touch over a minute remains.
You know, I think a lot of people didn't know Marcin's name coming into this, and even if they did know it, they couldn't say it.
Right.
But y'all better learn how to say it. Marcin Machado is the real deal. Gets a big win in under a minute in his first match. He's come out here and really put Paul on his back foot for most of this. Good takedown by Paul, but he's been the aggressor for most of this match. Another warning against Ardea, and he's on the shot clock. His time's starting to get really thin here.
Watch your left leg. Watch your left leg. Watch your left leg right now. Take it. Go for that unhook. 3 segundos para shot clock.
Shot clock violation here with very short time.
Yeah, not going to really be a factor. Imagine that would have been the third one, though. That would have been the end of well, it would have been 2 points after the match concluded.
Right. Get a quick restart here in the referee's position. Just 7 ticks left on the clock. Ardea able to roll through with ease.
Yeah, I don't think Paul's ever going to be stressed out about that referee position.
That's a wrap. Both of them finished their first matches in a minute, and now they go the distance in their second match. We'll go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Good job, boys. Let me get the ankle bands back.
Well, there's a draw in the books between the Polish Punisher and Marcin Masulovic, Paul Ardia. A good match, back and forth.
And let's watch this. Let's watch this replay. Boom! Waited till the last second. And you could see Paul really just allowing those double unders, knowing that Marcin was going to make that offensive play. Watch this. Look how relaxed Paul is. He keeps his arms heavy on the elbows and waits for the trip. It's just a beautiful counterplay. That was awesome by Paul.
And Paul had multiple shot clock violations in that one, but just cool, calm, collected throughout it. He's a hard guy to feel that pressure.
Yeah, you can't ruffle his feathers, man. He's not going to be bothered. He's not going to just come up and play your pace just because you're playing your pace. He's here to do what he's here to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're here to watch more jiu-jitsu, so let's go ahead and do that. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
Here comes Kyle Bame representing First Form. Had a tough first match with Ryan Aiken. Now he's ready to go back to work for a second time here on match day 1. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Here's Chris Wojcik representing Dean Lister's Constellation Network. Bame versus Wojcik here in Block 2. Match day 1, PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. We are underway. Bame in the red, Wojcik in the black with blue.
Probably the two best leg lockers on the roster, but a huge size discrepancy in these two men. Chris Wojcik giving up weight just to come and be a part of 205. Kyle getting rid of a lot of weight to try to come in and be a part of 205. Kyle almost looked drawn out yesterday, if you can believe that, looking at him today. Kyle really trying to bait Chris to pick up that leg. Now getting heavy on the back of the head, trying to use that size advantage to wear Chris's neck out. But nice job, Chris. He's not here to get bullied around, and they're already calling for action from Kyle.
Work center, guys. Work center. Another one. Slide by. Do it again. Come on, Chris. Do it again. Work center. Circle. Do it again. Now go for it.
Slide by attempt by Chris right at the edge of the mat. Good job by Weird Al. Stopping them, bringing them back to the center before things got too crazy.
It's not really Weird Al. You do know that, right?
Let's talk about it later.
Okay.
Kyle's going to have to be careful. There's a shot by Wojcik, but he ends up with Kyle Bame on top of him working a front headlock. Not where you want to be, and he's got a pretty deep grip there for just a split second on the neck. I thought he had a pretty good guillotine cooking for a little bit.
Reset here in the center of the mat.
Kyle trying to knee cut, but really no kind of attachment. Wants to sit back and wrap up Wojcik at the legs. But Wojcik ends up, and this is one of his best plays here. Kyle got to be very careful. Kyle Bame got that death grip on Wojcik's leg, trying to drag him into a play. If you're Kyle, you have to be super careful right there. That is exactly the spot that Wojcik wanted to find himself in, was with that ankle lock grip. Kyle tries to flip over from the outside. Wojcik thinking about setting up his false reap. When you see him go with his left arm behind the knee, you know he's thinking about his false reap setup. Wojcik comes to the top position, tries a cheeky little Estima lock. Now coming up to pass. Kyle Bame's guard, notoriously hard to pass, but not for Ryan Aitken earlier in their first match. Passed it twice in the first 2 minutes, if I recall correctly.
Left leg. He wants to grab your left leg. What I say? Now pull it out.
And on a leg, here's Bame.
Oh my
Wojcik.
gosh, saved his knee just barely. That's horrifying.
Watch your left leg, sir.
And you listen to the tension of the crowd.
Yeah.
Everybody just took a big sigh of relief. That was horrifying.
Swim inside the head now. Hold your head. Watch your left leg. Go to Marta's back. Go to Marta's back. That's fine.
Back to their feet they go.
Under 2.5 remains in this match.
Kyle baiting
I
him.
just got shot. I'm giving them the signal.
Sit up. Sit up. Work your angles.
Kyle again tries that
2 minutes.
like that distance knee cut, but he's doing it without any kind of attachment and connection. That's going to be really hard to pull off on a guard like Wojcik. Both guys have the grip they want here. Oh, Wojcik working on this Aoki. If he can get the heel up onto his chest while he's got the trap, this could be a real problem. Kyle looks over at I think he's looking at handsome Kev on the sideline just laughing. Wojcik bails, moves to the outside heel, leaves his own leg behind for just a split second. Very dangerous game.
120 left.
Wojcik again, wrapping up the ankle.
Bame stands.
1 minute, Kyle, 1 minute.
1 minute now.
Now inside the final 60 seconds.
Go, Craig. Come on, Chris. Get that heel out of there if you can. Here we go. Go. 45.
Both guys putting a lot of pressure on this.
Pull it out there. Yeah, 40 seconds left, gentlemen. Turn it.
30 seconds.
Watch that. Turn it. Go for it. Get on top. Get on top. Finish the top. Go. 30.
Ooh, it's a pretty good grip here by Chris.
Lock your hands up. Come on, Chris. Lock your hands like on your chest. Lock your hands in your chest. Oh, shit. 20 seconds.
Chris going toe-to-toe, no pun intended, going toe-to-toe with Kyle Bame.
That was clever.
I didn't even mean to.
Clever.
That's what's great.
Time going to expire in this one. Some tense moments as both men were playing the leg attack, and after what we heard earlier with Davis Asare, I think everybody is holding their breath in some of these leg exchanges, but no submission there. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Your thoughts, B-Mac? Fun little match, as I mentioned, or you mentioned during regulation there. People holding their breath a little bit at certain moments.
A lot of tension out there. I mean, a lot of the reason there was so much tension is Kyle, he's so big and strong.
Right.
And there's such a size discrepancy. I was a little worried, like, if you touch Chris, will he break?
Right.
You know, like, scary, man. Kyle's a scary guy, but Chris just proved that he can stay out there and leg lock literally with anybody here. So I think the rest of the roster has to be on notice.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and continue our night, match day 1, live in Las Vegas. It is PGF World. Back to the mats with Stephen Aiken.
All right, our next matchup, making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Dory Own.
Here comes Dorian representing First Form. Time for him to take the mat for the second time tonight on match day 1. Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
Confidence in the walk from Sebastian Attard. He takes on Dory Allen.
Okay, guys, bring it in real quick. Guys, make sure when I say stop, we freeze. So we get an easy reset, couple steps back. Drew, ready?
Here we go, underway. Attard immediately takes a seat.
Both of these guys are going to push the pace the entire time, for sure. Dory, a guy who's absolutely known for his cardio. Sebastian, a guy who says that he has taken great steps to improve his cardio, but what that tells me is that it hasn't always been a strength for him. It's always been a strength for Dory. He prides himself in it. And he's going to push the pace here and really try to be aggressive and put Sebastian on his back foot.
Allen unable to secure a pass.
Sebastian moving forward.
Stop. Center.
Gonna reset here in the center.
Dory, there's no reason the top man should be on the edge of the mat. You got to keep it in the middle. You can't back up.
Referee warning Dory.
And I like that warning. There's no reason the top guy should be on the edge of the mat. Can't back up.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again here at PGF. You cannot afford to really ever take a step backwards. And like the referee said, when you're the top position grappler, you shouldn't be working your way towards the perimeter.
Sebastian gonna have to get active off the bottom position, though. I feel he's really just kind of framing and playing a preventative game against Dory. Dory seems to from my perspective at least, Dory seems to be the guy who's really pushing forward and doing all the work. Ooh, nice play. Now the pass by Dory, just that aggression. Wasn't able to secure it, though. Did get around to the north-south position for just a split second.
3 minutes, guys.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
Now Sebastian getting that warning for action. Just past the halfway point. Now unable to get clear of the legs.
And, you know, honestly, I felt like that warning for action for Sebastian should have came a little earlier. You saw that as soon as the warning came in, he started moving, and that is what ultimately ended up getting his guard passed. Bump, Dory has to bail.
2:30 left, Sebastian.
And Sebastian aggressively hunting the closed guard this time.
See what he can do with it. Two minutes remain.
Sebastian definitely trying to bait him into a K guard type play. He's scooping the arm here this time, but he's hoping, you see his left hand right there, TJ. Sebastian wants to scoop underneath the leg of Dory, and then when Dory does open the closed guard, he wants to spin to the inside and attack the legs with his K guard, is what that position is called.
Touch over a minute remains.
Looking for a shoulder attack.
1 minute now. Stop. Sit there.
Gonna get a reset here.
We got 1 minute.
Atar goes inverted, spins back. Allen trying to clear the legs.
Yeah, and Allen has been aggressive. Just hasn't been able to secure any pass. Sebastian's guard has held up.
Sebastian, 15 seconds.
That's a wrap. 6 minutes completed.
And Dory completes the pass after the whistle just for fun there.
All right, Stephen Aiken will go ahead and make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Boys, let me get the ankle bands back.
All right, still in block 2 on night 1, season 7. PGF, TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey. One final matchup, I believe, here in our first team matchup. Or, no, last team matchup.
Last team matchup
Yes.
of block 2. Pretty interesting. The first matchup, the New Hope and Trana matchup, that had pretty good action in it. First 3 matches all finished with subs, and one of them pretty violent.
Yeah.
You know, like some of that was pretty violent. This matchup with First Form and Constellation, and a lot of people would have said that this was the biggest mismatch team-wise. First Form, me. I thought First Form was going to come out here and just run the table, and that Constellation might struggle, but Constellation has proven to be a very, very tough team. Adam Bradley versus Kamoy Anderson is the last matchup here. Adam has to feel like he's got to score right here, but if they don't score, New Hope is going to win. Like, somebody has to score a choke right here just to tie Team New Hope, or New Hope is going to walk out as the winner of Block 2, and that's a big, big deal for those guys. Anytime they can keep First Form from scoring, that's a big deal, because that team is just stacked top to bottom.
Absolutely. All right, one final matchup here in block number 2 for the Walks. We go to Stephen Aiken.
For our final match for this team matchup, making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley, ready to go to work for Roger Gracie's First Form. Again, final individual match here of this second team matchup here in block number 2. For his opponent, we go back to Bobby both of them.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson, the first athlete selected by Dean Lister for the Constellation Network team. Finalist on season number 5 of PGF World. He's back on the map for the second time tonight here on match day 1.
Gentlemen, stop on the whistle.
We are underway.
Kamoy had some pretty interesting moments during his last matchup. Thought he was going to get to the twister, man. We really thought we were about to see a twister from Kamoy. this is not Caleb Crump he's facing off with here. Adam Bradley, definitely one of the more highly touted athletes on the roster leading into Season 7. Bradley, another guy that has that very relaxed, kind of reactive style. And some people were questioning if he was going to be able to be proactive and get a lot of points on the board this season, just with the way his game matches up against the actual rule set here in the PGF.
Guys, y'all are going to get double stall. Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go.
Kamoy decides to pull guard after an admonition from Heath Massery. I called him by his name that time instead of saying Weird Al, TJ.
Oh, that's good. Good.
Thanks. Adam on top. Kamoy working with 2 butterfly hooks on the inside. You can see Adam switching his hips back and forth, trying to see where Kamoy keeps the tension in his guard so that he can find that tension, turn it into a lever, and then initiate the pass.
Go, guys. Engage.
Bradley almost freeing that left leg, trying to sit in the mount.
He's almost into the mount position. The problem is, okay, this is good work here by Bradley. The problem is that Kamoy likes this. He likes to let you pass and end up in side, on bottom side control, but he definitely doesn't want to be on bottom mount, and that's where he finds himself right now. Fantasy points for Bradley, by the way, for that mount position.
Knee on belly for Bradley.
Bradley with the underhook. He's got the arm exposed. Kamoy framing and action call against Kamoy here. They want him to move. Underhook by Anderson off the bottom. Bradley continues his pressure forward.
Halfway point here, 3 minutes down, 3 to go. Kamoy Anderson has a hold of the left leg of Adam Bradley.
Go.
And there's the takedown by Kamoy. Fantasy managers rejoice as Kamoy adds to his point total. Neither guy really in danger of winning the match, though, so far, and that's what really counts. It's all cool and everything to get fantasy points, and that is fun, but these guys want the money points, and that only comes by winning via submission. Bradley passing the guard again, knee on belly. Now around to the north-south. Kamoy, this is Kamoy's play. He's trying to bait him into this move so he can lock him into the truck, and there it is again. Bradley escapes, though, but again, Kamoy showing that he can lock that up from the bottom position almost anytime he wants. He baits you to pass his guard so he can do it.
2-on-1 on the left wrist of Kamoy Anderson by Adam Bradley. Close guard now for Bradley. 90 seconds remain.
Warning, Anderson, shot clock.
Shot clock's on.
You heard that. Shot clock has been put down on Kamoy. He got moving, though, with that warning. They reset the shot clock. That's what it's for. That's what the shot clock's there for. Take the shot. Do something.
Action restarted here in the center of the mat. Touch over 1 minute remaining.
Bradley dropping into that headquarters passing position. Kamoy trying to drag him into a leg lock, but he gets himself flattened out a little bit. Got to be careful. Now Kamoy working this shoulder crunch. Nothing there. Bradley with another pass.
Anderson, you got to move. Shot clock.
Another shot clock initiation for Kamoy Anderson.
Oh, nice job as Bradley went to mount. Kamoy snuck that butterfly hook in on the backside. Recovered. Bradley, another pass on a front headlock, but not enough time.
Time expires, officially putting an end to our second block of match day 1. Go back to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And with that, block 2 is in the books. I'm TJ DeSantis, he's Brandon McCatherine. What are we looking at points-wise there, and how does the second block shake out?
New Hope wins the block. Ernesto with his ankle lock and Ryan Aitken with his outside heel hook. They score 6 for the team. Outscoring Entrana, Abe LaMontagne came in off the bench.
Yep.
Got 3 points, but New Hope wins. So Ernesto, Schneider, Aitken, Travis Thomas, and Cam Hurd all add a point to their total towards the playoff. Big block right there for New Hope. That's good for them because really, I say everybody, I'm just really talking about me. I expected First Form and Entrana to already be separating themselves from the pack a little bit, and that is not the way that this has played out on day 1.
No, absolutely, and you know, it's always interesting to see how each team gets, you know, off to their season, and you know, we've definitely seen points early. You know, it's not been a thing where anybody has been on the back foot, not being aggressive. We've seen some subs, we've seen some injuries as well.
And here's that straight ankle lock. Well, oh no, we're going to get a look at the knee bar, it looks like, right here. Look at that, the way he wraps and puts it underneath. Oh, all the finishes here. This one was horrifying. Everybody in the crowd freaked out right there, and you saw it slip.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. There's the part where Travis just put Elijah's leg behind his head for fun. Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump.
What a
ton
match.
of action. That, you know, that might be as much fun as you ever have in a match that doesn't really even have a close submission.
Oh, yeah.
Fedor and Kyle going the distance. This might have been one of the coolest moves that happened in the last block. Look at this timing by Paul. Boom! Perfect timing. A lot of scary moments in this match, but look at the face. Hey, let me watch this.
Oh,
I'm going
man.
backwards right here. Give me that replay.
That was phenomenal.
Give me that replay.
We
Give
got
me
to see
that
it again if we
replay.
can, because that reaction front row in the couch definitely tells you everything you need to know about PGF and the moments we had to endure. All right.
Watch this. Boom. Kevin Lucas right there. He's going.
Kevin Lucas or Kevin McAllister? Home Alone.
Oh, that's awesome. Can we zoom in on it? I would love to zoom in on it.
B-Mac Brandon McCatherine having a little too much fun with his
I'm
telestrator
so excited
here.
about having a telestrator.
You deserve it. You're the perfect person to have a telestrator. All right. Still more action headed your way on match day 1. A look at our schedule as we head to our third and final block of the day. Fedor Nikolov going to take on Ernesto Rivera, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Masulovic. Going to meet Bradley Schneider, Ryan Aiken against Chris Wojcik.
Man, when I look at this, what I see standing out to me right away, Marcin versus Brad. Brad's gotten scored on twice already tonight. Marcin, he had a tough match with Paul, but, you know, Paul definitely one of the favorites to finish at the top of the seeding as we head towards the playoff on UFC Fight Pass on Friday. Marcin takes him the distance in a tough match and honestly kind of led the way, even though it ended in a draw. And he also finished in his first match in under a minute. Marcin definitely eyeing Brad Schneider as somebody that he can dunk on right here.
Kyle
It may not be
Bain.
true, but that's what he's thinking for sure.
Kyle Bain matched up with Davis Asare. We're not going to see Davis Asare.
We're going to see Chris Olivo instead.
Back tonight.
My personal best dressed at the draft yesterday. We'll see if he's the best man to step in there. You know, he's an alternate, but that guy's a Robert Drysdale black belt. He's
Right.
he's no pushover.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what he can do. And I'm thinking we can possibly check in. Oh, here you go. Fight Pass Invitational headed your way December 5th, the best single night in submission grappling. It all goes down here in Las Vegas. It's been a great year for the FPI. And BMAC, I'm very excited to put a bow on it with one more FPI before we close out.
And let me tell you
2024.
something. We're trying to do some big things in jiu-jitsu, and I think we're starting to make some progress in that way. FPI is really moving the needle in the world of submission grappling. And of course, you and I, we get to be there for all of it. I love FPI. I love the way that they're trying to like twist the rules, and they're always just modifying. Jason Herzog, Iberio, all of those guys, they're in there. They're smart guys, and they're trying to see what's the best way to adapt these rules, especially for like a single match type of event. And that's a super fight event. FPI is fantastic. I think that what 2025 holds for the world of submission grappling between us and the PGF, between FPI. Let's see what Craig does with CJI next year. I'm hoping he comes back with a big banger right there. It's a lot of crew. Oh, dude, and you know what? I'm not even thinking the jiu-jitsu overdose that's coming up right here at the end of the year with Eddie and his crew, Eddie and Victor and all those guys. I'm going. Are you going?
I'm going. I'm going to be there.
December 11th through 16th.
Yeah.
We're going to be at Planet Hollywood down in Cancun. What has he got? He's got Medusa.
Yep.
He's got
Combat Jiu-Jitsu
Combat
World.
Jiu-Jitsu World. He's got a Combat Jiu-Jitsu qualifier.
Yep.
Right, and then he's got, of course, the big EBI. Eddie's a genius, man. He's really done a lot to push this sport forward. Him and Victor, when they started putting all that together, and now he's like jumping on with this week-long thing, and I think it's so cool. Eddie gets to come hang out with us for a week. We go hang out with him for a week. Well, I'll do jiu-jitsu. It's just, it's awesome. So shout out to those guys,
We
too.
don't all do jiu-jitsu. I don't do jiu-jitsu.
That's a good point.
Yeah. What does that mean? That's a good point. Oh, wait.
Nothing, man.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
It just felt loaded. All right. You know what? I can see Alex Wendling standing by on the mat. Are we going to go to her? No? Maybe?
You just do whatever you want, TJ.
All right. Why don't we? Alex Wendling, take it away.
I am standing by with Ernesto Rivera, and we were just talking about how good my Spanish is and that we could do this interview in Spanish.
We could do it in English, Spanish, Portuguese. That's about it, though. Those three.
Yes, him and Paul Ordila, a.k.a. his son, he likes to call him. They're best friends, and they're going on a trip coming up. You guys both got leg lock submission, so how are you guys feeling? I mean, that's got to be pretty good.
Really good. I mean, he got first round, he went out, got a leg lock, I got a draw, and then the second round, I got the leg lock, he got the draw. So it's going good for both of us. Hopefully in the third round, we both get leg locks.
Yeah, and there was a lot of action. He almost got pushed out of bounds, and you saved him from the concrete.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, he's on another team, but it's impossible not to coach him. You know, like he's my friend. So yeah, as long as he's not going directly against us, you know, I'm going to coach him for sure.
And you got a nice leg lock against a really, really tough opponent, Nathan Haddad. So now you and Ryan Ankid scored for your team. You won for your block. What's the mentality going into the next block?
I mean, hopefully more of the same. Ryan's a beast. I'm trying to keep pace with him. He's definitely the team leader for sure. So it feels really good to be able to put points on the board. I mean, 6, we won the block. Hopefully we could just do the same thing and win it. I mean, I think we were a little underrated, but I think that's good, you know?
I was about to say, everyone was making you guys the underrated New Hope Regeneration and get the good picks. I think you guys are going to surprise people tonight.
I think we're already doing it. So, which just means people will come harder, but that's all right, you know? That means you're doing the right thing.
Well, we cannot wait to see the rest. Ernesto, you got this. We have much more action coming up for PGF Season 7. Ernesto, good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Alex. Our night continues here. It is PGF Season 7, Match Day 1, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. You know, this year we've stepped things up. Some new additions, the Fantasy Corner, they are hanging out. And you gave Jason Anick an assignment. Jason, did you do your homework? You got an update?
Oh, yeah, we got an update for you, Davis Asare. I guess it's an ankle. We don't know too much other than the good news. Hopefully, he's going to try and compete tomorrow. So some ice, and other than that, that's all we got on him, yes?
Yeah, he's saying he can stand on it. I just saw him in the back there. They had some paramedics just check him out. He was actually kind of bouncing around on his feet. So he's testing it out. We're going to play it safe. But again, that's a good sign that hopefully he should be back tomorrow.
But the story for me of the night, BMAC, the czar, the telestrator. How about that? You know, everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. The czar, the telestrator, Mike Fratello, for those of you who don't know, basketball fans, BMAC putting him in his place. But I will say, right, given what's transpired this night, Chris Oliva, I'm very much, you know, you get in the building, Kyle Bame is what you get handed, right? That's for the alternates. But you guys said it all week, you know, Abe went for 1,900. They were all clamoring for him, and it happened. So I guess any big expectations for you as we enter the third window of the evening?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, one of the big issues we saw last season is that when those reserve players started coming in, well, then the big stars started really getting points. I mean, okay, Abe the Mountain, he's not your normal reserve player, okay? Kind of an aberration comes in and just gets his own, you know, points. But now, you know, Kyle Bame's got to be looking at his chops. Man, I got a second-round reserve player, and he needs to get on the board. I mean, he had a really tough assignment tonight. But also looking at, you know, Adam Bradley and Caleb Crump. Bradley hasn't got any points yet. 2 tough matches where he just got stalled out. He has to see this as, hey, this is his chance to get on the board. Because after tonight, 25% of the season is over. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on all the competitors that don't have any points behind their name.
I like it. TJ.
Thanks, guys.
You know what? TJ, throw it back to those guys. I want to watch this reaction right here.
Okay.
Back to you.
Back to you.
Davis Asare doing his 3rd match. Just got the update in my ear.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Okay, that's all. Just wanted to tell you guys.
I love it. I love it.
All right.
Yeah, welcome back.
Back here, Matt said. Are we going to break or are we going into block 3?
Yeah, we're gonna need to go to break because I gotta do a little finagling here on the bracket, so we make sure that everybody's in the right spot. And because Davis is out,
Right,
Davis is in,
right.
Davis is out. I don't know what's going on.
All
so
right,
I gotta fix it up.
You finagle. I'm gonna go find a chocolate flavored Once Upon a Coconut, and you stay right
may
there.
Never find one. Those things go quick around here.
I got a stash. I don't want to talk about that. I got a stash.
Smart boy.
Yeah, this is my 2nd season here with Once Upon a Coconut. I've learned.
That's experience.
Right, exactly. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. You're watching PGF World Season 7 right here live from Las Vegas.
You're the
most complete fighter in the UFC today.
2013 was the craziest year of my career.
Here we go!
I had first to defend my world title.
What a fight! George St. Pierre dominated his fight.
There's always the next guy.
He's not gonna walk through me.
The next guy, and the next guy.
Rush! St. Pierre!
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive. People with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you wanted to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
This past year has changed everything. Once a hidden art, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is now on the world stage.
Arguably one of the biggest events in the history of Jiu-Jitsu.
You better have that dog in you because you're gonna need it. I promise you guys.
An art once practiced in the shadows is now shining under the bright lights.
Take some risk. Whoa.
I don't want to be on the side of this concrete with Andy on my back with 2 hooks in looking like a dork, so I'm fucking jumping over couches or doing whatever the fuck it takes to get out of there because I know he's not gonna let go. I know he's not gonna stop.
A sport that is no longer just about passion, but about prestige and the promise of real rewards.
Get that mentality, man. I'm gonna beat them up. Whoever's in front of you is just a body that can be beaten.
This is the new age of jiu-jitsu, where skill meets spectacle, and one move is the difference between fortune and failure.
Bro, we're fucking in the wildlife. It's like fucking 20 dudes in here with testosterone competing against each other, trying to break each other's shit. Like, we're gonna have some shit to say.
Hey! Don't push me. Fuck you, Daniel. You're a bitch.
Yeah, he was trying to play the funny guy, so I went to him and see what he has to show.
I think my only mistake with Daniel was not smacking him in the mouth as soon as he pushed me.
It's all the same, man. I show up, do what I'm supposed to do.
Can Elijah take all of that experience that he has as a PGF champion and apply it to these high-level athletes?
They're gonna sleep on me like always.
I'm not sleeping on you, you know? Make sure you know that I'm ready.
And I don't have sons, like I said in the interview over there, I have just daughters, and I love to see him achieve his goals, you know? Just so happy for him.
We're back inside our secret location in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins, the veteran, stepping in for BMAC for a few moments. Matt, you ready to get our third block started?
Man, the first 2 blocks have been incredible. Third block is definitely going to please. Some of these matchups are absolutely insane. And then, like I said, we just turn around and do it again moments after.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a long week of jiu-jitsu, and we're 2/3 of the way done here on match day 1. We just got word that Davis Asare is back in after originally thought to be out after his last match with Ryan Aiken, and look who he's taking on, Kyle Bain. Like, it's not like he's coming back to get a quick dunk. I mean, Davis Asare, he's a man.
I mean, a little undersized in this season, and to take like an audible pop from the couches I mean, and to turn around and take one match off and hop back in with the bigger guys, you definitely can't question his mental fortitude and his will to win. Obviously, he wants back in the tournament, looking to try to walk home with his cash.
Yeah, he might walk with a limp, though.
He's definitely going to limp out of here, brother.
Yeah. An audible pop is an understatement, to say the least. If you missed it, go back and watch it after our live action concludes tonight. All right, Block 3 ready to get underway. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our third and final block of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
Back for the third time tonight, Fyodor Nikolov, the Russian Nightmare, tangled with Kyle Chambers last time out on the mat. He is ready to put a bow on night one for himself. We'll see if he can get some points in the process. Back to Stephen.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera able to get a break in his last match. We'll see what he can do against the Russian Nightmare in the first matchup of our first team matchup here in block number 3. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins. Match day 1 continuing here in Las Vegas. Matt, when I look at the long week, you experienced this last season. The points, they don't always come early sometimes in a run, but obviously you got to always try to cash in when you can. And for the Russian Nightmare, he would love to cash in against a very tough Ernesto Rivera.
You see your lineup at the beginning of the week, and you know that there's a couple of opportunities that you have to take advantage of and have to score. And these guys know that they might not be one of the #1 seeds in the tournament, but they know that they got to show up and they got to perform here in this moment. And these matches with these lower ranked guys in the point scoring have offered up some of the best matchups and the best action of the entire tournament. So
Rivera getting busy early. He's on bottom position. We'll see how Fedor elects to approach this one. Very aggressive here is Rivera.
It's interesting. I think that Fyodor usually takes a little bit of a lull in the match. I think that he likes to drag the pace of the match down a little bit. Ernesto is out of Atlanta, and he's looking to stay in the pocket, stay fast.
That right leg isolated for a brief moment from Nikolov. Past the first minute of the match.
Push your foot, push. Hands in the back, scoot away.
I don't know if Fyodor's looking to maybe expose the back here.
Your right arm is a foot trap, and use your left to move your foot. Move that butterfly hook.
Nikolov now able to pull his leg free and stand, or at least come out in top position potentially.
Push him down. Free like that. Make him earn that.
You can hear cues from Dean Lister. He doesn't want Ernesto Rivera up with his back off the mat. He wants Fyodor to shove him down, start to impose his will a little bit, see if he can make a play past his guard.
We mentioned earlier Dean Lister. He's not afraid to be heard. One of the loudest coaches, I think, in PGF history.
Absolutely, and in his own, to his own right, legend in the game, MMA, jiu-jitsu, all the above.
That right leg in some danger, but now Fedor going on the attack, trying to attack the left leg of Rivera.
Bit of a shootout here.
Trying to roll through it. Wow, nice sequence.
Like I said, these guys, they know they got to score. They see the opportunity. They see maybe their next matchups coming up. It's last block of the day. They're looking to leave with a couple points on the board, I believe.
You know, we talk about momentum, and this is a marathon, the gauntlet. It's much better to end the night with your signature performance of the tournament thus far. It's hard to go home frustrated, but again, this is where that sort of war of attrition comes into play. It's very much a marathon, not a sprint. But obviously, it's a lot easier to go back to your hotel room with points on the board.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt that going home on day one with a goose egg is a little bit of a shot at your pride. You know, I've heard these guys all week or all the last couple of days talking about how they're getting 3 subs on night one, and as we've seen, it's been hard to come by points already. And so this last block, I think we're going to see some big matches.
That's right. It's better. Stay on it. Push it down again. It's different now. See? Push it down again. Now get around the guard. Now go for it.
Lister trying to implore Nikolov to get around that guard, but now needs to be defensive as Rivera was again in on a leg. Now Nikolov sitting back.
Let's go for a steal. Stay on top, Ernesto. Good. You hit your foot. Good.
You like that play, Matt, for Nikolov? Now he goes back up, but
I really like that he's trying to be active. He's trying to push the pace here. He's looking to try to make something work from the inside position, but Ernesto Rivera, no slouch, very disciplined, keeping his feet on the inside.
And now, work in your opposition. Look for a pass. Look for a pass. Wait forever. Watch your opposition. Keep attack. 2 minutes. Cross this. Keep attack. Cross this. Stalls, you attack. Cross this.
Pinning that leg down was Nikolov.
I kind of feel like Fyodor is looking to give him just enough pressure to maybe open up, falling back on the leg. It seems like he likes this play right now. He's not pressuring the guard forward too hard. I think he's looking for Ernesto to open up.
Under 90 seconds remain in the match. Nikolov keeping the pressure a bit on Rivera. Now the officials warning Fedor, calling for some action.
Fyodor's going to go on the shot clock here, I believe.
He's also going to go flying back after that push from Rivera. But sounds like the shot clock's still running. And here comes the call, so going to get a restart in referee's position. Fedor in bottom. Not a lot of time here, but definitely an opportunity for Rivera to make something happen.
It's been interesting to see some guys play from the referee's position. Obviously, we see this come from wrestling, and some of these jiu-jitsu guys solving the puzzle here. It's been kind of interesting. Fyodor taking a bit of a, he's leaving a little space underneath his ankles right here. Interesting.
Back underway.
Ernesto's got a good chest connection here.
He's got that arm isolated too with that right leg.
Oh, he's digging the nose hard. Ernesto, all business here from the back here. All business, body triangle. Ooh. Big punches.
We'll call them forearm shivers. Trying to go for broke here is Ernesto Rivera. Across the chin, time expires. The Russian Nightmare just went through one and survives in the closing moments of regulation. Credit to Rivera for being aggressive and then being a bit apologetic. No points, but wow, some serious moments there. Finally closing out the match to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
About the most aggressive draw I've ever seen there in the closing moments, Matt Elkins.
Those, we have to call those punches. I mean, I don't know what else to call that. It's got a little bit of combat jiu-jitsu look to it here at the PGF. These guys know that these points are going to be hard to come by. Obviously, they're taking it very, very serious, and the intensity continues to rise on night one.
You see him closing out that attempt on the lower jaw, but you're right. I mean, if anything, it was a forearm shiver, but bottom line, blunt force, which you're not technically supposed to do. But we've seen this time and time again. There's a fine line between, touching and striking.
Personally, I love to watch the boys play. I like to let the boys play a little bit, Coach. I believe in that, and like I said, I think that was right on the line. Anything past that, maybe the judges, the referees got to get a little involved and give them a little warning, but everybody knows what's on the line, man. We're not playing for fun. We're playing for cash money, bragging rights, all the above, so it makes sense to me.
Well, what goes around comes around. We'll see if there's a receipt at any point thrown the way of Ernesto Rivera. All right, our night continues. Block 3 underway for our next matchup. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler to make his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Maculowicz.
The Polish Punisher, Marcin Maculowicz, coming back to the mat. Can you say that? It's hard.
Marcin Maculowicz.
Okay, you did it better than me.
B-, perhaps, from the Alabama boy.
Not bad.
Marcin is an absolute terror, man. He just has a big presence, a big personality about him. You hear people say things like in jiu-jitsu that people roll their personality, and you see this guy's not afraid. He's bringing it to these guys. First matchup with a big break.
Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider making the walk for the final time tonight. He draws the Polish Punisher. Maculowicz and Schneider ready to get things underway. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins. Live in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Maculowicz takes bottom position here.
It looks like Marcin was paying attention in the first round. Brad got leg locked pretty quickly by Paul Dia, and it looks like he's looking to make the same thing happen.
Now, you've been in the back here in this very building throughout the season. How much are you plugged into the matches that are unfolding while you're waiting for your next match?
I think that the guys are trying to keep their head clear the best they can, but the reality is the jiu-jitsu community is pretty tight-knit, and so you know these guys, maybe you train with a couple of them, and you're very interested in the storyline, the points line, and everything, so it is hard to unwind and find a quiet corner in the back.
Got a hold of that leg, does Maculowicz, trying to isolate it. Schneider wise to it, able to get free. Schneider stands.
Better stance, Brad. Better stance.
Yeah, Snot, you hear from the corner that Snyder's got to fix his posture standing there in front of a guy that's trying to get to his legs.
Inside the closed guard of the Polish Punisher, who's laughing a bit.
Hey, start on the way out here. Watch the triangle. Watch the triangle. The guy's pushing, but he's not opening his guard yet. Watch this.
Trying to wrap up that neck now is Marcin.
Watch the triangle, Brad.
Little work from the closed guard here. Obviously, we don't see a ton of closed guard, no gi. Interesting to see some of these guys. Oh, Marcin going to go to the K guard, looks like. Uh-oh.
Trying to attack that right leg of Schneider. Schneider able to get free. Now trying to get the back of the Polish Punisher, unable to do so.
Nice exchange from the boys. You can just see it on Marcin's face, man. He is all business. He is very tenacious. Stays in the pocket. You see him having a little fun out there, but he's definitely trying to take these guys' limbs home with him for sure. Those big kicks from the bottom. He's not joking around at all.
3.5 minutes remain here in the match. Yeah, the Polish Punisher is offensively minded no matter where the match is taking place, whether it's closed guard, whether he's going for the legs, attacking, just always trying to progress. And you have Schneider in top position, but very much defensive.
The Constellation Network's definitely got to be very excited about picking up Marcin, having a big day on night one. Let's see if he can close the show with some points here. That'd be big for him going into day 2. Put some respect on his name, be able to breathe a little bit tonight, sleep well.
to pass. I'm trying to engage. Let's go.
How about bottom guy? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Guard closed once again for Marcin. Now back open.
It's been a very popular C grip on the neck. Back in the K guard, it looks like, to the top side. You hear the corner of Schneider telling him to bail.
And his left leg is stuck right now.
Schneider is in a tight spot with 2 minutes left. This is not where we want to see him if he's looking to leave, score some points himself.
This would be a huge statement for the Polish Punisher. 2 minutes remain.
He's got the outside heel hook exposure. Looks like he's putting the grip together. Reverse grip.
Oh, there it is. It's a tap. It is done. The Polish Punisher able to rack up some more points on night number 1. A slap to the mat, and for good reason. He banks another 3 points, very important points here, to close out his first day. Wow, to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Constellation Network, Marcin Machulovic.
Marcin Machulovic able to get it done, gets the break over Bradley Schneider, and we were talking about it, Matt. It's a lot easier to go back to the hotel with points scored and even more points for the Polish Punisher.
I believe that, is he our first competitor to score twice?
I think so. At this point, yeah.
That's a big statement. That's a big statement.
Both breaks, and you can see the replay here. Walk us through here, Matt.
So,
pretty much a wrap there.
Yeah. We caught the end of the submission there. Outside heel hook. Marcin, obviously very, very skilled in the leg game.
Here it is.
And so he's got it looks like he doesn't even have the knee line is in kind of an odd spot, but he's got such a tight grip there. He swaps to the reverse grip here to get the finish. Double outside, big rotation here, belly down, gets the tap against Brad Schneider. Very impressive work from our boy Marcin.
All right, the Polish Punisher standing by with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Marcin. Marcin, big win. You're the first person to have 2 submissions this season. I'm not sure exactly what the standings are after that, but that's got to put you up there around number 1. We spoke during the draft a little bit. You expected to be up around the top. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Like, thanks, Bradley. That was hell of a match, hell of a scrap. I feel awesome just being here. I may sound like a broken record, but you'll remember me after this one. You may not notice me yet, but I'm fucking strong, and I'm here to make a statement.
That's what's up, Marcin. We're looking forward to a lot more from you, man. It's going to be hard to forget.
Firmly on the map after his first day performance, Marcin Machulovic, the Polish Punisher, putting points on the board for his Constellation Network team. Some more added up there as he ends match day number 1. All right, our action continues here in Las Vegas. Block number 3 underway. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our next matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Here comes Chris Wojcik. Looks to add some more points for his Constellation Network team. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Here comes Ryan Aiken, the final man that was selected in our draft. He was maybe the most hunted and sought after man in our draft. CJJ and EBI champion. So far off to a pretty good night 1. We'll see how he wraps it up here at PGF World. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins, live tonight in Las Vegas, match day 1 of PGF World Season 7. It's powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Aiken immediately takes a seat.
I'm not sure that we've seen Chris work much from the top position today. Very interested to see how he's going to try to solve this puzzle with one of the best grapplers on the planet, Ryan Aiken.
BMAC had some questions regarding Aiken's style and output. A very patient grappler, but here in PGF, patience at times can be a weakness. But he's been aggressive today.
Man, I think that these guys see after their first couple of matches that 6 minutes is not a lot of time to get it done. Feeling it out through the wrestling exchanges and stuff like that can be a big mistake. Getting drawn into some of those long wrestling exchanges and then looking at 2-3 minutes to get some of the best guys on the planet out of there, it's not a lot of time. So,
Butterfly guard here for Aiken.
Wojcik bails on the body lock pass. Doesn't like what he's seeing there. He backs out, full reset, back to the center. Wojcik makes some really tight, explosive movements sometimes. I feel like he kind of lulls people to sleep, and then he's got really powerful pummels, very disciplined with his hand positions and stuff like that. As Aiken's off balance and him trying to get underneath with his body. Like, oh.
Nice switch of position there for Aiken, able to get in top now.
Big wrestle up with that body lock, just really overpowering Wojcik there. Aiken gonna fall back on the straight ankle, it looks like.
Watch your foot.
Nice slip by Wojcik.
2 minutes of elapsed time here between these two gentlemen.
Where's your left foot? Find your own way, it's fine. Get that for free.
Aiken trying to press the corner and get to this north-south position possibly.
Watch your right foot there. He wants that one. Kick it out.
Aiken camping out here with this knee wedge.
Pick it up, grab his leg.
Looking to figure out how he's going to try to work past the guard here of Chris Wojcik. Like I said, Wojcik has been very disciplined with his hands and his feet. His hands and his feet, anytime that somebody gains position on him, he's repummeling. Ooh, big play by Aiken to try to get past the guard here. Looks like we're going to see a single underpass, double underpass.
Wojcik doing his part to shut it down for the time being.
Keep moving, let's go. Keep moving, guys. Keep moving.
Take your foot out, you gotta do something.
All night, Chris Wojcik's been leaving those feet hanging in there. Seems that he has no problem just dangling his leg in there. Very confident in his ability to defend some of these plays and looking to counter, it looks like.
Trying to dive past those legs was Aiken, unable to do so.
We got a shot clock on Wojcik. It's down to 15 seconds here. Aiken looking to pass east and west. Wojcik's got to make a play here in 10 seconds or he's going to give up his back in the referee's position. Uh-oh.
Turtle up now is Wojcik.
Turtle's not going to cut it for the offensive position. Aiken on the back here. They're going to let him keep it, I bet.
Solid stuff here for Ryan Aiken. Now trying to wrap up this neck and rear naked choke.
Belly down RNC attempt right now.
Tough squeeze here by Ryan Aiken.
Wojcik's got his hand ready, it looks like. Oh, the big squeeze coming from the CJJ champ. Wojcik game as ever, though. Beautiful defense there. Absolutely thought he had him.
Nicely done by Chris Wojcik, but still in a very tough position. Full body triangle locked on by Ryan Aiken.
Aiken had him dead to rights. He's got 1:15 left to work here with the body triangle. Lock on the top side. Toes buried behind the leg, it looks like. In the driver's seat here with 1 minute left. This would be huge for Ryan Aiken to score 6 right here.
Trying to get another look at it here is Aiken.
There it is, he's under the chin.
He's in trouble. Wojcik forces tap, and he's done. Ryan Aiken able to get the kill. 6 big points to end match day 1 for himself. Nicely done by the CJJ and EBI champion. Let's go to Stephen Aiken and make it official.
And your winner, representing New Hope Regeneration, with a kill, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken getting his hand raised. Nicely done as he ends his first match day of PGF World Season 7 with a big kill, 6 big points. Matt Elkins, walk us through.
Pedro Sauer knows that he's worth every penny right there. All right, we see he gets underneath the chin right there. Such a powerful squeeze with the body triangle, super tight spot. Very impressed by Wojcik's ability to defend there, but Aiken just continuing to lean on him and lean on him and lean on him in the position until he cracks.
You saw Wojcik, he had to survive, the last few sequences there, was able to defend one rear naked choke, but ultimately, 90 seconds with a guy as big and as strong as Ryan Aiken on your back, more often than not, it's going to spell the end of your night. And he spells the end of his night by grabbing 6 big points, and we're going to cap it off with an interview as he's standing by with Stephen Aiken.
All right, I'm here with Ryan Aiken. Big win, putting 6 points on the board for your team. I just told Marcin he was the first guy to get 2. Now you have 2. That's definitely going to put you in the lead with a kill and a break. How you feeling tonight? Yeah, you can rub it. It's okay.
I'm feeling great. That was a hard-fought battle right there. I know that's just one of many more matches I have with Chris to come. We were talking about it backstage. I think this is number 5, 6. He might be my nemesis at this point. We're just going to keep running it back.
You had that one good look at a choke or the face crank there, and it looks like you really maxed out on it, and he still slipped. Was there a moment there where you're thinking, like, shit, I'm probably not going to get this one?
Absolutely. But, I stuffed that doubt back down, kept going for the kill. I had my corner yelling for it. Can't let them down. Maybe I finally don't suck at rear naked chokes.
There we go. You got your first one down for the season, man. We're looking forward to a lot more from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan Aiken getting it done. A big kill to end his first match day at PGF World Season 7. And I think it's safe to say, Matt, he doesn't suck at rear naked chokes. That was a pretty solid one.
Yeah, you see all smiles there. That's a big sigh of relief from the CJJ champ. Now he's out here. I think he's in the driver's seat in first place after night 1, it looks like it's going to be. And, man, you can just feel the energy lift off of his shoulders. Now I think we're going to get to see him do some of his best work, knowing that he's got a few points on the board.
All right, still more points up for grab as we are in our third block, and it continues. But quick look at our top standings here. Ryan Aiken, 9 points, as you mentioned, 1 ahead of Marcin Musulovic. So already we're starting to see this playoff picture take shape, and it's all about the playoffs coming up on Friday night. But, of course, all these guys trying to bring points back home to their team for their share in that $100,000 cash prize. All right, we continue our action. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our next matchup of the evening, representing Constellation Network, give it up for Sebastian Attard.
Sebastian Attard ready to put a bow on his night 1 as he takes the mat for Constellation Network. Back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Here comes Travis Thomas.
You know that Travis is looking to score right here. It's the end of night 1. He's had some tough matches. I think that he's got Sebastian Attard's name circled here. And I think he knows that he could possibly put him away.
Stop, so we got an easy reset, couple steps back. Drew, ready?
You look at your schedule, Matt, you know this better than anybody. There are certain matchups that favor you, and those, they're not easy matches. They almost become more pressure-packed because you know that points are hard to come by, and you got to, use the term dunk when you can dunk.
Yeah, and in some sense it makes those dunkable matches even harder because when you've got a guy that feels like he's maybe not going to beat the number 1 seed, maybe they come out there played a little bit defensive, but there's a little more pride on the line with some of these matches where these second and third pick guys are trying to score on you. They feel a little disrespected and they bring it every rep.
Sebastian getting aggressive early, trying to attack the legs here of the Mantis. But now Thomas able to go knee on belly.
Travis is going to take the mount here. Super heavy top game. We've seen Sebastian with a really nice kipping escape earlier, I believe. Looks like he's setting his foot position up, but Travis keeping his hips tight. wide base with his knees allows his hips to really smother Sebastian, it looks like, and kill this kip and escape. They're calling for action for Sebastian here. He's got to make a play. He's going to go on the shot clock. Travis assaulting the head here.
Tough to move, tough to improve your position with a guy like Travis Thomas on top, but Asare able to get a look at a leg and able to get free. Nicely done.
You can sense it on him now. He doesn't want to get back underneath the mount there. You see he's trying to pummel those feet to the inside and establish some distance from that last position.
Travis trying to wrap up that head.
It's like a modified sort of false reap attempt here from Sebastian. With the bottom side arm, he's trying to weave that top arm through. Travis not having it.
Don't give him your side at all. The pressure down on the leg. Not your head or your arm. You start moving side to side, you get by this guy's guard. Come on. Chase him.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
3.5 minutes remain here between Travis Thomas and Sebastian Asare.
The refs have warned Sebastian again. He's got to make a play here. He's going to go on the shot clock.
Shot clock's on, Sebastian.
20 seconds on the shot clock for Sebastian Asare. He's got to make a play here. Travis not giving him any room. Shoving him back down to the ground. He's going to look to try to set up that back play from the referee's position, looks like.
Doing everything he can, Sebastian Asare, to try to improve his position, but unable to do so. Shot clock violation, flag comes in. And we get a restart here in the referee's position.
Travis Thomas did a good job. You've seen some of these guys when the shot clock goes that they let up and they let the bottom guy make a play. Staying on offense there, and now he starts in the referee's position, gonna try to make the edge, try to expose the back. Big tight spins from Sebastian, shoulders to the floor.
Unable to secure the back is Thomas, but in side control here.
Keep your elbows in right now. Elbows in. I don't care about him walking.
Such a huge dude. Travis, so powerful from the top. He's got all four corners pinned right there, both shoulders, both hips. Sebastian's got to get, there you go. He gets to his side a little bit, makes some space. Looks like Travis is waiting on him to make a big explosion and look to expose.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
You see Asare just flailing his leg, trying to do anything he can.
It's a tall order. Like I said, these are some of the best guys on the planet, and everybody means business, and a lot easier said than done.
Here comes that shot clock violation again. And now we're looking at it. There's 2 on the board. If you get 3, 2 points will be awarded to your opponent after the match concludes. So Sebastian cannot afford to be complacent whatsoever.
You see these guys battling for the position, jockeying for the position here in the referees.
Immediately walk your hands. Watch the head knock. There we go. Now watch the head knock control.
Asare immediately spins. Now back to that north-south position.
Seemed like Sebastian tried to grab his head in a bit of a panic. Trying to make something shake, just trying to get a little bit of space.
Well, he's got his back against the wall here. Thomas could potentially just take some points if he's able to shut down Asare and he's not able to move and pick up another shot clock violation.
Very unfortunate for Sebastian that Travis is playing the position the way that he is. He knows that he's got to work. He's got 2 stall calls on him. Sebastian's going to have to dig his way out of here, unfortunately, with under a minute left on the single leg grip, belly down. Travis with really good control of the foot there, looking to break him down to his butt. Beautiful work.
Asare able to get out of that sort of bully position, now pushing back at Thomas. Touch over 30 seconds remain. He may have done enough to avoid another potential shot clock. I don't know.
It looks like he's gonna make it out. Really, really deep spot, right? Oh, he's exposed the leg here. But it looks like he's in the false reap here. Gonna see if he can off-balance Travis and get a look at the heel hook right here with 15 seconds left.
Short time, 10 seconds remain.
Not gonna be enough time to get it done, but such a good performance by Travis Thomas.
Domination throughout the 6-minute period by Travis Thomas. Despite that domination, no points awarded Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Good job, boys. Let me get the ankle bands back.
All right. Your thoughts on what we saw from Travis Thomas and Sebastian Ashard?
Big flex from Travis Thomas right there. He's ripping off the rash guard to throw a big flex up at the camera. Obviously, one of the crowd favorites, I believe. But what a match, man. Like I said, Travis came out here to make a big statement, and he's been putting the gas on these guys. Sebastian's been very impressive coming out, I believe, the Austin, Texas qualifier. Very, very game. And, man, Travis had him mounted there for quite some time. I can personally say that being stuck underneath the mount of Travis Thomas is one of the worst experiences that you can have in jiu-jitsu, and so solid match there from those guys.
Absolutely. All right, one more matchup in this first team matchup of our third block. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our final match of this team matchup, making his way, representing Constellation Network, Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Season 5 finalist Kamoy Anderson ready to take the mat for the final time here on match day 1 of PGF World Season 7. See what he can do in his final appearance tonight. Back to Stephen.
And making his way to the mat for the final time tonight, representing New Hope Regeneration, Nathan Haddett.
Well, Nathan Haddett looks a lot like Cam Hurd.
I think he got some ink in the back room back there. Very impressive.
Cam Hurd is ready to take the mat.
You got to believe that both of these guys are looking at each other like they're one of the guys that they can possibly score on right here. And match 3, night 1, neither guy on the board, I don't believe. And so I think we're about to have a banger. Zero steps backwards from Cam Hurd ever.
Yeah, he doesn't have a reverse gear in him. You can see the size difference here. Cam Hurd has put on some size, but Kamoy just a really big opponent.
Kamoy very savvy, been in the game a long time, competed at some of the highest levels, and like I said, it's he's no slouch here. And I think that he's going to try to wrestle here for a minute, get some time off the clock, and then look to try to see if he can find an offensive position. Obviously, one of the best truck players on the planet. Definitely, probably one of the best in the tournament.
We saw a phenomenal match earlier tonight with Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump. It was a wrestling match, and so far, Hurd calling upon that wrestling again, 1 minute in to his final match of the night against Rated R Kamoy Anderson.
See, now Kamoy gonna lean on that jiu-jitsu black belt, it looks like. But Cam Hurd stays in the pocket as Kamoy takes a seat, passes to the north-south position. We're gonna get a clean reset to the middle. Cam Hurd on top with 4:51 left.
This is the third straight season that Cam Hurd has been involved here, with PGF, and BMAC talks about how he's been labeled as the most improved grappler season over season. I mean, he's not even remotely the same guy as he was when he showed up at season 5.
No, I've been very impressed with Cam every single time that I've watched him grapple. I actually, in the season 5 of the PGF, I had a match with him at the ADCC East Coast Trials just weeks before, and just absolute. We're wrestling off the mat, power bombing each other at the table. Once again, his signature move, bleeding from the forehead and everything. We got to get that guy on a T-shirt, get him his own rash guard.
Oh, he's heavy here.
Really nice north-south position right here. Cam plays an odd punch choke from this position. Right now he's got the arm in, but I think it's one of the plays that he creates a little bit of a dilemma with his arm. You see him sneaking that right hand around the corner possibly.
Anderson able to make some space and get free. And again, constantly trying to progress and improve his position here, trying to clear the legs of Kamoy Anderson as Cam Hurd.
Beautiful passing from Cam Hurd.
Three and a half minutes remain here in regulation.
Looks like he's playing that similar game to Dorian Oliveira's. Very good side-to-side movement. Very tough to deal with from Kamoy Anderson here on the bottom side position. He's in a tight spot. Looking like we might see a stalling call potentially. We've got the warning shot. Shot clock's 20 seconds now. Kamoy's got to make a big play out of here. See Cam holding the space very tightly. Head stays in the position. I think he's going to look to try to get to the referee's position.
And there comes the flag. So going to get restarted here in the referee's position.
I like that use of the rules by Cam Hurd. He's aware of the situation. He knows that that Anderson's got to make a play out of there. Holds the position, and now he's on the back.
Kamoy rolls easily out of it.
You see Kamoy right back to it, looking to get a little aggressive here with 2:30 left on the bottom side here.
We saw it in our last match, though, when that shot clock violation comes, it's important to look at how much time is left in the overall matchup so you kind of know where you're at to make sure you don't rack up 3, which would cause your opponent to get 2 points. Now back to another reset here in the center.
I feel like Cam Hurd leaves a little piece of himself on the mat every single time that he grapples.
Yeah, BMAC was saying that he will sacrifice himself, you know, in an effort for his fight. And I said he'll sacrifice anybody in the front row too. He'll throw their opponent all over the place. He's a dangerous man.
Big play up from bottom, big wrestle up from Kamoy, super powerful play. Now we're going to wrestle this out with 1:35 left.
Here we are in the final 90 seconds of both of these gentlemen's night. Anderson back to the mat, takes a seat.
Looks like we're going to see more of this side-to-side work from Cam Hurd. Corner's telling Cam Hurd to put the gas on right here. 60 seconds left.
Nicely done there by Hurd.
Another beautiful pass from Cam Hurd. Very good work. With no points involved, though, we've got to see him try to finish the show here. He's had a few good looks. See if he can get Anderson to open up here, find his neck. Kamoy very savvy in some of those positions. You can see the veteran just staying relaxed, staying calm, staying in the pocket.
Back to that north-south. 10 seconds remains in the match.
Brutal pace from Cam Hurd.
No points awarded. Both men go the distance, but definitely a dance that was led by Cam Hurd. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And that will conclude our first team matchup of this third block. Matt Elkins, it was nice hanging out with you.
Absolutely, TJ. Thank you for having me.
I know,
Had a blast.
I know you're working. You're the assistant coach here on that first form team, so we'll let you get back out there and try to lead your guys to 100 grand.
Yeah, we're going to go put the nail in the coffin on day one real quick, boys. We'll see y'all next time.
There he is, Matt Elkins. Kind enough to give me a few moments here. Matt side inside our secret location, Las Vegas, Nevada here. It is PGF World Season 7, match day 1. Time to move on to our final team matchup. I want to remind you to support those that support us. Hit up Salt Electrolytes, goearnyoursalt.com. Use the code PGF7, save 15% on your order. All right, taking a look at our schedule here. Time for our final team matchup of the third block. Final team matchup of match day 1. And I'm looking to my left and I see a familiar face. It is BMAC Brandon McCatherine. I want to give you that headset back. You don't want to talk to the same one Matt Elkins talked into. Jeez.
No, that's a good way to catch something. You don't want to do that.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. How did my boy Matty do?
I mean, he was cool, as always.
I love Matt Elkins.
Yeah, me too. All right, taking a look at our top 12 standings.
Little shake-up that
Yeah.
block.
Yeah. Ryan Aiken sitting there in that first spot, the Polish Punisher. In the second, Paul Ardia, number 3. Ernesto Rivera getting some points on match day 1. And look, an alternate already in the playoffs with Abe LaMontagne. You know, this is, it feels like we're talking about the playoffs too early, but I think that sort of magnifies the importance of every single point that is racked up here. Even if it's early in the week, it might be the difference of getting to or not getting to the playoffs.
Well, when there's this much parity, you can start talking about the playoffs early because every little point matters.
Yeah.
Every little team point is a huge factor. I mean, think back to season 5 when you first came and worked with the PGF.
Mm-hmm.
That team point was the difference for Travis Thomas in being the 2 seed and the 1 seed.
That's right.
And that being the 2 seed forced him to face Kamoy in the semifinals.
Yep.
Kamoy grabbed himself an overtime victory, kept Travis from moving on to the finals. Who knows if the team points had not shaken out the way that they did in season 5, maybe Travis Thomas walks out as the season 5 champion and not Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, I want to thank all of our sponsors, of course. None of this is possible without them. You can see them all on your screen. It's very important to support those that support us because without them, we would not be able to do the things that we are doing. And BMAC, we're trying to change the game in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it's getting changed slowly but surely, and we still got one more team matchup here in our third block.
We're trying to change the game. I feel like we're doing a decent job, too. High five, Teach.
There we go.
Yay.
All right, you ready for more action?
Man, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready.
Let's do it. Back to the mat for our next matchup with Stephen Aiken.
All right, this is our final team matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form, give it up for Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers back to the mat representing First Form. Of course, his coach, Roger Gracie. They were billed as the proverbial Yankees. Maybe the Dodgers would be more appropriate as the Yankees just got beat in the World Series. How do you think First Form has done thus far in match day 1?
I'm surprised they haven't racked up more points than they have, if I'm being really honest. I'm pretty surprised.
All right, time for Chambers' opponent. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Nathan Haddad.
Here comes Nathan Haddad, representing Intrana, of course. Haddad was part of the winning team in Season 6. And now he hopes to rack up some points here to close out match day 1.
Haddad has his hands full here with Kyle Chambers. Hey, how did the Marcin versus Brad Schneider, what was the actual finish? I know what the result was, but what was the finish?
It was a break.
Was it an ankle lock or knee bar? What was it?
Yeah, ankle.
Nathan got to be really careful here. Kyle has such an interesting dynamic game. And because Nathan is a guy who creates so much action and so much movement, that's the kind of thing that Kyle Chambers is really good at capitalizing on. Chambers moving into the closed guard now. Wants to get up into the rubber guard. Nice job slicing the knee up the middle there by Haddad. Oh, nice. Nearly passed. Haddad circling the guard, changes levels.
.90 seconds into this one.
Chambers framing, trying to keep Haddad from putting pressure into his guard and trying to convince Haddad to put too much. Here's that G-roll again. Oh, a nice counter by Haddad. That was awesome. But he finds himself a little bit tangled up in the legs, and he jumps out of there like a jackrabbit. He was not interested in that.
Yeah, it's easy to get entangled with a guy like Kyle Chambers. And just look at the grip strength. You can see when they lock hands, Haddad trying to rip his hand away, and Chambers so strong with his grips.
Chambers pushes him away. Well, Chambers moving forward. Nathan got to be smart right there.
Let's go, guys. We need to see more action.
Kyle Chambers digging under that arm, hoping maybe that he can expose either the shoulder crunch on the far side. Maybe he's trying to look at a Choi bar where he throws his far side leg over and weaves it in between Nathan's shoulder and his hip to expose the arm bar. A lot of really great players making that a staple of their game right now. Careful. Oh, look at this. Haddad with the guard pass. Chambers.
Oh.
Oh, my. Haddad all the way onto the back ride.
Nicely done. Chambers able to roll
Chambers
through,
able
though.
to turn.
Wow.
Gets to the top position. Sits back on the leg. Haddad has to be very careful right here, and he got caught.
Nicely done. Aggressive was Haddad, but ultimately it's Chambers that walks away with the break. What a scramble. What a submission. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers getting some points for his effort. Gets a break over Nathan Haddad. Nice way to finish his first day here at PGF Season 7. And see the replay here. BMAC, walk us through.
Yeah, and you can see as they come up to this top position, right here, as soon as the guard opens, boom, Kyle sits back on that leg. I would love to, there we go. Let's get a look at that grip that he's using here. Look at the depth on this grip, right there. Boom, look how deep this grip is right here. He's all the way out here at the end of the ankle. He's getting a lot of leverage, and this is pretty interesting too. Look at this old school figure four grip. Nothing modern, nothing cool about that. That's just old school leg lock fundamentals right there. Figure four grip all the way through. Chambers catches him rolling, gets that belly down ankle lock. Kyle Chambers gets his first sub. He's on the board, baby.
Yep. Big points for him as he racks up 3 on his mission and for his First Form team. Let's go out to the mat as he's standing by with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Kyle Chambers after a big win against Nathan Haddad. We're talking out here on the mat right now, man. You know, we know you're going to get after it every single time. You really wanted to get the kill on this one, get the finish. How are you feeling after that big win?
Feel fantastic, man. You know my style. I always want to go for the kill. So after the first 2 matches, getting close but not getting what I want here, what I want to come here to get, it's kind of disappointing. So I want to come out here, show my style, go be more aggressive, get my kill. You know, I was a little aggressive, almost gave my back for a little split second, but that's what we do. We live and die by the sword. You know, by going for those kills, sometimes you get a little exposed, but we got our results, and that's all we want.
That's what we're here to do, baby. We appreciate it. Look forward to more.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Big points put up for Kyle Chambers as he wraps up the break over Nathan Haddad. Really solid stuff for the 10th Planet product as he puts a nice little bow on his first day. And like you said, BMAC on the board. And it's always a good way to end your day, you know, getting points for your playoff run in your team.
Yeah, that's going to allow him to go to bed with a little confidence tonight. So when he comes back in here tomorrow, he's going to be on the right. That's what's so cool about this thing. We get to watch these athletes as they experience the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, but we get to watch them ride that roller coaster up and down, because we're not just watching, like if this was a tournament format, Kyle Chambers, we wouldn't have seen him anymore.
Right.
You know, he didn't get beat, but the draw, there was no win.
Right.
The story would have been over.
Yeah.
But not only do we get to see him 2 more times during the course of the evening, we're going to get to see him 9 more times over the course of the week. If he makes his way into the playoff, we're going to get to see him maybe 3 more times. So that's the beauty of a season and a league. It's the storytelling. It's the opportunity to fall in love with these athletes, to really like connect to their story, to who they are, to their style. I love this.
And that's the other thing, too. I mean, how many athletes did we see last season not score any points on day 1 and then come back and have huge days and become huge factors?
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of athletes not score any points on day 1 during the last season, season 6. Day 1, very slow last year. Day 2, probably the most action we ever had in any day of any season of the PGF. These guys get warmed up a little bit. They come out day 2 ready to rock and roll. And they've kind of already started that process here towards the end of day 1. These are high-level guys. They're starting to pick up the game already.
Yeah, it's definitely been entertaining to say the least. Also entertaining is our fantasy game. If you have not signed up quite yet, get in on the action tomorrow. But let's check in with our guys over at the Fantasy Corner to see what they're thinking thus far here. Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead.
Oh, doing well over here, boys. And yeah, Matt Elkins did real well. Some pronunciations. He nailed Fyodor and the Polish Punisher. It was impressive, man. But yeah, 4 more bouts on the night, but it's been electric. Who are we going to get in this next one? Is Ardelia facing Abe?
Yeah, that's going to be a huge one right there. I mean, it was going to be a Porfirio. I thought it was going to be a leg lock fight. It still could be with that Abe lock, but definitely a much larger opponent now. But hey, Ardelia, pardon me, and that first form team, you know, they were going to be the Dodgers of the Yankees, you know, of your choice. I say go Sox, but you know, if they want to fulfill that belief we had in them, they need to start getting on the board. And Kyle Chambers made it happen right there. We're going to see if Ardelia can make it happen. But also, Kyle Payne versus Davis Asare. Davis Asare was out there. We thought he was out for the night, and this crazy young man, he's like, you know, I want to come right back and face an even bigger opponent than the guy that just injured me. He's wild. But again, I think we got to think about Adam Bradley. He's going up against Caleb Crump, who had a really fun match against Cam Hurd earlier. But Adam Bradley's not on the board yet. And really thought he was going to have a huge day. And he has to have this one circled. And just like Kyle Chambers, he really wants to get a submission, you know, before going home, because anyone that doesn't have a submission going into day 2, they're going to feel a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you know, and Brad Schneider, who went for $100 to New Hope Regeneration. Good thing Aitkins had that night as that number 1, because Schneider been finished 3 times. Tough night for him. But you know, 25% of the season in one night, but still 75% left. So a lot of meat still on the bone for these boys. TJ.
Jason Anik, he's what do they call it, an optimist, not a pessimist? He's like, yeah, we got something done, but we got even more to go. Half empty cup, half full cup. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, not your best work right there. Well, not your best work.
We're getting warmed up. It's night 1, B-Mac. Be nice to me.
Anik was like, still a lot of meat left on the bone. Anik's crushing it, dude. Look at him over there. What about Egghead getting promoted to his own table over there? I'm so proud of him. He's all grown up.
Yeah, I'm curious, though, real quick, Egg, if you're still on the mic there. What color socks, red or white? You said go Sox. Which color? I know with Anik, it's Boston, it's red, but...
They're talking, but nobody can hear them. I don't know what's going on. Get them off that TV.
Never mind. Sorry. Is this my fault, too?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Pretty Paul Ardilla.
Paul Ardilla making the walk. Too many people saying Ardilla. It's Ardilla, right?
You know what?
Quesadilla? It's Ardilla? Okay. All right. I'll believe Stephen Aiken. He's the expert. Take it away.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, Abe LaMontagne.
Abe LaMontagne, the mountain back for his second appearance. Not often we see even one alternate on day one, but we've seen Abe now twice coming out for the second match, and we'll see what he can do here in his final matchup of day one.
So we got an easy reset in the middle. A couple steps back for me.
See if we see that famous A block. You seen the A block yet, TJ?
No.
He's got a very unique submission he does from the reverse closed guard. You're like, I don't even know what that means.
Reverse closed guard.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jeff Glover calls it the donkey guard.
I've seen that.
Yeah. You've called a couple of Jeff Glover matches where he played some donkey guard.
I just called his match against Uriah Faber. Combat jiu-jitsu, that was crazy.
Paul sitting at the bottom position, again, just with that calm, relaxed, almost like an easygoing style. Abe, I got to wonder what his weight is right now. We should weigh him at the end of the night because I know he cut from like 225. He cut more than anybody to be here. Abe putting pressure down, trying to get to his body lock. Unsuccessful so far. The hooks, the half butterfly game of Paul Ardilla. Ooh, Paul gets a nice elevation. Abe sniffs it out, bails right back into this headquarters passing position. But Paul's butter half guard is so good. Paul back up to his feet.
Stop.
Action leaking off the mat, so we'll get him back in the middle.
Paul wouldn't let go of that grip. There's an entry, and Paul just masterfully shuts him out.
And like you said, too, he's just very calm.
Well, he's got a very, very efficient, beautiful game.
Action, Paul. Action.
Warning called out for Ardilla. Now the shot clock comes into play for Paul Ardilla.
There's a nice drive by Paul, and that's going to reset the shot clock. Deep shot by LaMontagne. Paul looking for the ankle pick on the retreat.
Circle, 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 circle.
Halfway point here of the match.
Stop.
These guys are going to have to get busy. They're throwing a 0 on the board for their teams and for themselves. There's Paul.
Ooh.
Over, under, over, under. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Over, under.
So get a reset here with the
That was deeper than that.
clinch put back on here, over under.
Side on. We were side on. Abe, side on.
2.5 minutes remain here in regulation. Nice look at the back here for Ardilla.
And Paul's got a good game right here.
Try to put that right hook in. Abe shut it down, but now Ardilla able to get it in.
Riding a little bit high, but he's got good control. Here comes that second hook. Able to stuff it in there, and now starting to flatten Abe out. 2 minutes is a long time to work. Here comes the body triangles. Not quite there yet. Abe fighting the 2-on-1. Oh, man, 6 on the board here for our Paul would be big for him and for his team.
Full body triangle locked in for Paul Ardilla.
Paul keeping a good control. The body triangle is locked on the bottom. Abe able to get his shoulders to the mat, put enough pressure on the body lock to force him to release Abe back to the feet.
90 seconds left.
Abe tries a slide by. Just really every offensive thing that Abe has tried, Paul has been able to pretty effortlessly shut him out of that position.
Action back underway.
Paul again circling towards the back. Not a lot of time to work though, TJ.
45 seconds remains here in the match. We'll see what Ardilla can do. Try to make the most of the exposure. But you can see just turtle up, shutting down any possible securing of the hooks is LaMontagne, but now that left hook goes in.
He's gonna have to take a risk here and get offensive. I think we're gonna see him try to throw an armbar. Watch. Well, he switches back towards the rear naked choke. Abe recovers.
And that's going to do it. 6 minutes in the books.
And Paul just collapses down onto the mat.
Both men worked hard over the course of that 6 minutes, but no points for their effort. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
A lot of hard work turned in by these gentlemen as they take the mat for the final time here on match day 1. It is PGF Season 7, live in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. Our night still continuing here. And what do we got up next?
Looks like we're about to see Davis Asare try to trot back out onto the mat. We'll see if he limps back out there. He got popped. He got his ankle popped by Ryan Aiken so loudly that everybody in the room gasped in horror.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like he broke his leg.
We initially got the report, he's not going to play.
Right.
And then as they're reporting it over there from the fantasy corner, I get the report in my ear. He's coming back out to play. He's a crazy person, but he is a regular season PGF champion for a reason.
That's right. All right, let's welcome him back to the mat as we see the return of Davis Asare for the final time here in match day 1. Stephen Aiken will take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
And this was the interesting side of things when you found out that Davis Asare was going to come back. You thought maybe, you know, it was a favorable matchup for him. No, it's a top-ranked Kyle Bame that he's going to go out there and take on. And that's a tall task for anyone, even when they're 100%, let alone coming in on a compromised leg. All right, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Davis Asare.
Sorry, guys. When I say stop, freeze.
For the final time tonight, it's Kyle Bame and Davis Asare. Match day 1 here in Las Vegas. We are in our final team matchup of this third and final block of the day. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. And we see Kyle Bame on his back on the mat.
Yeah, let's watch really closely what happens with Davis. Like, how gingerly does he move around on that ankle? I mean, he's got them both taped up. Hopefully just, maybe just trying to throw a distraction in case it gets into the heat of the moment and Kyle can't remember which one's which. Man, I can't think of anybody I would rather be out there with less while my ankle's hurt than Kyle Bame. Davis doesn't appear to be limited in his movement. I know he's toughing it out, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't appear to be that limited with it. Oh, nice job by Davis. He's aggressive, man.
Yeah.
He's out here to win this thing. And you know why he's back? Because as a champion of the PGF, he knows that every single point that you leave on the table really, really matters. Boy, Kyle has got to be thinking he has to score right here. Kyle has to score in this match.
Action on top.
90 seconds of elapsed time.
If you didn't have a ton of respect for Davis already just because of his acumen as a grappler, I mean, you gotta be thinking that he's the man right now.
Good job, Davis.
Warning called out for Davis Asare.
I don't know who that was that I heard over the mic, but I heard somebody go, "What?"
3.5 minutes remain. Now the shot clock is on.
Yeah, you know what? I think I disagree with that, actually. I think that would have probably been Bame if I was calling somebody. I don't think I needed any action.
And
Oh, my
there
goodness.
comes the flag.
Yeah.
So now referee's position.
PJ. Facing the camera. Up on your hands.
We'll see how this progresses things.
This is a scary position. This is a scary position to have Kyle Bame in.
Belly button. Belly button. Here. I got it, guys. I got it. Don't worry. Your fingertips can't cross the belly button. So we gotta be here. You gotta go knee next to knee. You can't go knee in front of knee.
And behind the tricep.
Kyle, we're not gonna be able to give you the position if you can't take the position. You gotta put your you keep putting your hand deeper. You gotta put your fingertips at the belly button. All right, this is good. Hold here. Ready?
Action back underway. Asare trying to roll through. Bame trying to secure the back here.
Bame is absolutely one of the best back players in his own weight class. Davis stepping up to the challenge and moving up a weight class. Oh, he's very strong right here. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That body triangle is serious.
Asare able to avoid that first attempt, but we're just under 2.5 minutes remaining here. This is an eternity of time for Bame to try to squeeze.
Davis surviving right now. That's a lot of horsepower ripping on your neck. Davis surviving. He's surviving. He's not in a choke right now. He needs to lift that. Oh, this is bad. He needs to lift Kyle's elbow up. Wow, Davis is a survivor. He's still got 2 minutes of survival left in him, though.
Action, Davis. Action, Davis.
Man. Poor Davis. He must have done something bad to one of the referees, because they are not giving him any breaks at all.
Yeah, if having Kyle Bame on your back wasn't tough enough, the referee's telling you to move. And
well, they're telling him surviving is not enough, and that is correct. Oh my gosh. But he's surviving it right there. He's got to lift that elbow up. Look at the face. Look at Bame's face, just grinding this thing out.
He's squeezing with everything he has. Asare still hanging tough.
So Asare surviving. They reset the shot clock. It looks like they did give him the penalty.
All right, Davis, you got a penalty. You want to defer? You want to go back to the referee's position?
Don't stop the action. Keep it going.
Oh, this is interesting.
Okay. So the penalty for Asare, as he's not able to progress. 2 penalties now inside the final minute, but the biggest penalty of all is Kyle Bame still on his back trying to put him away.
Yeah, I mean, look, Davis is turning, he's rolling, he's making moves, he's fighting the hands, he's doing everything that he can. Driving a lot of pressure on Asare. Oh, this one's tough. This one's tough. He's surviving though.
30 seconds left. Can Asare tough it out?
I think he might be able to, TJ, and that's going to be like such a hero move if he does.
I mean, Kyle Bame's got to be thinking, what do I got to do to this man?
Asare's going to survive this. What a hero. I want a Davis Asare poster hanging up on the wall in my room.
Watch the armbar. Watch the armbar. 5.
Armbar upcoming here for Bame.
This is crazy. I can't believe he survived it, TJ.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff for the hero that is Davis Asare to survive that storm from Kyle Bame. My goodness. All right, let's go ahead to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
I mean, I got to talk to Davis here. Steven, you got to let me talk to Davis Asare.
Yeah, we need to hear. There's a lot going on with Davis Asare, who gets that draw.
Steven, I want to know if he agreed with the stalling calls. I'm sure he didn't because of the way it played out, but I would like to hear what he thought about it.
All right, standing by with Davis Asare is Stephen Aiken.
All right, I'm here with Davis Asare. Davis, earlier tonight we heard that you were out for the rest of the night. All of a sudden you're coming back taped up and putting on one hell of a match, man. How do you feel about some of those stalling calls, though, during that situation?
No, it makes total sense, honestly, because I tried to get things going, stepping in between his legs to make it look like I'm engaging, and I tried to get things going. Well, obviously, he's a very strong fellow. So when he gets a grab on my leg, it's going to be kind of hard to pull it back. So sometimes I got to eject a little bit earlier, but the game is not that strong right now.
Was there ever a moment there that you thought, oh, man, I'm probably about to have to tap?
No, not really, because I think the part of my body I'm most aware of is this. So I think if it got caught of that, maybe it would have been... I just picked one. It wasn't the correct one. But I think any of them kind of like would have made me pretty like quick to tap, but I got it. I protected them pretty well.
You did, man. You got it done. You did not allow any team points to show up on you here tonight, so we really appreciate that. Hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow with more strong performances. See you, Davis. Kyle. Grab you a refreshing beverage really quick as well. Kyle, you've had some really tough matches tonight. A little controversy, I would say, maybe in a couple of your matches with some of the stalling calls, as you think. How are you feeling how that's going with you, against you, for you? What do you think?
Today's my toughest day as far as, like, the matchups go. But I should have finished that last one, and I probably should have gotten the second one as well. So nothing I can do about that now. Short-term memory, I just have to focus on tomorrow.
Come back in and get some points on the board tomorrow. Appreciate you, Kyle.
Wow. Let's look at this, B-Mac. This was unbelievable stuff.
Look at this. It's the grit and the look at him just grinding and squeezing as hard as he can. But this is the important part here. Rewind it just a little bit for me right there. Check this out. The positioning of Davis's hands underneath on the bottom side of the elbow. That's what's allowing him to give a little bit of upward pressure in this direction here to stop that choke from slipping underneath. Davis doing that's a master class on surviving as scary of a position as you can survive. He's able to keep that pressure up. See him pushing up on the elbow right there, TJ?
Yep.
Man, constant pressure up, lifting the elbow up. And as the elbows go up, the squeezing power decreases for Kyle Bame. And you see he has to bail on it. It's over. And I almost thought Davis might look at the camera and just grin at us. I'm telling you, we got a real survivor. We got a real hero right there in Davis Asare, man. I'm blown. I cannot believe he survived that match. I would have quit 15 times.
I mean, last year it was all about Davis
Look how deep that body
Asare.
triangle is.
100%. I mean, Kyle Bame's a problem in so many areas of jiu-jitsu, and Davis Asare able to get to the other side and to do so hobbled, on a bad wheel. And honestly, last year he broke out BMAC with early points and early offense. This year he's closing out day one, going to be remembered for his submission defense and just overall toughness.
Yeah, Davis Asare, absolutely awesome performance there. He really didn't put up any offense, but he showed a lot of the best parts of jiu-jitsu in that match. And Kyle looked great too, just not able to put him away. Man, if you're Kyle Bame right there, he's going to be kicking himself tonight that he didn't get 6 out of that.
Yeah, but again, I think you're right. Anybody else other than Davis Asare, he might have been able to get him out of there multiple times. But Davis Asare, he's different.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
All right, let's go to another different guy, Stephen A.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Dory Aoun.
Dory Aoun ready to take the mat for the final time here on match day 1. He represents First Form. Hopes to get some points here in his final match of the evening. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
There he is, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton. He hopes to close out his first day of PGF Season 7 by racking up some points.
This is a very interesting style matchup. Dory is going to play a very aggressive, heavy pressure style. Dory looking for that 2 points. Elijah is going to sit back, and he has a very loose, relaxed, leg lock heavy style, but as we know, he can pop into his triangle game at any moment. If Elijah ever does find the back or the mount. Oh, this is Elijah's triangle setup. Man, that was close. Dory got to be very careful. Cannot play around in the guard of Elijah Carlton. Looking for the hip bump, throwing the triangle again. Turns into a double underpass, though, for Dory. Sniffed it out. And, man, Elijah's just so... Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, he might have caught.
Oh, he said, I need myself in the face.
Oh.
Unnecessary roughness on yourself.
Yeah. Dory has Elijah has a seriously tough guard to navigate, but Dory is a strong passer. We've seen a lot of good action from him in both of his matches so far tonight. Back to the center. Another double under attempt. Needs to be very careful. And now you see how Elijah is overhooking that arm?
Yep.
He's going to try to dig one of those arms out of there. And you saw Dory definitely felt the threat of that and bailed on that double underhooks pass.
Looking to pass again.
But again, look how easily Elijah can just fold himself up into a little pretzel. You know, that, and there's never any tension that goes back into his opponent like that. What happened here?
Did he knee himself in the face again?
All right, I know it was unintentional, but if it happens again, we're going to have to give you a penalty.
Okay, so Dory must have caught him something by accident.
Oh, I think he got poked.
Not bad, I won't do that.
Oh, got you.
I think he got poked in the eye, maybe. I mean, what about this new jovial jabroni out here?
It's a different Elijah Carlton than I'm used to seeing.
We got to be careful here. Trying to navigate arguably the most dangerous guard in PGF history. Definitely that triangle is the highest scoring weapon in PGF history.
Action on top, action on top.
Warning thrown out there for action for Dory.
I mean, he's starting to create some action now.
Halfway point of regulation.
This is the setup right here. This is it. He's called so many people.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. He's going to finish that. TJ, he's going to finish that.
Familiar territory for the jabroni. Elijah Carlton pulling down on the head. Dory down.
He got it. Elijah Carlton once again.
You didn't think that Elijah Carlton was going to finish day one without another submission highlight, did you? Because he got it done. Wow.
Hey, never sleep on Elijah Carlton in this PGF rule set.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
On the board with some points in his final matchup of match day one to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner, representing Intrana with a kill, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
The joyous jabroni, Elijah Carlton, has something to smile about as he gets a submission over Dory Ound. And you mentioned it, it's the PGF, it's the stage that he shines on time and time again, and he closes out match day one shining with a submission.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at this right here. Y'all throw this replay up on the screen here. All right, right here. So watch as Dory tries to move through this guard pass. This is the moment right here. So check this out. So what happens is the foot gets caught underneath, and Dory feels like he's got a great position. See this grip that he's got right here? He feels like he's got a great position, but it's this leg coming up and over the top. That's the beginning of the setup. And when this leg is trapped on the inside, that's exactly what Elijah's looking for. So let's play it right here. Boom, right there. So now this butterfly hook is still stuck on the inside right here, and he's got the beginning of his triangle choke already put together. He's just got to lift his hip up and free the butterfly hook that's trapped on the inside, and that's going to allow him to cross here and finish that triangle choke. Watch as it plays out. Boom, there it goes. And then as he cuts the angle, he'll dig the left arm underneath. Bang, right there. There's that left arm dig underneath. Cuts the angle 90 degrees. That's allowing him to press the hamstring. He's getting that big push into the carotid artery, and Elijah Carlton pops up and pops onto the board with 6 points.
Yeah, big win for Elijah
That was so
Carlton.
much fun. I hope I get to, this is my favorite thing ever. Keelan, thank you so much for giving me a telestrator.
All right, we're going to see more of the telestrator. Now sitting by with
Kneeling.
the jabroni.
I got
Kneeling,
problems.
sorry.
Kneeling with the
Stephen
jabron
Aiken.
here. This is like his signature move here, making me have to get down all these sweaty dudes.
Stand up, man. I'm tired.
Say that again.
Says I can't fucking stand up. I'm tired. You got me grappling fucking 205 plus big ass dudes. Come on.
Come on. You just got your, 6 points on the board. First kill of the season here. Putting yourself right there at the top like you know you're always going to be. Easy money?
Easy fucking money, guys. Respect to Dory. He's super tough. Came in with a game plan to finish that exact triangle. I knew he was passing a lot with double unders. I knew he was playing really forward with his head. I just needed my moment to strike, and it was there when I needed it. So let's fucking go.
You got a nice little shiner here from kneeing yourself in the face. How did that go?
It might have been his eye poke. I'm not sure. Either I need myself. It could have been for that. I don't know. But
got a twofer.
Twofer.
All right, Elijah, we appreciate it, man. Looking forward to more.
There is Elijah Carlton getting it done in a big way. 6 big points to round out his match day one of season 7. And Egghead says it all the time. You can't bet against Elijah Carlton, and big dramatic submission. And again, it's what he's known for, that triangle.
It's the highest scoring weapon, the most dangerous weapon in the history of the PGF. I mean, what can you say about the guy? And look at that. One submission pops him right up there into third place. And his teammates in first place. Those 10th Planet Atlanta boys don't play around. But right there in the middle of them, Marcin Maculewicz, the Polish Punisher, with 8 points, 2 submissions on the board for him. Already things shaking out in a very interesting way.
We still got one more match.
One more.
Yeah.
And before we go to that next match, let me have a look here. So that with that sub, that puts Entrana on the board with 6 points. New Hope scored 6 in the last block, so they won the matchup, but it's 6 for New Hope, 6 for Entrana. If Caleb Crump can score here for New Hope, then they'll win the block. If Adam I mean, this could shake out a couple of different ways, actually. I don't even want to make any predictions. But Adam Bradley, he has to get on the board right here. If he's thinking that he's going to make the playoff, this is a must-win match for him. He has to have this one, in my opinion.
All right, we'll see if he can get it done. Our final match of the evening about to get underway. We'll go to Stephen Aiken.
I'm having so much fun.
All right, we're here for our final match of the evening. Making his way to the mat representing First Form. Make some noise for Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley representing First Form. He would love to finish his day with a big submission victory. We'll see if he can do so in his final appearance today. Back to Stephen.
And his opponent making his final appearance tonight, representing Entrana, Caleb Crump.
And here comes Caleb Crump. Veteran of last season, did not get to play. Now he's on the mat for the 3rd time today, part of match day 1 of season 7.
Guys, when I say stop, freeze, so we get an easy reset in the middle. A couple steps back.
TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine.
Drew.
Live tonight in Las Vegas, closing out our first day of PGF Season 7. It is powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
So Bradley has a really reactive game. He's got a really diverse game. He never really does the same move twice. That's something that we heard him say in the lead up to this season. But he does also have a reactive game, in my opinion. The good news is Caleb Crump's going to give him plenty of things to react to. This kid moves a lot. He creates a lot of openings, a lot of scrambles. Look at that great reversal already. And Caleb even like trying to attack an arm triangle from the bottom position, going for the smother right there. Uses it to turn Adam just a little bit, not able to get all the way to the top, starts exposing his back. Bradley on offense early, Crump in trouble.
Action here leaking off the map, but they're letting him work.
You can stick your legs in front of his belly button. Keep your knee inside, knee on the tailbone. Keep it crunched up like that. Yep.
Standing here inside the guard is Crump.
There's the reset right there, yeah.
Stop.
All right, we're going to get a reset here.
You had a Kimura and you had a side scissor as well, right?
Good. Man, Heath is doing a really great job on these resets. He's getting them exactly back where they need to go.
I know. I'm going to give it to you. But I know. So, Caleb, posture down. Now take a Kimura grip. Wait. We'll set it up. I'm going to make your fit. Okay? So, over his head. Yes. So get a side scissor. Yes, I know.
Slightly arm drag.
Yes, exactly. Now Caleb, posture up.
Watch the triangle.
You were all the way up on your both feet. Yeah.
You can figure for your hands here too.
Ready?
Action
Great.
back underway.
Perfect reset. Perfect reset. I like that they took their time to get it right. All right. Bradley trying to work towards the rear triangle. Caleb's starting to slip. Got to watch his arm as he retreats, though. Excellent work, Caleb Crump. Man, Bradley had a great shot right there. Not able to close the deal, though. Bradley inverting attack. Here's that K-guard attack. Trying to make an entry on the leg. Crump staying heavy on the leg, though, able to shut him out. Got to watch his arm as Bradley cuts a good angle. And nice job. Crump flattens him out.
Remember, B grips in the armpits, throw post is cool too. You can do a throw post too if you want. Staggering your stance.
Now stacking. Now back down goes Crump.
Bradley trying to cut an angle. He's digging the right arm under the leg. Now trades it for an overhook on the other side.
Keep doing all fits at him, Adam. He's gonna get called for stalling here. Back underneath the leg.
Yes, elbows in front, B grips in the armpits. B grips in the armpits.
Yeah, and there's an action call for Crump, and I do like that call. He was holding just a little bit.
Yep, keep him flat here, buddy.
Ooh, Bradley thought about maybe setting up for a buggy choke for just a second. There's a warning on Crump.
Shot clock taken away.
Yeah, they want to see bigger movements, bigger actions from Crump. He's holding. He's going to get called right here. The shot clock's got 5 left on it. He made a big move back to the feet. I guess they gave him the reset.
Interesting. 2.5 minutes remain.
Here's another big move, big angle change from Bradley. Here's a leg exposure now, and Crump got to be really careful. Nice reset. Just a continuous leg attack here by Bradley. Here's the exposure. Bradley, one attack after the other. One limb in danger, then the next limb in danger. Crump with an ankle lock grip of his own, though. Bradley giving a lot of pressure on that straight ankle. Let's see if Crump can survive that belly down. He's got it. Bradley on the board. He needed that one.
3 huge points for Adam Bradley as he finishes his day with a break over Caleb Crump. He'll take those points back to his team with Roger Gracie and First Form. All right, to make it official, we'll go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner, representing First Form with a break, Adam Bradley.
Well, they're all must-win matches here at PGF, but we were talking about it prior to this final one. Must-win points added on the board now, officially, is Adam Bradley. He is standing by with our Stephen Aiken.
Well, they're not going to give us much time to catch your breath here, Adam. They want to go ahead and get you going. You got your first points of the season here in your last match. How are you feeling after the first night of the PGF?
I feel really good. I feel like I'm getting better with every match. So looking forward to my performances throughout the week.
Just keep gaining up more momentum throughout the week?
Yeah, I feel like it's just a new experience for me. I'm very control and very positionally dominant. And I feel like I'm really good at that. But gotta start working these fast submissions, and I think I showed improvements already in one night.
Definitely, man. You had a great performance tonight. We're looking forward to a lot more in these next 9 matches from you, Adam. Thank you.
Adam Bradley on the board to close out PGF Match Day 1. It's Season 7 live here in Las Vegas. Adam Bradley getting the break. BMAC taking a look at the replay here. Walk us through.
Yeah, check this out, man. What a multi-layered attack from Adam Bradley on the legs. Check this out. So he makes a play, gets that leg thrown across, and then he inverts underneath. And as he inverts, watch this. Spins back, comes back the other way, and now he's going to go back and attack this secondary leg right here. Attacks that secondary leg. Once he gets his heel stuffed down into the hip right there. Watch him go belly down with this. Here it comes. There we go. This is the spot where it starts to happen. There's a lot of action right here, man. Crump even trying to get in on his own ankle lock. Check out Bradley as soon as... Now, this is an interesting grip here. Let's go back to that for just a second. Look, one-handed grip.
Yep.
One-handed grip. He didn't even bring in the other one. He's using this other hand as a post so he can push his upper body up and push his hips down, and that's what's going to generate the pressure that he needs to drive and create this big finish right there. And Crump, dude, look, watch his face right here at the end. He's like looking for somebody, come help me. Ah, yeah. He raised his hand like he was lifting holy hands at church. Like, get me out of here. Nice win by Adam Bradley.
Yeah, big break there for Adam Bradley now on the board, and we see our top 12 standings thus far after match day 1. B-Mac, your biggest takeaway from what we see here with points on the board?
The biggest takeaway, a couple of takeaways. I don't know if I have a biggest takeaway, but a couple of interesting things just on the first 4 there on the front row. Ryan Aitken, Atlanta, Georgia. Elijah Carlton, Atlanta, Georgia. Paul Ardea, Atlanta, Georgia. 3 out of the top 4 all coming to us out of the southeastern United States. And number 2 coming to us all the way from Europe, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Maculewicz. And even number 7 right here, Atlanta, Georgia. The southeastern United States popping off. You know, the South doesn't get a lot of love, and I'm a little bit biased maybe, TJ, because I'm a southeastern U.S. fella. I'm an Alabama boy. Do not sleep on the jiu-jitsu in the South. Everybody always talks California. They talk the big cities. They talk New York City. They talk Austin, Texas. It's Atlanta, Georgia, 3 out of the top 4.
And we're not done yet. PGF, we're starting to tell the whole story, and to tell more about our story, Alex Wendling standing by. Alex, take it away.
It's Machado, and it's looking like Team Entrana is in 3rd place right now, but it's still a long week ahead. What was your initial reaction when Davis Asare got injured, but then he bounced back and really showed out?
All right, so everything happens for a reason. A lot of times you can't assess how a team is going to do based upon the first day alone. Of course, it was a letdown based upon the awesomeness of our roster. You know, I think we had a lot of confidence for the first day, but it's still early enough during the tournament for us to readjust. And I think basically it's more of a mental adjustment than the skill set alone.
And you told me before day 1 got started that you guys were literally game planning at a coffee shop which athletes you wanted to get, and you really cultivated the team that you want. So how much confidence are you taking into the rest of the week, knowing that you got the people you wanted?
Yeah, so I'm very confident. If you see, for instance, Carlton, in his last match doing the triangle, it doesn't take that much for the needle to move. All it takes is for them, and we can have a slow start, but I'm very confident that this team is going to fulfill its potential as day 2 and 3 and 4 follow through.
And Nathan Haddad is definitely a star, but he got submitted twice today. So how do you keep the motivation high when it comes to, you know, getting submitted and having to bounce back?
Well, his match with Chambers was doing great, and what happens, the margin for error in such a high level of athletes that we have here at PGF makes very difficult for them sometimes not to pay the price. Okay, and I felt it was just like, man, he was doing a perfect match in my opinion, but I think he already had enough time to assess and reevaluate where he is at, and we're gonna have some pep talk, you know, and the team is very supportive. You know, we're all very supportive. And it's great to be here. I enjoy every minute of it.
Yes, having short-term memory and getting on to the next match is definitely super important. When we're looking forward to the future and the team that you've cultivated, tomorrow you guys will have a practice. Will you guys be taking it kind of easy, just kind of going through the motions on what you have to execute?
For sure. I think here right now, they already come with a skill set ready to go. We're not going to add more elements to their game, but I think it's going to be the mindset most of all. And what we have been doing a lot is collective wisdom. We just get them together instead of just me as the coach for the event trying to do all my talk. I say, how do you guys feel about each of you giving your feedback so we can all add to each other? And that has been the case ever since. Like Asare, for instance, he had second thoughts in doing his second match. I mean, the match after he got hurt, right? So I brought Carlton, and Carlton talked to him, and they reassessed, and he gave it a try. Despite the fact it was a draw, and the match didn't go the way he wanted to, it proved to him that he can do. And that, for me, is more important than anything.
Yes, you guys are definitely such a team. We cannot wait to see what you do for the rest of the season. PGF Season 7, Day 1 is in the book. Carlos Machado, you are such a great leader. So nice talking to you. Send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Day 1 officially in the books, and we are not done yet. B-Mac, how much fun are you having?
I mean, that was great. It started out a little slow, TJ, but the matches were, I say it started slow. It started slow as in terms of scoring.
Right.
But there was a lot of action in the matches, even the ones that went to the draw. But then block 3 was banging. Block 2 started out really hot. Ernesto, Abe, Ryan, all bang, 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 scoring on the board. And we didn't have any chokes in the whole day heading into block 3. And then here comes Ryan with the RNC. And then here comes Carlton with the triangle. So both of those guys, by getting the kill, shoot themselves way up the leaderboard. That was a really, I feel like that may have been one of the stronger days, opening days that we've had in a couple of seasons.
Absolutely. Aiken and
What did you
Carlton.
think? What did you think?
I have fun. This is unlike any other event in combat sports. It's a week-long marathon, and we're working our way through it. And honestly, B-Mac, we talk about it all the time. You know, we learn so much about these athletes by the time it is done. There's some fresh faces here. There are some veterans as well. And, I mean, even, you know, look at Davis Asare. I already knew the kid was extremely talented on the mat, but I learned a lot about his heart, his courage, his durability tonight, and you know, continuing forward after suffering one of the most grotesque, I want to say, injuries I've ever heard, or at least moments I've ever heard in
It was
grappling.
about as nasty of a and loud of a pop as you're ever going to hear, and then to come back out.
Yeah.
But to do it against Kyle Boehm, who, listen, we all expected Kyle to score right there.
Right.
Right? If you didn't expect Kyle to score right there, then you don't know much about what's going on, or maybe you know more about Davis Asare than the rest of us did.
Yeah.
And I felt like we knew a lot about Davis Asare after
100%.
watching him last season and, you know, studying his game and knowing a lot about his team. I felt like I knew a lot about Davis Asare, and I expected Kyle to score right there. Davis Asare, that guy's a winner. He's not just a winner on the mat. That guy's a winner at life. Like, that kind of perseverance, that kind of heart, he's going to be able to do anything that he wants to do next. Like,
yeah,
I mean, well, sign me up for the Davis Asare fan club. $9.99 a month. Like, mail me a sticker, mail me a T-shirt, get me a poster to hang on the wall. Sign me up for Davis Asare's fan club.
And then talk about his mindset. Like, you know, Stephen Aiken talking to him in post-fight about the stalling penalties thrown his way. He wasn't even looking for excuses there.
I expected him to gripe. I was griping.
Right.
I thought it was too much. I thought it. I did. I thought it was too much. And you know, like, they're my rules.
Right.
Right. So I thought it was too much. But Davis, he just undeterred, man.
Yeah.
What a powerful mindset that guy has. I'm so impressed. I want to just go hug him and tell him that he's the man.
Absolutely. You know, so Davis Asare, he shines once again, a veteran that has made an established name for himself here at PGF. Plenty of fresh new faces here at PGF as well. Time to check in with one over in the fantasy corner. Jason Anik, your first PGF day officially in the books. How are we feeling?
Feeling great. And for me, I guess the biggest takeaway is, like, we knew we would see Abe LaMontagne, and I'm sure a lot of guys in the bracket weren't necessarily thrilled to see him. Egghead, I know you're already looking ahead to day 2, but your biggest sort of winners and losers out of this first day?
Well, definitely have to say Marcin. I'm gonna mess up the second one, so just Marcin. We'll go with that.
Polish Punisher's fine.
Yeah, the Polish Punisher. They got 2 subs for his team. Really did a great job. As far as fantasy, I think really have to the standout for me, just fantasy wise, was Cam Hurd. 5 different takedowns. You know, he didn't get any PGF points, but for managers that decide, hey, that wrestle heavy style he has, you know, that I'm going to put him on my team. He did a lot for them. You know, obviously, I think Brian Aiken, he had a tough set of matches and really made the most of it. Of course, Elijah Carlton, you're right. Never bet against Elijah Carlton in the PGF. Man. So he made that happen. Now, you know, looking forward. So one thing I did want to say is that looking back at PGF Season 6, after the first day, half of the people that made the playoffs had 0 points. And so
meat on the bone, baby.
Yeah, meat. You're definitely right. You know, glass half full. You know, meat on the bone. So there's plenty of time for that. But what we're looking for tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'm looking at Nathan Haddon has a chance. Now, he got submitted twice today. That's 2 more times than he was the whole season last season. So he's got a chance, you know, for some nice matchups for him. Paul Ardea, he's got Ernesto Rivera, his training partner, who he's probably, you know, he probably knows a little bit of secrets about, but that can go both ways.
Yep.
But he's got some good matchups. And you got to think Kyle Bame, again, going home with 0 points. But again, half of the playoff people last season came away with 0 points after the first day. He's got to get back on the board. And he can do it.
Yeah, and I
he's
liked him on the
world-class.
microphone too. You know, the short-term memory, and he is a beast. So I'll be looking to maybe add him to the squad, one of my 7 guys tomorrow.
Definitely. He said this is his worst night, and we talked about that coming into today. So get those matches out of the way, and now he can be on your roster.
So all we need tomorrow out of you boys up there, just a little more telestrator. You can't get enough of it. TJ.
You like the telestrator,
oh,
Jason?
Can't get enough, brother.
Hey, what do you think, Jason? I'm interested. What do you think about that Atlanta storyline, dude?
Dude, I can't get enough of it. I'm a Boston man originally, but I live in South Florida, so let's go Southeast, baby. I'm all about it.
I love it.
I mean, I love the telestrator too, by the way. I'm still waiting for some hair, though. I need that.
I mean, I think I'm going to sleep with the telestrator beside my pillow tonight.
That's weird. I got nothing to play off of that.
Yeah, it's weird, but I'm doing it.
Okay. Well, have fun.
All right, let's go.
All right, 30 down, 90 to go. Match day 2, just around the corner. We cannot wait for it. For Jason Anik, the man they call Egghead, BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey, I'm TJ DeSantis. We'll say good night for now. Throw it over to our post show as Rafa Esparza is standing by.
Thank you so much, TJ. We appreciate you guys. Shout out to BMAC, the big commish, and to you guys. Well, okay, there's some news to talk about here. I don't know if you were just watching the PGF, but there was a lot of nerve-wracking action, specifically joint breaks in the lower body region. For example, this took place today. Now, listen, this looks like a very nice and normal leg lock, but it made several pops here, and it made the audience slightly groan. But what's interesting about that photo is, if you zoom it in, it actually tells a few more stories. First, Abe the Mountain looking at it and going, ugh. And then a female looking over and saying, I don't know. Meanwhile, these guys are deep in thought as that is happening in the background, and even more still, our own ref, PJ, kind of mystified as to what's going on. We're mystified about it too, but we got this and much more to talk about. You're watching the PGF Post Show. What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you with another great installment of The Bullpen. It is the day 1 conclusion. We have finished action here. 30 matches have taken place on the mats behind us, and we are glad that you're joining us to have some discussion. If you're in the chat sections, look alive, give us some notes, give us some love too. Make sure you are commenting and sharing on these posts. It really does mean a lot to us here, but I'm not the only person here. I've brought 2 great analysts and friends, better analysts than friends, honestly, if we're really kind of figuring out which one's which. We'll go first to one, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good, but my knees are sore just from watching the action tonight. I feel like I need to go to my ortho and get checked out, maybe get fitted for some braces here, man.
It's a very, very smart idea in this time. But speaking of which, we're going over to an athlete here who I'm sure watched it with a little bit of vested interest. One, Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, what make you of day 1 of action, sir?
Yeah, it's good to see my legacy is still alive and Davis is following in my footsteps, taking breaks and then continuing to compete with the double ankle wraps. Not the way I would have done it, but unfortunately is the way I did do it.
It is the way you did do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, man, it's not by choice.
Listen, guys, there's a lot to talk about here, so we're now going to go to our topic boards. We have a few that we want to bring to your attention, and then we'll get to some interviews. We have some folks lined up who you saw compete on the mats today. But first and foremost, our first topic is as such. Them's the breaks. Ladies and gents, I don't know if you were watching today, but if you were anybody here in this live audience, you were concerned for everybody's knee line. I talked to a lot of different athletes, and even they were kind of astounded at how some knees stayed intact and other legs seem held together by glue stick. I'll first ask you, Tim, what make you of all the leg attacks that we were seeing here today?
There were a lot, and they were pretty gnarly. Sometimes you hear something and you go like, was that a pop? Did you hear that? Oh, no, that was the mat, or that was somebody closing a door. Not with Davis Asare and Ryan Aiken. When you heard the pop, everyone in the building reached down and grabbed their knee, checked their ankle, made sure they could walk around, did a little shakeout. They're like, okay, I'm okay. There were some serious breaks out there. We also saw Abraham the Mountain come in off the bench and take Andre Porfirio out pretty quickly, too, if I remember correctly. Pretty serious leg attacks. We didn't see too much back action, but we did see guys shoot for the legs with devastating consequences tonight.
Very much so. We'll go to you, Kevin. What were your thoughts on some of the leg lock action here tonight?
Yeah, there were periods of time after seeing those 2 initial breaks where 30 seconds of double shootouts and other matches would go by and you're just not breathing for a little bit. You're just holding your breath, waiting to hear the pop. Unfortunately, 2 athletes did take some damage. Fortunately, neither of them has a passion for dancing, so I think we're okay.
I mean, Abe himself does love dancing. I don't know if you caught that bit, though.
Protect that man.
Protect him indeed, but there are moments, I don't know if you guys saw me over on the side, where I would watch the leg attacks happen and go, blip, blip,
yeah.
blip, blip. So I've mostly been keeping from vomiting, but that's only day 1. Gentlemen, why don't we go to our second topic here? This is a second topic that I think we need to address in this particular way. Today, we saw the shot clock was used to initiate action, which is good, but there is a story to talk about here with some of the athletes in the shot clock. But I will get to that in just a second. I'll just open it up and ask both of you how you thought the shot clock affected today's action. Kevin, I'll start with you.
Honestly, I think I like it. I think I like the stall calls. Crazy words to hear out of my mouth. I think I like it. The shot clock is a massive improvement. I love that it puts the call in the hands of the athlete. You call them for stalling, whether they agree with it or not, they have 20 seconds to make their case, and it created a ton of action. This is a massive improvement. Credit to the PGF, credit to the referees for making this adjustment and making it so well. It's fantastic. Every year the PGF gets better. This is just another step forward.
Thank you for that, Kevin. I'll ask you, Tim, same question, but how did you see it playing out here from your side seat?
Well, you know, it was enforced aggressively right out of the gate, and I actually liked that because I thought it set a good tone. I think it's harder to ratchet it up near the end without the athletes getting super upset about it, Kevin. So, you know, one of the things they did is they came right out of the gate, and it was mostly defensive stalling. You didn't see too much offensive stalling, but what it does is it forces them to take a shot. It's just like the NBA, man. You can't shoot an air ball either. You got to touch the rim. You got to do something. You have to change your position, even if that makes you give up your back. We saw lots of action because of that, and then it kind of felt like the refs kind of pulled it back a little bit. They weren't so aggressive with it. We'll probably see more of the same thing, but I definitely think the shot clock is in the heads of the athletes now. We saw a couple guys go up and argue the shot clock to the ref, namely Kyle Boehm and Elijah Carlton. They both had something to say.
That was something I wanted to bring up to the group, which is we have people now actually coming up and addressing the main desk. And I wondered, how do we feel about this? Because it's such an active part of the show now. Like, for the audience, I think they're getting more action, but the athletes are very much on edge, feeling like they might get a call. Kev, you've been there. What does it feel like to be an athlete under the gun when it seems like the world is against you because you're not giving them what they want?
Oh, that happened last year. That happened last year as well. Let's not get a little too excited here. I had Jet Thompson on my back and got, with a body triangle, I'm fighting for my life. I got hit for stalling and walked myself in a circle to take a look at the referees and, quote, said, "You're fucking tripping." And then proceeded to continue to get mauled by a teenager. Elijah complained pretty vehemently last year. There were a lot of vocal complaints last year. I honestly think that's part of it. I think it gets worse when you can't have a dialogue with the referees, with the officials. I think being allowed, even if they disagree, even if you're not right, there were a couple of calls today where one Eddie Bravo came out of the stands while simultaneously some of my training partners were arguing the opposite side. That's going to happen. That's part of being a ref. It's an uncomfortable position to be in, but it is what you walk, and they're doing a good job navigating it. They're adjusting on the fly. I think it's great. I really like what's going on.
Tim, what make you, because I know you were right next to where some of this was taking place.
Yeah, I sat right next to the referee table. I actually had a chance to chat with him and ask him about it. And the whole motivation behind it is to push the action. Namely, they don't want guys eating up the clock in a defensive manner. So they're, yes, Kevin, somebody's on your back. Maybe it's a teenager, maybe it's not. And then you look at the clock and you go, I can eat 45 seconds with this monster on my back. And what the PGF wants to do is go, no, you actually can't. You're going to have to really do something, and that's going to be taking a risk, and you might get opened up and you might get killed. That was pretty much the motivation behind it. But it was interesting to hear Drew Murillo's response to one of the athletes was, you do your job and I'll do mine. So while I think they're open to feedback, I think too much feedback is going to get nipped. You can't have too many people going up to the ref during the course of an event. Maybe it has to be something like Major League Baseball where the managers can go up or the coaches can approach the umpire. But the players, they got to take a step back.
I kind of want to see the coaches go up there now.
Man,
yeah, that actually has me very
strongly oppose that. I love letting the athletes talk it up. I see your point. You're not crazy. But I love letting the athletes speak their piece. We want personalities in the PGF. We want the roster to speak up. Let Elijah flip him the bird.
I mean, I think it's cool if they want to make, do signs and stuff on the mat, but I just don't think you should be able to go all the way up to the head referee table and address him right live.
I think you should be able to vault the table and tackle Drew.
I challenge you, Drew.
Flipping the table in this economy? No, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we'll go ahead and get off of that topic. We have one last topic before we get to our guests. And I thought that this is an interesting thing. For those of you who have never experienced this before, maybe this is your first time doing a PGF, let's walk you through this. Maybe you thought there would be 100 points on the board. That's just not what happens. What you saw was a regular day one of action, but not without a ton of important moments. Not only important, but I argue ones with heavy implications. I'm going to go to each of you to kind of preview what it is that you saw in terms of today's action. I start with you, Tim Freeman.
Day one is a little bit like open mat. It's like those first 3 rounds where you're kind of feeling yourself out a little bit. You're seeing what your body feels like, what your opponents feel like. You're getting your lungs and your heart warmed up, and you're getting your head in the game. There's a lot of that feeling out on day one. What happens, though, is you end up having guys who start to show up and put points on the board like Marcin did today, but then you also have guys that expect to put points on the board that don't. They go home tonight and they really stew it over, and tomorrow they come back with a vengeance. So you should expect the intensity to slowly ramp up over the week. Especially look for Wednesday because that's where the break day comes. But this was a pretty standard Monday in the PGF. It was a very good day one. Some good storylines broke out. We're going to be able to pay attention to them and follow them through the week.
Thank you for that. Kevin, your thoughts?
I have a case study I want to bring up to talk about why draws, even if it's not resulting in points on the board, it's not resulting in maybe that finality that you as a viewer wanted, still matter. And it's Davis Asare. He took damage in an ankle. It was a really nasty break. He's one of our, I'm going to call it an injury. He may or may not continue competing, but he stepped up for his final match, wrapped up both ankles, and went out there and took Kyle Boehm to a draw to keep points off the board. Kyle Boehm is leaving today with 0 points because Davis Asare didn't put an alternate in, took one for the team, went out there, probably didn't get to do jiu-jitsu the way he wanted to, but still put on an impressive performance, a lot of action with a lot of heart. I think you have to manage your expectations, and you have to look at the jiu-jitsu, and you have to look at the stories of the athletes and where they're coming from and things in context, and you create a really, really beautiful, larger picture. A lot of action, ignore the numbers.
I also want to say this. This is your first glimpse at some major storylines, and we're seeing some take place. Perhaps none as interesting as the team storyline. Tim, you recently got some intel from Egghead. Do you mind sharing with us where we currently stand with the teams?
Yeah, no problem. So a little bit surprising, the team that's on top, I think they got a B or a B plus today, and that would be.
Wait, are we sure they got a B or a B plus? Sometimes we just give out Ds and we're not sure which one it is.
Yeah, I gave New Hope a B. I'm not sure what Kevin gave him. Kevin flashed a D.
I'm not sure what I gave him.
Kevin flashed a D on him, and we had to tell him to put that away.
Well, first of all, you can't flash a D on anybody like that.
You can't just throw out that phrase,
This is
man.
Kevin we're talking about.
This is a family show. You can't just be talking about flashing Ds.
The team that we had originally kind of thought was maybe on the lower side of the scoring poll here is Intrana, and they ended up with 9 points in second place, following New Hope's 12. Constellation pulled up with a 7, and we weren't expecting a ton from them today. And First Form pulled up with a 7, which I think for them might be disappointing. I think maybe they were coming into this expecting to leave day one with a big lead on the board, but still anybody's game. And I think this is kind of a good sign for Constellation and Intrana that they're in the game. If they could manage to do this next 3 days, they have a real shot at taking home that team prize.
Thank you for that update, Tim. All right, ladies and gents, we're now going to take a moment to actually get our next guest in. Now, our next guest is going to come in. He was a playmaker for the day. He was somebody who impressed us so nearly and dearly that he caused audible gasps here at the show. And we thought it was important to give him his props, his due. But before we bring him on, I just want to say thank you to our sponsor, Salt, for coming through, giving us some love, giving us some appreciation. And we always appreciate those people who support grappling, because that allows us to do fun things like this. And we cannot thank you enough. But nonetheless, if you were watching today, you were probably told multiple times that our first guest was somebody to have eyes on. And today he performed in a way that made all of us stand out and look and say, oh, we have a true contender emerging here today. So we thought for the very first time, we would bring onto the show, one, I apologize in advance if I get this wrong, Marcin Arsulowicz. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Actually, it was a very good try.
It was very, you know what? You would be surprised how many names I screw up in English. So I take that very well. How do you say it, sir?
Marcin Maciulewicz.
No, see, no.
That's too fast.
That's a very, very nice pronunciation. It's very beautiful, your accent. I don't have that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, but let's talk about today. Sir, how did it feel to be out there today, and what was your favorite moment from your side of the action today, sir?
I think the favorite moment would be the first finish, which was the Z-lock. So it was my plan to go from top, chase the leg locks, make him tired a bit. Not came out that much exactly, but like getting the momentum. You know, Andre is a very big name. I was like looking up to face him, so get him started up that quickly was a big moment for me. Facing Paul was also like in my mind because I was looking up to him when he was winning the trials. And also like the third match, which was my plan to pull guards, just chase leg locks. Like, I mean, in general, I'm very happy to be here to show myself across the ocean. You know, I'm already like do some mess in Europe, and it's time to perform here.
So to summarize, your favorite part was everything. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were getting that correct.
Yeah.
You know, I was so impressed by your Z-lock.
Okay.
And then I was also scared of it.
Yeah.
What was the noise that you heard, and what were you thinking? Because there was a transition. You were kind of like, there was some spinning. There was a couch that seemed like it was part of the action as well. But to me, without the couch, you had that very firmly in place. So walk us through that finish, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Yeah, so recently I work a lot to finish the Z-lock and to get into this position, because I was going only for like inside heel hooks, and that was the time to like add something more to the arsenal. So I was like creating like dilemmas between getting inside heel hook and pass it across to the other side for outside. then I was able to collect the second leg, and once I get it, I feel like pretty confident I will get the submission. Unfortunately, he don't want to top early, and that was a pretty nasty pop.
Yeah, no, a lot of concern in my face. I didn't vomit. I wanted to, but I stayed strong, sir. When was the last moment you knew you were going to make that? Because that last break that you were making, the angle that you made on it is one where you say, I have no other choice. This is what I have to do. What was going through your head as you had to make that choice?
I wasn't like, I was just like pushing the leg like consistently. Don't want to like rip it because I know it's like, you know, I try to avoid like injuring people. If someone don't tap, that's his choice, but it's better not to do it. So I was just pushing it like slowly and hoping for get the top, you know.
A considerate savage. Thank you for being that. Tim, would you like to ask any questions here, sir?
Yeah. Do you feel like you were underestimated?
Yeah, I think yes. I may sound like a broken record, like again and again and again, but I'm here to make a statement. I'm here to prove all of you wrong if you don't believe in me. And I'm here to say that European and Polish jiu-jitsu in general is very fucking good. We are tough guys. We have our own stars, and we're coming for you.
I believe you. I believe you.
Well, first of all, hold on.
Personally. Yes,
can you make it very specific you're not coming for anybody at this table?
Nah.
Okay, great. Kevin will sacrifice, but Tim and I think we're out of your age and weight category. Tim, you know, one thing that we were talking about off air was just how you emerged as this front runner today. So even though you were maybe undervalued or underestimated, right now, you look at the top side of today's action. Now, what does it feel like to go from being underestimated to really one of the top performers?
Bro, it feels awesome. It feels like I get the point, and I just want to keep the momentum going. You know, I'm not gonna stop by today. I'm going here tomorrow, do the same shit, and day after tomorrow again and again until I get to fucking playoffs and win it. That's the goal.
Kevin.
Yeah, have you considered going for, as someone who's on my fantasy team, have you considered maybe going for strangles? Is that in your arsenal? I just need to know what to expect.
Yeah, there's also, I just want to say I'm not one trick pony, but if they give me the legs, I'll just take the legs.
Yeah, I mean, you're very good at it. So maybe, I mean, it's a winning strategy, clearly. I've seen you, we call it here an inside spin.
Yep.
That entry into the leg, the same thing you go with? Is that what you guys?
Which one, actually?
So when you're entering the leg from the top, you have an inside leg.
Inside spin. Okay.
Yeah, we call it
that's
inside spin. And you're entering there. I've seen you rep a variety of those, giving very little away, obviously. That's a strategy you have in your arsenal. Entering the legs from the top is your primary.
Yep.
Do you play much guard? Do you have any plans on that for certain opponents? You don't have to give away any particular strategy.
So I try to be like well-rounded and stuff. So see, like leg lock's going to be my main strategy, just leg lock them. But I can enter it from top, from bottom, from standing even. So
yeah, you had a very, very smooth Victor roll off of, I believe it was Paul's takedown attempt. That was nice.
Yeah. So that's a goal as well, to enter leg locks on multiple occasions. But in generally, I feel my cardio is pretty good as a big guy. So I try to take an advantage of it and just to make my opponent tired, and then like, you know, the submission game's easy after it.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna want to like outside pass the shit out of them. If I'm from top, if I'm from bottom, just pushing, like making pressure, make them break, and like getting the subs.
Hearing "make them break" with your accent is terrifying. Just outright terrifying.
You do sound like
straight back to Rocky.
No, it's definitely an 80s villain in our American films. It's like, no, I will break them. I will make them feel pain.
Yeah,
it will be
how
good.
familiar you are with Western cinema.
I'm just like, oh my God. But I'm sure in Europe, you're the hero. So that's how things work out here. But I will say this, dude. I think you gained a lot of new fans here today. And I think one of the great things about the PGF is we get to see people show out here. Day one, you showed out. I'm intrigued to see what you're going to be doing for the rest of the week. But I would love for you to stare at that camera right in front of you. It's a little bit higher, the top one right there. And if you would like to just tell the people where they can find you, give a shout out to anybody, maybe at home or your teams, that you want to say thank you for their help in getting you to here, sir.
Okay. So in general, my my coach, Kamil Luminski, which is my great supporter, and he's like a father figure for me. So I'm here because of him, because he gave me an option to do it. My team, such as Jacek, who's my strength coach, and my huge supporter and my fan, who's like, he's also a great part of just my preparation in general. My main training partner, Physiosphere. That's the pack. That's the fathers of my success. I want to thank them generally. I wish I get more seminars here. So if you're down, I'm down to just invite me in.
Wait, who's not trying to get that seminar right now?
Just keep breaking legs, dude. That's the way.
I was like, you know what? I think if anything, even if you're still scared of this man, I think you want to learn how to protect yourself. Because at this point, that's a very dangerous weaponry that you have, sir. So let's just say this. There's a good possibility we may be talking to you again later this week. But for now, I just wanted to make sure we commended you on your great performance today. That's why we wanted to talk to you on the show. So kudos to you, and way to go out there and show who you are and what your jiu-jitsu is all about. So congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Martin.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, partner.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gents, we're going to get to our second guest here in just a second, but we want to continue thanking you. If you have questions, you can feel free to throw them in the comment section. I won't ask all of them, but I might. We'll see. Most of you don't ask good questions. Let's be honest. And most of the times when you guys are in the comment section, you guys think you're very good producers. You are not. It's rough. Anyway, some happier news. A friend is returning to the table, and we wanted to hear straight from him because we were concerned, but we also saw him put on a hell of a performance just a few minutes ago against the big monster in one Kyle Bam. So, ladies and gentlemen, returning back to the show, your friend and ours, one Davis Asare. Davis, how are you doing, sir?
I am good. I am good.
Okay, let's get it out there. How are you feeling?
How are you doing?
Yeah. What's going on with you, sir? Are you okay?
I guess so. I don't know. Everyone is telling me, oh, you can't compete. You can't do this, that. I feel fine.
Okay.
I feel fine.
Let's get into that because define fine. Is it like people compete injured all the time?
Yes.
Nobody competes at 100%.
Yeah.
However, I heard noises that I cannot take back from my ears.
Yeah. For our viewers at home, this is a wheelchair, actually.
So there was word backstage. Is he in? Is he out? And I don't like getting gossip, but I saw you go back out there. And that was immediately the moment when I go, bring him to the show so that we can just get a direct answer. So walk us through what happened during your second match, and then what was the thought process behind coming back to compete again?
Yeah, so I felt great against Ryan. And, like, the plan was because he was so heavy, I think I would have been able to maybe get his back through, like, a wrestling exchange or something. But as you see, that didn't happen. So
hold on. You act like some of us haven't tried wrestling and failed way worse than anything you've ever done. But go on, sir.
But then he was able to get into my legs the first time, and I felt very confident because I've seen him do that, like kind of inside-outside type ashi where he has the foot on the outside and then pummels his legs on the inside. So when he went to do that, I just stood up, was able to clear the legs properly, back step, and then back to passing again. So I felt super confident of just defending his leg attacks. But then when he got into it the second time, I got very overly confident, basically. I literally looked him in the eyes while he was breaking me at first. Like, he was when he was reaching for my heel and everything, I kind of, like, just controlled his legs and just looked at him like, this is not going to work. I don't know why I did that, but
Trying to Jedi mind trick.
for some reason, I was so confident. But even when he caught my heel and ripped it, I was still, like, in my mind, like, he's not going to break me. And even after that happening, he broke me, but still I competed. And I think my body, I kind of knew it got some pops and everything.
Yeah.
But still, like, I swear to God, for some reason, I didn't even think people heard that. I thought that crackle, you know that small crackle you get sometimes, and you kind of feel it inside your head and in your body's like, no one hears that, but you heard it. Does that make sense?
No, man, I'm not familiar with that small crackle in the head.
Honestly,
I'm with you.
Yo, so I thought
Elijah popped my ankle 2 seasons ago, and when it happened, it popped, and I felt.
Yeah.
I pulled my foot out of the thing, and I heard ooh, and I was like,
You didn't hear that.
No,
There's no way they heard that.
Because I don't know. I thought it was one of those. I thought it was one of those, but it was way louder than I found out. And then
it was real loud.
Yeah, because I watched the video. I watched the video back, and I saw, okay, it was pretty bad. But still, afterwards, it hurt. It got a little bit inflamed and everything. But I was able to stand, walk, jump on it.
Well, no. Not only did you go back out there, you looked normal walking out. In fact, you almost were skipping out, and I was just concerned, like, did that make it stronger? And I'm going to ask a follow-up question here, which is that you let out this primordial grunt, and then it felt like an anime moment because you let out the grunt, and then you were like, and I've respawned new legs. And I just thought, oh, no,
your leg back.
He's back. And then you have the assignment of Kyle. So I want to ask you, percentage-wise, in your head, what was the percentage you considered not doing that match?
It was very high. It was very high, but not only because I was like, I know for a fact this is going to hurt way more tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, just because it's just how it is. And that was one of the reasons why I really wanted to compete against Kyle. I was like, I'm actually manageable to compete now, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to compete tomorrow.
Right.
So I was like, let me just take this chance. So at least if I won't be able to compete tomorrow, I did this match, and I won't regret it. So I think that was one of the major reasons. But then, again, a lot of people were just kind of talking into, like, they saw what happened, and they want me good. So obviously they're going to tell me, don't do it. And I listened to some of them, and I was like, oh, it makes sense. And I was at a point where I asked the alternate to do it. But then I just kind of recollected myself, and Elijah actually told me last second, and he even got it on film, which is kind of funny. He was like, you will regret it if you don't do it. And then I just ended up doing it, and then I'm pretty happy. Like, to be honest, if I did not end up in that referee position, I was able to just even stall out the match, I would have been content with it just because how big Kyle is. But the fact that he was able to force me in a position where I was not able to engage as much because I was afraid of my legs, where he forced me to a referee's position, and half of the match was him on my back. Yeah. And that's kind of like, I don't want to have a match where a guy's like on my back, you know? I don't like that. So I'm kind of like, now I'm like, was that worth it? I don't know. We'll see tomorrow.
There was a point where Kyle was entering your legs, and you put both hands on the mat to pull your legs out.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, he really cannot drive off that foot.
Yeah. I had to use anything else.
And hit a cartwheel.
Yeah. That's so true, actually. I tried to kind of kick out my leg with my opposite foot, but I felt it wasn't, so I just had to just do I don't know.
I mean, just by the way you're describing it, it sounds like you had your Brad Pitt, and that's why no one will remember your name moment, as you put on the helmet. Because I immediately thought of the implications of it, and then I heard word you were going to go ahead. And my first word, no shitting you, was, why? And then I realized, you know what? He wants to go out on his terms.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, you helped in a major way with your team.
Thank you.
You getting that block showed you were a team player as well as an individual player who wants to game out there. So
truly,
mad respect to you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
It's hard to see that in the moment, and a lot of the times when I see that on the outside, I'm thinking, well, we like you, and we want to make sure you're good.
Yeah, I
So
understand it.
It's
Yeah,
the concern,
completely,
but
yeah.
at the same point, you're a grown adult, and you're
But
going to
no,
make your choices.
I truly believe that me doing this again, it may kind of gave me a new perspective of how, this was my worst day. Like, on paper, this was my hardest day, even though all of my matches tomorrow and then after that it's going to be hard as well. But on paper, this wasn't the worst one, and it was, I think, also just the worst for my team in general.
Yeah.
And I think actually just on team perspective is going to just go up from here. So I think just being able to not lose that match kind of helped the team as well, in a sense where it's not only on the board, but it's we're still in it. I think that was kind of cool.
Momentum is a very strange thing
Yeah.
on this. So sometimes it may not seem like the biggest win, but to that team, they go home that night thinking, okay,
Yeah.
we got some momentum in this
And
bid.
Carlos, a shout out to fucking Abe clutching in with a 3-pointer, and then Elijah, obviously, a 6-pointer. He does what he does. This is why he's very good at PGF.
Fair enough.
I think that's pretty cool.
Well, we're talking about you. Elijah said that. We don't have-
No, but just to say, I want to actually just to lead it up to Carlos, because after this whole thing, he had this sick speech that just hyped everyone up, which was crazy. I swear, I hope they got that on film, because
that is cool.
I almost fucking shed a tear, bro. It was crazy.
Oh.
He was hyping us up so well, and I think we'll hopefully perform a little bit better tomorrow.
That's what I love to hear. Tim, do you have any questions, sir?
Yeah, you know, I hope you're hyped up because you talked about bad days, and tomorrow it could be a potentially bad day depending on how you feel, right, in the morning.
Yeah.
I want to know how you're going to make that decision tomorrow, and then I also want to know how you feel about your schedule tomorrow. You have Marcin Masulovic, who busted up some legs today, okay? You have Travis Thomas, who is like a hungry lion that didn't get fed today.
Yeah.
Right? So he's coming out tomorrow, and then you have Dorian. All these guys are tough guys.
Tough, huge as well. Like, all of them are big, which is, like, my main problem right now. Because even though, like, let's say I'm not going against the top guys, like, maybe not the dunkables, like, in the midways. Bro, the mid people here are so big. Like, I can't even force anything on them. Like, they're, like, I'm not a small guy, but, like, physicality matters a little bit, you know? And it's 6 minutes to work. So if I can't even tire the big guy out, and they're still hitting me with stalling calls because I'm not engaging enough, because obviously I don't want to get my fucking shit back. So it's like, this is going to be a hard week for me, I think, especially when it comes to collecting points in general.
I would like to apologize. I didn't know that Tim was going to take the scared straight approach of, hey, in case you didn't read what your day's like tomorrow, here's the legend killers you got to go through, too.
I hope you're pumped up from this.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're going to need it.
Yeah, because my first day is a straight up a killer when it comes to leg locks in general. Big, won trials, is super good. So as long as I'm mobile on my feet and I feel as good as I did today, I'm definitely going to fight him. Like, I'm going to fight him.
You know what, man? Again, I think you got such great respect from everybody watching at home and doing this. I want you to do what's right for you, but I could never question your heart and how much you put into this. So I hope you know that. Do what you need to do. If we see you tomorrow, we're stoked for you. Scared, but I also know what you do to other people. So it kind of evens out at times.
Yeah.
But what I'd like to do is I'd like to let you get home, ice what you need to ice, elevate what you need to elevate, relax, and then tomorrow, I guess we'll see. You got to tune in to find out what's going on. So we'll let you get out of here. Davis Asare, everybody. Thank you so much, brother.
Davis. Thanks, brother.
Anxiety on high, relaxing, coming down. Good work, my man. Thank you for your time, sir. Good Lord. This is how you can tell I'm getting old. And then just watching these kids go to compete, it makes you nervous for them. It makes you want to be able to tell them, like, I don't want you to compete. But Davis is a gamer, and if you watched last season, you know what he is capable of. And even today, even that match with him and Kyle Bame, if that's you when you're injured, you have some excellent jiu-jitsu that you were able to call upon. So very stoked for that. And yes, I think we're in the process of getting our last guest booked right now. So stay tuned. We have one more guest joining us at the moment. You know, listen, I got to tell you guys, this audience, it sees a lot of matches. And when they see a lot of matches, there are moments when they kind of get a little bit, not lazy, but they take things for granted. Sometimes they just kind of give the polite golf clap. People walk out and sometimes don't even get applause. They're like, oh yeah, I should. Good job. Our guest right now is one of the people who ended up getting applause after his match with Cam Hurd, and that was enough to impress us here at the table, and I thought it was time to give him some love. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Caleb. How are you doing, sir?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me out here. Really grateful to be on the show.
Don't thank us. You did the hard work. You should be acknowledged for your hard work. Your match with Caleb, both of you, or with Cam, both of you turned a color of red and pink that I didn't think possible. And I joked with Cam's strength and conditioning coach and said he looked like he was turning the color of when an evil villain is about to die in a video game. So that looked like a lot of pressure you were putting back on him. Tell us about that match, sir, from your perspective.
That was a scrap. I got to watch it back, but that one definitely got me exhausted. We went gas, all gas. It was a fun match. I want to watch it back. We'll see what happens. I really wanted to sub Cam, but, didn't make it happen.
He's a mini tank. You know what I mean?
Stud.
Like, it's one of those things where it is a hard task, but you guys, for whatever reason, made such a great clash that as I was watching it, I just had respect for both of what you were doing. Like, both of you looked like you were out there on a mission, and I'm glad the audience gave you your props. So I wanted to ask you about that, but what has this week been like to you thus far in? Because I know it's stressful, I know it's intense. How has it been from the draft to today?
Well, it was hard not to take it personally that I literally got skipped over in the draft, and they were like, let's just put him to the back of the line again. So I kind of had a chip on my shoulder coming into the today, and I really wanted to show that I'm not the last guy. So tomorrow's another day to prove that. I think I showed some people who I am today.
You know what's weird is sometimes the loudest voice is, I'm sure, the one that you hear in your head when you're like, no, I want this. I haven't gotten it yet. But what's nice is when you're us, we see things that you don't. So when I see your second match, I was like, there's the respect that man deserves, because people forget that. You become numbers, you become statistics, but you're goddamn human. So you're going out there and trying to put on a show. It's not like you're sitting there being like, oh, well, suck at jiu-jitsu, fun to discover. It's like, no, everybody here's pretty good at what they do.
Absolutely.
What was the appeal of coming to do this season? Because it is an intense season. You clearly have people who are good to be around. But for you, when you got that call and you were told to come do this, what did that feel like for you?
Phenomenal. And also, like, it shows that I'm doing, like, a lot of the right things, kind of manifested it. As soon as I saw they're doing a tournament for $100,000, I was like, I'm in. I saw they're doing a tournament for $1 million. I want to manifest that too. Yeah, I mean, I'm a full-time martial artist, and I want to be making like good money, not like a broke martial artist.
Listen, you're preaching to the choir here. I know that a lot of times martial artists who compete as athletes are like, man, I don't make money. And I was like, how much do you think the media makes? I don't know if you've gotten the memo on that, sir. It is a rough business for all, but I think we're starting to see this momentum turn in a very positive region, and you being on the building blocks to something even greater, I think can go a long way. So that's what I've got for you right now. Tim, do you have any questions, sir?
You had some pretty tough matches tonight, very active matches. You got after it, a lot of back and forth. How do you go home tonight and recover and get prepared for tomorrow?
I'll just kind of shake it off, I'm gonna
You
watch.
just shake it off.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch my matches, see, what mistakes I made, what I could have done better, scout out who I'm gonna compete against tomorrow. And then tomorrow, wake up, I'm gonna do like a cold plunge, sauna, and just, like I said, shake it off and just bring that same chip on my shoulder into my matches tomorrow. Like, I'm on a mission all week, not just Monday. I'm showing up every day.
Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to end this with a question, but first, I think it's important I do this because it's hard for an athlete to tell people how rough they've had it without sounding like they're whining. So I'm going to do it for you. You were the one alternate last year that didn't get an opportunity to get on the mat and show that you belonged. You didn't get paid that season because you were an alternate. You didn't get on the mat. You didn't get paid. Your only opportunity would have been there. You got in the chat. We were all afterwards saying, hey, man, I would have loved to make a little bit of money. I would have loved to get a chance to compete. You didn't get a chance in the finale to compete. We tried to get you paid. Rough shot. Come into this season, you have to see all the rankings weren't giving you a lot of credit. Again, it is a stacked roster, but it's got to be rough seeing like, man, time after time, I'm not where I believe I should be. And then you come in, you get walked. And you're the only athlete that got walked, and everybody is talking about it. They pick up Abe. He's sitting right behind you, chomping at the bit to get your spot. And then you put on a performance today that showed people you absolutely belong here. You can put on a show. You're exciting. You've got heart. You've got grit. You absolutely belong here. So I want to give you all the credit in the world for that, man. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the week? Now that you have shown you belong, I don't think you... I mean, keep the chip on your shoulder. You got to keep that motivation somewhere. But I don't think you necessarily... I think you've won a lot of hearts. What are you looking forward to the rest of this week?
Thank you, Kevin. First of all, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm keeping the chip on my shoulder. I'm here to make money. I'm here to win, to make money. That's it. I'm a professional martial artist. I'm here to win, and that's it. And people will continue to see. Apparently, I won a lot of hearts today. That's great. Keep watching. Keep tuning in. See what I got in store for y'all.
I like that, sir. It's interesting because we talk about these things. I'm going to give you a second here to plug your stuff, but I do want to put one perspective on you, which is keep the chip on your shoulder, but don't let the chip weigh you down. And then right when you need to go, see the opportunity that you have. And then remember that opportunity is not happening for everyone, because that's what happens when people are like, yo, I feel this weight, I feel this pressure. They put it on themselves because that chip gets heavy. But what I notice is you've got such a great opportunity right now. Fucking live in that, because that, I think, is how you got your second performance. I think that was when I just saw you doing what was natural. You were at your best. So take that from just a casual observer. I just saw you perform when you had somebody who was down to scrap with you, and you were like, oh, this is gonna be fun, exhausting, but
that was my
fucking
funnest
fun.
match tonight,
Yeah.
for sure, with Cam.
And I went up, I had to go shake Cam's hand too. I was like, hey man, you know, you guys put on a show. And legitimately, when I saw everybody break into that applause break, I was like, those two boys deserve their props tonight. And I felt like I didn't see that for anybody else get to that level of matched upness tonight, where they both got their respect. So that's a very hard line to hit. So tonight, when you go home, think about that. But what I would like to do, you got a camera right there. It's the one like slightly higher. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and give a shout out to friends, family members. Tell people how they can support you, seminars, privates, all that good jazz. Plug what it is that people can find you and where they can see you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for the opportunity. You can find me at the Peaceful Warrior MMA on Instagram. I'm going to be doing my very first seminar next week at Verde Valley in Arizona.
Hey.
So come watch, see what I got. Grateful for my team, High Altitude Martial Arts. Shout out to Avery Brooks. He's put a lot of work into me, and I'm super grateful. You know, shout out to all the people that have supported me. Massive Supplements, Noxy Supplements. Let me see. Ex-Marshall has been sponsoring me. Just a whole village of people have helped me, and I'm just grateful, and I want to, you know, give back once I've gotten what I need out of this.
Well, good, man. Congratulations to you. And to everybody out there who saw our rankings, it was like, yo, you're sleeping on your goal. I was like, you know what? Everybody, shut up. We like everybody, okay? But he's here. We're going to give him his time. And guess what? The best way to beat the rankings is to just perform. And today we saw him do one of those first big steps for it. I look forward to seeing what else you got here for the rest of the week, sir. But congratulations to you. And I look forward to seeing you on the mats, my man.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Quite
it,
an honor.
Nice work, man.
Great work.
That's how you know he has a good support system, because they're coming in at us. And they were just like, yo, you guys don't know. And I was like, yo, everybody chill. We don't know. I love that stuff. But that's how you know you got a great support system, brother. Please
so
enjoy
much.
your night, my man.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. We're about to close this up, but before we do, I think it's time. Oh, I got that one shot on me right now. Ladies and gents, we're going to bring something to the attention of the court, and this is the first time that we've done this segment, so I don't know how this is essentially going to go when it's live like this, but I did kind of buy something here, and we did have a topic that did kind of merit a little bit of what we call a PGF court. So normally we do this on our show, but we thought we'd do a live version of it for y'all. This might actually be background. This might be backwards. But today, nope, this is not going well yet. For your attention here, people, be it resolved. Today we have a debate, and the debate is very simple. The question is, should athletes here at the PGF be allowed to bring in their alternates? Now, this was something of a little bit of a controversy. We had some people who seemed to believe if you have an alternate, they should be able to play. However, the ruling, as per our executive producer and showrunner, Keelan Lawyer, is that they have to be injured. So I thought I would bring it to the attention of this court here today for Tim and for Kevin to argue whether we should be able to do it at the PGF or not. I'm going to go ahead and start with you. Tim, you have 1 minute to make an opening statement. Your time begins now.
My argument is that you should only be able to bring in a replacement if you are indeed injured. There are 20 men on the roster, 17 are invited, and 3 earned their position through the qualifiers. There's $100,000. It's divided up amongst the team of 5 for $20,000 each. It's part of the reason why you have to earn your spot at the PGF is to have a shot at that money. You earn it with your performances, and you earn it not just your performances here, but your performances leading up to it. You have to earn it. You have to earn the right to fight for the money. And I'm going to prove to you today against Kevin that that is what you indeed need to do.
Thank you for your opening statement. You still had 15 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, you lost them. Kevin, your opening statement begins now.
Great start. Great start, Tim. So I'm here to tell you that you should be able to put in an alternate whenever you want, for whatever reason you want, however you please. If you care about the entire roster, all 28, 29 if you count the invisible alternate, 28 people on this roster, you need to allow them all to compete whenever it's available. Rotations are a part of every sport, and as soon as you start allowing us to use alternates as we wish, you drive up the value of those alternates. We saw it at the auction. We saw Abe kicking back like a king as all 4 coaches did what they've never done before and clamored to get this man and tell him why they should be the team that he picks. That turntable moment drives home the value of allowing an alternate to be a player and to get mat time and to get a chance at that money like everyone else.
Thank you very much for that, Kevin. Kevin, you will start cross-examination of Tim. Your time begins now.
Tim, I would like you to define earn it. You repeated that multiple times in your initial statement. I would like you to tell me exactly what that means in a single sentence.
Is that a cross-examination question, Your
It's
Honor?
clarification, so he would like to know that.
Well, what I mean by earn it is, 1, you have to be invited to a main roster spot, meaning the first 20, first 17, or you have to win a qualifier.
Do you believe that when you say win a qualifier or be invited, are the alternates not invited?
They are not invited to a top 20 position. No, they are not.
You don't believe the other 8 positions have value is what you're implying. Is that true?
They are not ranked in the top 20 rankings.
My question is, do you believe they have value?
Not according to the PGF rankings.
But according to the actual results that they put up, they have put up points. They have defined the PGF.
5,
last season.
4,
Dane Leak
3,
walked away with 10 grand because he was extremely valuable.
1, and thank you for your time. Tim, your cross-ex begins now.
Kevin, does the PGF provide paid holidays or sick days?
No.
Kevin, if you're injured and you can't work, do you take a sick day or a vacation day?
Yes.
Do you take a sick day or a vacation day?
A spa day.
Can you define spa day? Is that sick or is that vacation?
Man, I stay sick.
So it's okay. If an athlete, hey, don't eat my time. If an athlete's injured and they can't compete at the PGF, is it true that Brandon McCaffrey makes them compete anyway?
No.
He does not make them compete. Is it true that he brings an alternate in?
The coaches and the athlete decide, as we saw with Davis Asare earlier,
Based on an injury?
Based on their own choice, their own strategic decision over that risk-reward assessment.
Commissioner Brandon and Keelan Lawyer have the final call on that, and I believe the ruling right now is that you have to be injured.
5,
is that correct, Kevin?
4,
is that the ruling right now,
3,
Kevin?
No.
2,
That
1.
is the ruling right now,
It is
Kevin.
not.
That will be time expiring. Thank you for the cross-examination. Tim, you will now begin your closing statement.
This is a guy who would have you believe that alternates make the game better, but it's not. This is really a guy that hates himself every time he looks in the mirror, and he looks in the mirror a lot. I'm talking like a lot. He's trying to become a 7, but Kevin's not a 7. He's guilty of taking a spa day in season 5. He couched it as an injury, but he got a mani-pedi, he got a spray tan, had a consult for a hair system. He was trying to bump himself up from a 6 to a 7 because he had strong competition from some of the other players for the most handsome title. That's all Kevin's worried about, and that's why he wants you to be able to alternate athletes. And if you could, you wouldn't have seen the man that sat next to me here 5 minutes ago, one Caleb Crump. He would have been swapped out, and you would not have seen him tonight. You would have missed him if you believe in what Kevin has to say. This man is a liar. He leaves the toilet seat up and he litters.
1. I'm going to strike the last part of that. I don't find that to be relevant to the case. Nonetheless, I will give Kevin 1 minute and 5 seconds to take away from the time from Tim. Thank you.
Your Honor, I would also like the hair system to be struck. This is all natural.
I saw how your hair looked yesterday. It is anything but natural. Go on, counselor.
And obscene. This court is a mockery. I'm so upset.
I will reduce more time.
All right. Every sport, every major sport has alternates. They have substitutes. They allow you to play a strategic game. You want a variety of skill sets. You want a sixth man. You want a Jamal Crawford that can come in and give you points based on certain matchups. I would argue that you give more value to more athletes, which ultimately is the name of the game. It's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to uplift as many as possible, not crowd it all in some arbitrary system that dictates whether you're injured enough or whether a spa day is a real injury. It leaves it in the hands of the athletes, the coaches, and the people who are actually playing for the money, the people who are actually putting it on the line, not outside observers or spectators.
4,
but the people
3,
who have
2,
the shot.
1. Gentlemen, thank you both for your argumentations. I'll just very quickly address both of your points. Tim, you attacking the spa day of Kevin Sherrill is cunning, uncouth, and perhaps unprofessional. Thus, it was your best argument. Kevin, you looking at Tim and trying not to re-argue the fact that he said, hey, this ruling affected Caleb Crump. That works 2 ways, if you think about it. Unfortunately, Tim put that at the end of his argumentation, perhaps still realizing that Caleb was just in that seat next to him only 9 minutes ago. Gentlemen, this is going to be a divisive issue, and I understand that my ruling will have long-standing effects. But I will argue in favor today of Kevin Sherrill for this particular reason.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kevin Sherrill was able to make the first argument that, yes, you should be able to have players on the bench that can come off. That does not necessarily reflect the opinions of this court, but it does invite a conversation that Abe the Mountain behind me was threatening. Thus, I should entertain it to make sure I am not affected. This will be something that I believe will be debated by our PGF brethren and our overlords here.
Tim,
What's
would you
that?
like my hair system guy?
First of all, hold on. You know what? Reversing my decision. Tim, you have now won the debate. Strike
It was worth it.
everything
I'm
I
not
said.
sorry.
We do not go to bald jokes here, especially from someone who left a clump of hair in the headset yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how we do things here at PGF Court. We thank you for watching, and our thanks to our guests, Marcin, who wants to take the name? Marsulowicz?
Masulovic.
See, the thing is, I feel like somebody, first of all, don't do that to me. Second of all, I feel like he switched it up on me on purpose.
He did.
So we
100%.
thank him, Davis Asare. We thank Caleb Crump. Thank you guys for watching all day today. As a reminder, tomorrow we are right back here for your official pre-show. I know they said 4 p.m. is when the matches start, but if you want to hang out with us a little bit beforehand, we'll have some more unseen interviews starting at about 3 p.m. So that's 3 p.m. Best Coast time. Then the official pre-show with us starts at approximately 3:30. So watch that, watch the action, and then come back tomorrow night for more interviews, more analysis, and more shenanigans. I mean, I'm wearing a fucking judge's robe. So
It
I mean,
looks good on you, though, dude.
You're wearing that.
You look very Supreme Court-ish.
Can I tell you this? This is like my dad's dream that I did not live up to. So this is definitely something that I think we entertain. On behalf of Kevin Sherrill, Tim Freeman, and myself, Rafa Esparza, thank you so much for watching a complete day of action here at the PGF. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive. People with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you wanted to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's beaten every human being he's ever competed against. He's the GOAT.
You cannot deny the greatness. We're taking out champion after champion.
Most championship wins in the history of this organization.
Avoided no one, dominated everyone.
The greatest of all time and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. That certainly lays the foundation for a bout against the consensus greatest heavyweight of all time, Stipe Miocic.
The knockout power is phenomenal, but it's the heart that this man has.
He really wants to go down as the best ever.
Stipe Miocic, come get a taste.
John Jones is back. The greatest mixed martial arts athlete we have ever seen. Stipe Miocic.
His success in the octagon has been nothing short of extraordinary.
I'll see you at the top. Iron Michael Chandler.
He is an absolute animal.
This guy has power for days.
Charles Oliveira. The most decorated decorated finisher in the history of the UFC.
Such a destructive force.
The world's most famous arena. Here we go!